Nice sharp reaction off of that CME gap close. My bad, y'all. We just needed to refresh the stream to stop Bitcoin from lagging. Volatility is not done for today, guys. Remember, the closer we get to the announcement, market makers will back off the order books, send them out. So just to be clear, what I'm expecting today, 0.25 cut and a little intuition is telling me that they're going to end QT today. You take that with a grain of salt. That's just speculation. What would shock the market today is 0.5. 0.5 or no cut is bad. As juicy as 0.5 sounds, that shit's gonna create fear. Fear that something's broken. Fear that something's broken a lot worse than anybody expects. And the Fed sees it and they're overreacting. Yeah, Rap, that's kind of the base case, I think. Oh, Discord's muted. Hold on. My bad, y'all. I had y'all muted. Welcome back, everybody. So I was just telling you too, what I'm expecting is that 0.25 and end of QT. But the end of QT part is a little more subjective. I would do it though. I would end QT and I would cut 0.25. And then I'd come on stage and I would be super dovish.
Dovish is bullish?
Yeah, you guys need me for Fed chair, man. I'd be a great Fed chair.
Go.
Imagine, yo, we're sitting here on live and shit, and it's like, all right, it's 2:30, y'all. I gotta go through this press conference. I'll be back.
He hinted at QT already.
Yeah, they've already
QE.
given a little bit of forward guidance, so.
But what are we gonna like? What's gonna be the reason for a continuation upward? If like, what's the next bet on?
Well, right now, 0.25 is about 96% baked in, right? Everybody's already on the same page. QT is only at like 65%. So the ending of QT would still have to be priced in to the chart. That's what I think is our best.
Cool.
People are like, oh, 0.5 isn't priced in, but again, 0.5 might create a bit of panic. Yeah.
Well, panic would make sense on legacy right now.
Yeah.
Like 5% down would just
No,
make
that would,
sense.
bro, with legacy at all-time highs, and then they surprise cut an extra 0.25, people would be like, oh, yeah, they see the end near.
I was thinking about the amount of cuts in 2026, so maybe the plot chart will show us a change in that. So I forgot how many we were expecting in the previous meeting, but
We should hear that today. That's definitely going to be a question. Our biggest enemy today, guys, isn't Powell or Trump. It's the
it's a
press.
success or no?
It's the press. The press at that press conference is going to be our biggest enemy or our biggest friend. Let's hope that those reporters are in longs and not in shorts the way they usually are.
There's always both, right? There's always one bearish and one
Yeah.
bullish. Well, there's always a bullish question, a bearish one.
If it's
But no,
zero
honestly,
cuts, degen, I will pack up my bags and we'll all go on vacation together somewhere. There's no cuts. We're screwed. Nah, they were definitely short last time. You can tell, bro. You can tell when the way they ask the questions. In my opinion. All right, so we got this SR flip that we still need to get over, right? We hit CME gap, but we are underneath that major SR flip. So we do have a bit of weakness right now. We need to pop over 111.7, and then we can breathe a little bit easier into the meeting.
But okay. 3. Well, 112, no?
Yeah, well, this uptrend, yeah, right around 112.
Because this is the retest of the breakdown where people are supposed to go short, and they are heavily shorting because we're getting paid during a bull run to stay long on Bitcoin.
Be careful with your leverage going into this. I shouldn't have to say that after the 10th, but we are going into an environment with thin order books. So if that doesn't, remind you of the 10th, be careful.
Well, yeah, failing to reclaim the symmetrical triangle increases likelihood of doing the same stuff to the downside, no?
Yeah. All right, what time is it? It is 1:49. Let's start scanning for leaks.
A thin order book can have the same effect to the upside, though, too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But
just
it's
not
thin
something
up
you
there.
want to. It's not just not something you want to get caught up in on leverage. You can get whipsawed.
This can easily go back up to 116, but at 116, there are some nice walls.
Yeah, top of the range is still top of the range. So
yeah. But like, we don't even need people to buy for price to go there. It just needs to just if people stop pressing sell, it'll go back up. Well, at least to 112, yeah.
It's funny, like a couple of years ago, I was like, yeah, like I stopped trading leverage on FOMC day. Like whenever there was an FOMC like meeting or press conference, I was like, I'm not going to trade leverage on that day. And then I realized it's like there's really no setup for me. Like specifically, like the type of stuff I look for, it doesn't really seem to ever happen on FOMC days.
it's gambling. You're
Yeah, I
gambling on
usually just fucking
emotions with
end up taking
leverage.
I've got other friends that are like, oh yeah, dude, we're gonna go at this. I'm like, are you gonna be in and out of a trade every 30 seconds? Because like that's how wild the swings get sometimes.
No, but if you prepared, like if you have, you know, levels identified in the chart that you want to trade, or whether it's a FOMC that happens or not, for me doesn't make any difference. Like, you know, if you want to buy 108, you want to buy 108. Whether we go down there because of FOMC or not, in my opinion, you should. I mean, I wouldn't skip the trade
Yeah,
because
but
there's an event.
like what Dbloc is saying with the thin order books. So what moves the price so rapidly is like if the order books are really thin, market orders. So like if someone has a limit order sitting at 108, it's different than like if somebody presses market buy at 108. You know what I mean? Like especially if they're working with some
Yeah,
size
but it's important to know that
or
there's an event
market
going
sell
on
as well. If
to
there's
try
no
to
books,
time him, I guess. But
One of those
if
days
there's
where
no
you
book,
can
someone has
be
a whale.
trading in the
Like,
right direction and still get liquidated because of the volatility.
yeah, exactly. Like if there's no books and a whale decides to market sell, it's just gonna rip to the downside. Until like some orders get picked up.
All right,
you,
give
you
me
know
one
it's going
second,
to be
guys. I'll
more
be right back.
volatile, so you can
Well,
adjust expecting more volatility. But it also means that you'll get more opportunities, right? Who knows? We might get a wick all the way at 100k. We might also just get the hell out of here to the upside, go straight to 1616. Maybe fail again.
I guess
Maybe not.
what I'm saying is it's like if you're looking at the books, and if there's nothing on the books, and there's like basically like you have to try to identify where the next area of people would want to be buying would be, and that's a gamble. If there's nothing that like actually, if there's no proof that there's actually buy orders there, like there's no way of knowing that people, when the price gets there, people are gonna press market buy. You know what I mean? But like there's no
Yeah.
way of knowing
You
before it
wanna
actually
you wanna
happens.
see the
Like,
reaction before getting in at the level you wanna trade, yeah?
yeah, like there's no predicting it before it actually happens, but then also like it's the effect is so instantaneous that it's hard to catch when like you can't catch it before it happens, but then after it happens, it feels like you're buying late. You know what I mean?
You know,
Because
these
the
last
effect it has is so instantaneous.
it's been more than a year where Powell really had was blamed for a directional change. It's been a while. FOMC didn't flip chart direction. Wasn't it last winter when Powell managed to create a bit of a down move after his meeting? Like, but then we've had like 3-4 meetings, and in the end, they don't show us swing points on the chart.
I don't know about a long-term pivot, but I do know that like for an hour or two leading up to the event, through the event, and then like for an hour or two afterwards, there's usually a lot of volatility. Maybe it's like
Yeah,
an hour before the event and like while the event's happening, and then an hour after. There's usually like a heavy amount of volatility that happens with like up and down within like a
but
couple of hours.
it's 108, right? It's a year ago when Bitcoin reached 108. We had the Powell meeting where Powell was bearish. Well, at least was he talked about recession and soft landing at the when Bitcoin was topped at 108, I think, and yeah, that brought it down to 90k and ultimately even to 75. Yeah. But you know, since then we've had many meetings and they've been less eventful than that one. Yeah. Maybe end of year meeting is more important than other meetings.
Yeah, I mean, those I don't remember every meeting. I really only remember the ones that are like the most important meetings of the year, and like usually the ones at the end of the year. It's like, oh, this is the last meeting for this year. You know, like the before the whole before the next year starts
Yeah.
fresh.
There's another one in December, no? Or no, there's not. Is this the last one in
No,
2025?
there should be one. I think there's two more. I don't know. There's at least one more. There should be one in December. I thought there was two more, but maybe there's not. Maybe there's only one after this.
There was even memes about Powell dumping crypto back then. That meeting I'm thinking about. People did memes with Powell and Bitcoin just taking a big dump during the event. But it recovered that dump, and I think we put a higher high before actually starting the corrective move, right? So these events, they had volatility, but like you said, might be a good idea to skip them because you already got a lower low or a higher high to trade either before or after. But looking at legacy, we're pricing in some good stuff, huh? Between Trump in Asia, tariffs with China, Powell, like all of that has been a bit priced in to the upside. And if anything disappoints, whether it's Powell, Trump, or I don't know, then yeah, legacy could continue its growth, but at a slower pace, right? Like at least come back down, fill some gaps. Bitcoin already filled the gaps left on Thursday. While we are nowhere near close filling even the gap from Monday, so even the Tuesday one isn't filled, so there's room to go down a bit on legacy, like 3-4% down. Yeah, you can end up in a red Thursday, red Friday on legacy. If it doesn't, then it just postpones for later, a bigger drop. My opinion. Yeah. But similar to what happened at 75 in the end. We were already downward when they also got bad news. And if you're already in an accumulation area when bad news hit, it seems like Bitcoin doesn't care and is able to continue accumulating there. Like the news effect is less. I don't know if that would work out this time though, because the sentiment is very different because of the 4-year cycle and what happened on the 10th too. On Bitcoin, it's a similar candle than the 90K drop we had a year ago. So on Bitcoin, it's so true, right? On Bitcoin, it's it could work on Bitcoin actually, but on these alts, it was sentiment-wise way different. But I should focus on Bitcoin, right? So on Bitcoin, I think it could play out a bit similar, yeah. Where we're seeing the legacy continue to rise, while crypto does nothing, is accumulating above 98K. And, if this continues eventually, it'll give us a price discovery in a blow-off top that will make legacy look like nothing. Maybe we won't catch up to NVIDIA. Yeah, maybe that's asking too much from crypto this cycle, but at least like a 30% move. Yeah. So what's the rate? Number should be out. All right, it's as expected. Right? Yeah. 25 cut. Big cells being roughly absorbed here. Yeah, high volume point that well, but price didn't drop. It's just slightly bearish candle. Not candle.
Slightly.
But it's like 60-40. 60% people hit market sell there, while 40% hit buy.
It says the Fed will halt balance sheet reduction on December 1st.
Yeah, 0.25 end of QT at the end of the month. Bing, bang, boom. Now let's deal with the sentiment until the press conference.
Oh wait, does that mean 1 month of downward?
Huh? Yeah, that's what quantitative easing is. They start to pump money to buy bonds.
Yeah, but why say you're gonna do it 1 month in advance though?
Prepare the market. Forward guidance, as they call it.
So we have a whole month to price in that before we actually see the result of their buys. Well, if I was about to buy, I wouldn't say it a month in advance. Yeah, they're gonna buy small cap stuff so it doesn't go bankrupt, I guess.
JR says, can they buy Bitcoin instead of bonds? Well, you know, the thing is that if you guys have been paying attention, the Fed added a third mandate this year. Right? One is full employment, and the other one is keeping the rates down. Their third mandate is yield curve control. Right? They've said it over and over and over. Going into the future, this will definitely be one of their pillars. And the only way to control the yield curve is to buy bonds. Buy bonds, price of bonds go up, yield goes down. Cheap bonds, high yields. Expensive bonds, cheap yields. Or low yields, I should say. Alright, so we have till 2:30. When the press conference start, we'll mute up on the Discord and we'll start we'll let the old man have his little victory lap.
Hey, is it true it's his last meeting?
The first, I think, is when I got to figure out when the next FOMC meeting is, because I know he doesn't get replaced until May.
Next May.
Yeah. But I have to
It's
check
in
the
May.
schedule.
Oh, okay. So it's not the last at all. Okay. Well, because someone said it might be his last meeting, but okay.
I don't think so.
Oh, bullish absorption, right? I mean, buys being absorbed. Price pulling back with people hitting market buy.
Next 30 minutes, the price action isn't going to mean a whole hell of a lot.
But it's the reaction to the rate. Not the timing lines up with the 4% news.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're going to get a lot of emotional sort of backplay until Powell gets on stage.
If we're ranging between 110 and 112, then the first attempt at breaking that range might be the false move, right? Or the liquidity grab before the reversal. So hopefully we dump first. Which is what's happening today. We dump.
I can't complain. I got what I wanted today.
You
Was
bet
like
CME dip?
Christmas. Yeah, yeah. Still have a little bit left in case we go for a sweep during the volatility.
It reclaims 112, and guess we can break out upward again. Or it can't, and currently it still can't. Then the question becomes 108.
Appreciate the kind words on the hoodie. One of my favorite hoodies. Forget sometimes that you guys can see everything on the damn camera.
I'm trying to imagine a bullish scenario for crypto, but bearish for legacy. Like, how could that happen? Can't Powell fed legacy, talk about soft landing, scare them off a bit, while actually saying stuff that would pump commodities?
Sean, the TLDR is 0.25 cut, end of QT on the 1st of December. So this is our last month of drawdown in the asset sheet. In the asset sheet. ETH, we need to get above that 50 EMA on the hourly. Right now we're struggling with the 200. Yeah, Sean, that's QE.
Oh, I know he could talk about banking sector about to collapse, and that's why he cut this meeting. That could pump crypto while dumping the markets.
QE will get announced, in my opinion, 1 or 2 FOMC meetings after. The end of QT comes, then you go through a pause, and then in the next meeting or the meeting after, they officially announce QE. Just because QT ends doesn't mean QE begins. But it's a start, and that money that was getting sucked out of the that money that was getting sucked out of the economy will be put back into the economy, even if it's not QE. So that's another 20 billion.
If they ask him the question, he'll likely answer that depending on data. He'll see if he starts QE.
I hope so, man. I hope he's very,
sooner.
very careful with how he answers shit today, and he doesn't let these reporters sort of troll him into some of his more snarky answers.
It seems likely they ask him that question, right? When is QE?
Yeah.
They'll probably ask him that question. And
they're gonna be like, so you announced the end of QT. When do you expect QE to begin? Yeah.
And if he says like in 6 months, that's not good. If he says, well, he'll be vague anyway. Right? He'll be like, well, it's data dependent. If we see no signs of inflation coming back because we are not selling anymore, then we will ease. But for right now, the economy is doing fine. There's no need to ease. But small caps are dying. They're getting delisted and going bankrupt, both on crypto and legacy.
Like your parents tell you that you're not punished anymore, and you're like, okay, so can I go to that party on Friday? Like, okay, look, chill.
Not yet.
Just chill.
Yeah, and then
Okay,
it's
you just got off of punishment.
yeah,
Relax.
the risk is too little, too late, right? If so, okay, you're cutting rates, you're doing quantitative easing, but shouldn't have you done this a year ago? According to Nasdaq and SPY, the answer is no. You're doing fine.
Basically.
But according to small caps, but they're suffering. Especially stuff like Atom, you know.
So Dbloc, it's the first time that I see your office. Man, that's a nice office.
Oh, it's appreciate you, bro.
The wall is very nice.
My little getaway. How much time do we got? Minutes.
After market close, there's some pretty big earnings. Meta, Google, and
earnings.
Microsoft, they all report after the bell too. I think Powell just deflects. He's just gonna be like, government shutdown, we're flying blind. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. He's just gonna be like, I can't say. Can't say with certainty. He's gonna
No,
be
he can't say
deflecting.
that because he decided to cut, right?
Yeah, but I guess future like in terms of what's happening in the last like couple months. The government shutdown's been a month, so the last month.
He knows very well that's not gonna end forever, right? So for him, it's just annoying stuff, but it's temporary.
Yeah, Tesla, this was my birthday weekend.
The
Good times,
uncertainty
good
comes
times.
more from tariffs still, right? Because it takes time for tariffs to impact the economy, slow it down, have less exchanges and all. Like it takes time for people to readjust. Inventories take also time to go down.
Yeah, I'll be streaming Powell, guys. And that's right, Crazy Train. I'm a meme, not an influencer.
It's the same with cuts. They take a lot of time to act. It's not like your mortgage is going to go down 25 basis points tomorrow morning.
Morning, Soto.
Oh, could the shutdown be a way to hide bad numbers so we get a blow off top? Because when you look on Forex Factory, it says government data may be impacted by the shutdown. Events are subject to delay, revisions, or cancellations. Or that's very reassuring about the current pump. Which at least slowed down Bitcoin's dump. Like that's what this legacy pump achieved. It slowed down Bitcoin's dump.
How will he do that?
You know, what Powell
And we'll keep an eye out for the man, the myth.
SPY's getting a little bit of a sell the news. It's holding.
Yeah, we really need them to hold whatever they're doing. Or we're gonna need, we're gonna need a crypto miracle, which can happen, but not the most likely, right? Especially after a failed breakout fake out. But people sold overall these last weeks, right? Like people just press sell for weeks. So things can happen.
Let's
I
go
think
190.
Longs got liquidated on the 10th anyway, most of them. Well, not on Bitcoin, but. And we've had a few weeks to rebuild longs.
There's some liquidation at 116, 117.
They're well protected though in the book, but yeah, I see that. They're protected. They're protected more than longs are. Like resistance is better defined than support. Like you see it in the book, like it's a clear sell wall between 116 and 117. Right? Well, when you look at support, you're like, okay, there's a buy at 110. There's a buy wall at 110. There's another one at 108. There's another one at 105. Like it's a bit more spread. Like and you don't even need to look at the book. Price action shows you that too, right? Like the resistance is clear at 106. It's like a neat double top, while support is much more messy. You have a wick down to 101, then you have a higher low at 105, and maybe now we'll get again a higher low at 108, or I don't know, or maybe it's even here. Well, yeah, if it doesn't go below 110 too much, we could just fill that order and then reverse back up to complete an inverted head and shoulder. And then it's about the size of this right shoulder compared to what happened on the left. I think that's a bit important for if it's going to be successful or not. You want a tiny right shoulder for the success rate to be a bit higher, I guess. So we got to do it like relatively quick. In 2 days, I'd say, in 1 or 2 days. I mean, today's candle should already start to look like a reversal candle, not a continuation candle like the current one. Because we had the topping candle on Monday, then Tuesday reversed, and today it's continuation down candle, tapping almost support at 110. Yeah.
Let the chart breathe, man. You gotta let the chart breathe.
Yeah. But yeah, we broke a few supports already, and we'll see if the next one holds. Or the current one.
Yo, yo.
Yeah. The chances aren't very
Pretty
big,
good.
Hoover. If they're already announcing the end of QT, it would be very strange to have them end QT and not cut on that same meeting.
So a third cut in December,
Yeah.
but only 25%. Yeah, okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I read the memo from FOMC, and they're talking about jobs risk being high.
Jobs are really bad. There's so many layoffs, bro.
Yeah, that's why this. I mean, they're justifying their cut, saying that the job mandate is at risk more than the price stability one. So that's why they cut. But they cut very little. 0.25% is a really small cut, right?
The chance of them not cutting are basically zero after those job numbers.
And then typical, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming data.
Yeah. One thing we won't hear him say for the first time is that they're fully committed to bringing it back to 2%. Numbers 3%.
He might skip
now.
that, no? Yeah, he might skip that part. No? Oh no, he won't. Of course, he won't.
I wonder how that would stir
It's in the
things
memo,
up again.
Dbloc.
No,
It's in the
they
statement.
already announced that. They announced that that's what the big news out of Jackson Hole was. That they were giving up on the 2% and
Okay,
going
I
to
didn't
the
know that.
3%. Yeah.
What does that do to?
Just
for
means
them?
we're closer to the goal. Right? They increase their chances of what they consider a soft landing by putting it at 3 instead of 2.
We have proof they are giving up
Wow.
that goal because they are already cutting while inflation is above 2%, right? So
Well,
that's
he said it out of his mouth too, so we don't need to.
Okay.
Legit came out and said it. Yeah.
Yeah, like he has to say that he doesn't give up because it would create a bad reaction from the markets, but in reality he cuts while inflation is still above 2%. It's even at 3, no? Did we get CPI at 3.1?
Yeah, I think what it is
that's 50% higher.
We'll hit his goal before he leaves by moving it to 3. At 2, he would have left without the goal being hit yet, in my opinion. So it's a bit of a legacy play as well. Like his.
How old is Powell? He wants to retire only when he manages something good.
He's pretty old. I mean, you got to remember, he first of all, these Fed chairs, their legacy is everything, right? And he was just coming off of that horrible COVID inflation is transitory statement. So being me, if it was me, I would want to clear that. You know what I mean? I would want to at least get things back to where they were.
People forgot how wrong he was during those meetings.
Oh, it was horrible, bro. Horrible.
He knew himself that he was wrong anyway, but he had no choice.
They all knew. They just had to say it.
Yeah.
They literally had to say it, or
Yo,
the economy was gonna go to shit.
Dbloc, Solana Seeker just posted. Every Seeker Genesis token holder can now claim their free .sol domain. Get yours before someone else snags it.
Nice. I already got a .skr. I wonder why they're doing the .skr and the .sol.
What's SKR?
You got a Seeker and you
Seeker.
Yeah, it's your .skr that puts everything right into your seed vault or whatever. But my Phantom wallet is imported into my. I just have to figure it out and see. .sol is better than .skr though.
Yeah.
You know, on that transitory statement, I wonder if Powell actually believed that because
No,
it was kind of I don't think he believed it because it was kind of a talking point that was put out by the Biden administration. Because if you go back to back then, they were all the Democrats were using that word.
That came from the Fed.
Yeah. It was like they
Not the other
told
way
them to
around.
say
The
it.
Democrats weren't saying it, and they made Powell say it. Powell said it, and they made everybody else say it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's another way to think about it.
It's psychology, right? It's psychology. Even if it's true, you can't say it basically because it would make it worse. Huh?
Yeah, kids will panic.
And another thing, I love your blocks on the bottom of the dominance.
Helps, right?
It's been very helpful, and I want to confirm because there's confusion on it that the red block means that shorts are being liquidated.
Yep. Means price is going
Thank
up.
you. Now, if anyone's listening that was saying otherwise earlier, you heard it out the man's mouth.
Hey guys, what's good?
Just chilling, brother.
Kind of late to the party.
Just in time. Man hasn't even got on stage yet.
Yeah, Marcus started reacting even before.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream it, man. I'll have Powell up on the screen when he comes on.
Does the Fed own foreign stocks, or is it just American stocks?
Yeah, they do.
They do. Oh,
But I don't believe it sits in their regular asset sheet. If I'm not mistaken.
this could pump my Indian ETF, maybe. You know, or Chinese.
Yeah, we're also on our uptick on M2, guys, today.
Yes, proof inflation is still there, right?
They starts our move up here.
More liquidity, but it represents the same value. But it's even less in gold, no? No, if you express it in gold. Yeah, there's less liquidity.
And it looks like we got an empty podium here.
Oh, he's late by 2 minutes. Maybe we can break support because of that.
Now they're just in the back pre-gaming with shots and champagne.
Did they mention QE ending?
Yeah, the QT ends in December 1st. All right, Powell's on, guys, so I'm going to mute up for a while and play this on YouTube.
Stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 0.25 percentage point to 3.75% to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in December. A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion. Far from it. Policy is not on a preset course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserve conditions. Signs have clearly emerged that we have reached that standard. In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered rates, and we have seen more notable pressures on selected dates, along with more use of our standing repo facility. In addition, the effective federal funds rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by $2.2 trillion. As a share of nominal GDP, our balance sheet has fallen from 35% to about 21%. In December, we'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet, and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Now's when reporters come in and
Nick
screw
Timrose
this
of the
all
Wall
up.
Street Journal. Chair Powell, are you uncomfortable
Nick
with how market
Timrose,
pricing
that's Nick the
has
Snitch.
assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned, a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have, strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And, we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough insurance? Are you looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook, or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and waited to gather more information?
So the way I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market, and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. So in that sense, it was a risk management. And I would say the same about today, sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
Claire. I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you for taking this question. We've just heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. You know, I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. You can't address both of those at once. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other, and they also have different levels of risk aversion. And you know, some will be more averse to inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views, and they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that, you know, that we haven't made a decision about December. You know, I always say that. It's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But this is, I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
You know, that could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, you know, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, you know, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said for a long time now is that when we feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue to decline from that point forward as non-reserve liabilities grow. So this happened. Some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really, in the last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, you know, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very, very slow pace now. We've reduced it by half twice, and so there's not a lot of benefit to be holding on to get the last few dollars, because, you know, again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, you know, there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be, you know, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, you know, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second-round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, you know, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we do have, you know, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get, you know, job openings. And we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the beige book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market. And, you know, the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December? Yeah.
So, you know, we get like I mentioned, what we get in the labor area, we get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the beige book again. I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or a material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's, the meeting's like 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving. But we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had two.
We've got John. What would the dissent be at the Bank of England today if they had the same cards? There'd be visible back and forth.
The hell?
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had two dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clear.
For customers like Jack, great experiences aren't built with your best guess. They're
really cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point where I said what I said.
And just to follow up on the balance sheet, if you stop at the runoff now, does that mean you have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what. In the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet be right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities. And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
So the September CPI report, we didn't get PPI after that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation, but we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that, if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal. So that we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further, but it is that it will be a one-time increase. And we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say the first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Services inflation, yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And overall, that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just, we think policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. And so that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market is because the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
Guys, when I said there was going to be volatility,
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press.
We talked
so
about
there's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles. How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world, and big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal.
The reporters are short.
I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this is an area or there's going to be a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly interest sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the beige book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material were happening, if there were material developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard.
Just in case you guys wanted to know where to get your trendy clips from. Come on with this bullshit. Nah, me and Brave Browser got into a fight.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had 2 dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of...
some pretty big layoff announcements coming from Amazon and others. Wondering if that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, to the detriment of employment. And secondly, some of the stress is starting to appear in the bottom spur of the K, as they call it, household health premiums that are going to possibly be going up quite substantially, things like that. Has that started to become a factor in your policy discussion?
So those are both things, that we're watching very, very, very carefully. To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much hiring or actually doing layoffs, and much of the time they're talking about AI and what it can do. So we're watching that very carefully, and yes, it could absolutely have implications for job creation. We don't really see it in the initial claims data yet. Now, it's not a surprise that we don't. It takes some time for it to get in there, but we're watching that really carefully. But again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say the same thing or similar thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of, big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower cost products, but that at the top people are spending at the higher income and wealth, and so much anecdotal data on that, and so we think there's something there.
Edward.
Thank you. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction in rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, you said far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table
Oh my God, cut
for
this guy's
December
mic off.
because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data as the reason December is not a foregone conclusion, what other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspectives of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points and that we're down into, you're into that range between 3 and 4 where many estimates of the neutral rate live in that 3 to 4% area. You're there now. You're above the median number for the committee, but I think there are people on the committee who have higher estimates of the neutral rate, and that's you can argue these positions since it can't be directly observed, the neutral rate. So, I think for some part of the committee, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether in fact the growth that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, again, we've cut 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there was a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say differing views, strongly differing views.
So on that division, then, you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it employment risk? Or is there a deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues, and so we're at a place now where we have in fact cut 2 more times. And we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2 things affecting the job market.
Reporters are trying to kill us.
One of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers. And that's 2 things. That's declining labor force participation, which is a cyclical thing. And then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last administration, and it has been accelerated now. So a big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers is going down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply, I think, and many people think. So the question then is, what does the our tool do, which supports demand, and and I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to 0. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, if you're creating 0 jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last two meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates. And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're...
We make a pair of pants that you can literally do anything in.
Getting dressed shouldn't be complicated.
So that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. Though it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects. But if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently in February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think, some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory, this is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because, you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, and it's nice that, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael McKee
You
from
should be
Bloomberg
wrapping up
Television and
here
Radio.
soon.
Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this
Oh
point?
my God, what are these questions?
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong.
Just ask them, should I
it's
sell
not our
my
job to
NVIDIA?
do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable and whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, households are in good shape financially, relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not. It's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI of the data center story. I think people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about. It's not about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring. And that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. And of course, we also have to be careful about this, which is what we've been doing, because we know where inflation is, and we know that, I've told you the story. It's a complicated story, but this is the best assessment that we can make. Because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation, that's why we're going. That's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different in the sense that the companies that are so highly valued actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. The investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI, it's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, is much bigger than that, and has been growing, and has defied a lot of, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher end consumers, or may be skewed that way, but the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI. You could point to growth. I mean, actually, growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part of the economy.
And why do you think that the labor market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why has it slowed so much? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very, very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs, because there isn't this flow into the pool of labor that where people need jobs, because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply of workers showing up for jobs. In addition, demand has also gone down, and so has labor force participation has declined, which is more of a sign, in this case, of demand as well as trend. So I think you're seeing some softening. The economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course that will reverse. But, you still got the economy growing at a moderate pace.
Andrew.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. It'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, if you really aren't getting information you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument that, you slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue, I'm not sure where this argument will come up, but you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't really changed. But you might not know that, you know. So I don't know whether we'll face this or not. I hope we don't. I hope by the time of the December meeting we're getting, you know, a better flow of data. But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years ago you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And of course, there's been much capital added since then. I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're, you know, where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
What just happened to his volume?
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor market?
So we do not see the weakness, as you put it, the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, you know, the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims, are reported at the state level, and we still get those, and we can accumulate them and get the national number. And there's really, I mean, no story. You can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part of the economy is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that.
This is where I would come out from backstage and say, my grandpa needs a nap now.
Big companies
That's it
making
for the
announcements
questions.
of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they don't need a bigger head count. So you see those kinds of things. You don't see it in the aggregate numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up, but job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are unemployed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular section of the labor market that you're particularly?
So we can't, our tools don't allow us to target any demographic or any income level and that kind of thing. I do think that people, you know,
This should be done soon. It's got to be close to the last question.
If you have a long period of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and you know, lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And you know, we're not at that place right now. But so, yeah, you know, I mean, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do.
There's over 300
for the
people in
public.
here and
It's
only
also part of our
66
job.
likes, guys.
It
You
is
guys
half of our
can
job.
hit that like
But
button
it
and
is
let YouTube
absolutely
know
the best thing we can do
that they
for
should
people.
bring some more people in here. That would
along
be
with
great.
keeping prices stable. Those two things. I mean, inflation also hurts people on fixed incomes more than other people.
Hi, Chair Powell. Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of February. I'm wondering if you can give us a timeline for when the board will consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way the law works is we have a reappointment process every 5 years for all of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that process, and we're going to complete it in a timely way. And that's really all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel. Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. You've now had dissents in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had dissents going in both directions, and you've just mentioned there's strong disagreement over the future path of rate cuts. Have these disagreements complicated your role presiding over the FOMC meetings? And if so, how?
I wouldn't say that, no. I think you have to take what comes. And what comes right now is, pretty challenging situation where we have, first of all, we have 4.3% unemployment. We have an economy that's growing close to 2%. So, overall, it's a good picture. It's a good picture. But in terms of our policy, we have upside risks to inflation, downside risks to employment, and this is a very difficult thing for a central bank because, one of those calls for rates to be lower, one calls for rates to be higher. We can't do both, so we have to balance the two. And so it's a challenging thing, and, as we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. That makes a lot of sense to me. All of these people are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people, but they have different views on what that is. And, it's an honor to work among people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this, and I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle with the labor market in a good place and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under, quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
We'll go to Jennifer for the last question. Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance.
Be nice, Jennifer.
Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Is it a warning sign?
So, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit, automobile credet.
Just sounds like 2008 all over again.
Significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books of banks. We're looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention. I don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions. But we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully and making sure that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
With Wix, continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong. In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But you would see it if you saw a material correction in spending, but it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it would, dollar for dollar stop consumption.
You guys are down bad. You've just been staring at Powell too long. Oh, good job, Jen. Way to close it out. Way to throw in that last question, like, hey, by the way, on my way out, aren't poor people screwed? Jesus, Jen. All right, round of applause. We got what we wanted. Well, I got what I wanted. And we got the nice little added measure of, if I'm not mistaken, let's go look at FedWatch. The percentage for the cut in December's got to be super low right now. Which means that it's not priced in, which means... Anybody? Means there's plenty left to price in. If you're sitting at 99% chance of a cut in December, then it's already priced into the market. Way more room to go up. Let people get emotional. All right, let me unmute Discord. All right, Discord, you guys fall asleep? I know that was rough.
Any hot reactions to the meeting?
Nah, it was good. We got what we wanted.
What's on your mind?
0.25. Well, the reporters were definitely short. That I can promise you. I say 90% of those reporters were heavy short. That one bald guy, that one bald guy tried to kill us, bro. He tried to take us out.
They're getting really squeezed on legacy. If you were short,
Nah, the level of desperation. The guy at the end was basically like, "Hey, look, equities are at an all-time high. Bubble? Huh? No bubble? What do you think?"
Yeah, he answered saying, "You can't compare this to .com bubble." Like they're talking.
What I think is hilarious is, at the same time that we're talking about the AI bubble, we're confused about massive layoffs. Like, put 2 and 2 together, guys.
Well, the reporter made him say that equities were going to increase in price with the cuts.
Yeah, it wasn't bad overall. I think he held it down. There's a couple of times that he slipped where it was like, all right, you didn't have to say that. Like when he went on and on about the governors fighting for a pause, thinking it was time to pause. I was like, all right, you said it once, you said it twice. Like now you're just, now you're overly.
We used the word hope a few times. We hope. Like we hope the government reopens so we get data. We hope inflation keeps under control. We hope labor market stays strong. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but almost. Also, he used the end of cycle, and I'm not sure which cycle he's referring to.
Whichever one fits, whatever you're invested in, he was talking about you.
Yeah. We got the question about the next rate cut, of course. His answer was, well, we'll see. It depends if the government reopens, if that is good, blah, blah, blah. Nobody mentioned crypto this time. Last meeting, we had a mention of crypto, but it was going up, right? So people were hyped about it. Right now, it's going, well, it's crashing, going sideways, trying to create an uptrend, but kind of
Alright, so order book is back to normal. Guys, if this was your first FOMC, when we talked about the order book being thin and being careful with leverage and being wiped out, even if you were trading in the right direction, this is what we're talking about. This is what a thin order book does.
Yeah, but the 21st was more volatile, or even, I mean, no, honestly.
Nah, this was, I mean, as far as FOMC meetings go, this wasn't bad. We've seen like crazy swings on FOMCs before.
Yeah, we went down 2% and came back to about 2/3 of that down movement.
But wait, Dbloc, if the gap was going to get filled or come back to get the gap, why does it matter that it's thin?
What do you mean?
Well, I was going for the gap to be filled, right? To go down and get the gap, the
CME
CME
gap?
gap,
Yeah,
right?
but we got
Yeah.
that before the meeting.
Yeah, and it didn't stop there like
Yeah,
anticipated.
we got that before the meeting, and then it flushed down to 108.9 during the meeting, but then immediately ate itself back up. So at this point, when the meeting started, the order book was completely empty, which means any bad thing that he said that made somebody market sell would rip you through the order book, right? But then that
Yeah,
got
okay.
filled.
That makes sense.
Yeah, market maker filled the order book on the way down, right? You see it's all vectors, right? So it's all longs or a bunch of asks basically in the book that he set. Paid himself back. Now we're right back to where we started, but we have the liquidity that was created from that move to deal with underneath us.
Roger that. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, order flow remains bearish, like it's been in the last 3 weeks. Like this meeting didn't change much about anything about that. The difference though is the stock market got a rejection. So you know the Bitcoin's dump like 2-3% down, while at least the stock market became red, but it's green again.
We've got to deal with about an hour of people reacting here. So Twitter is going to control the price for the next hour, in my opinion. People that were too lazy to watch the meeting, they'll go to Twitter. Their favorite talking heads are going to tell them what was horrible about it. Their favorite bears are going to tell them why it's over.
Azusi, I was confused about the end of the cycle comment too. I was looking around the room. I'm like, what cycle are we talking about that's ending?
He's always talking about legacy. Unless he's specific, he's talking about the stock exchange.
But I mean, couldn't he also mean in different sectors of this of legacy, right? Because there's certain cycles that are going to continue while others like completely flatline.
I think when it's a blanket statement like that, he's just talking about the indices.
General, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we had our V shape. We're looking for our right side here. Liquidations run out at about 110. That would be an SR flip from our first rejection here. Yeah, when we say legacy, we're talking about, you know, the original stock market. Right? We're over here on crypto now. So we've got a parallel system running for the most part until we invited the wolves in. But yeah, that would make the stock market our legacy system. The old status quo.
Somebody said it's legacy is the one from a crypto perspective, the uninitiated, or the ones that haven't been assimilated.
Good East. Same sort of deal. Came down underneath. Look at that. We talked about earlier about ETH coming back to this uptrend. Let me put it on bigger time frame.
Is it just me, or does it look like it held up really well with that latest volatility? Or at least some alts held up really well.
Same deal on ETH. Looking for either a higher low. Nice stopping volume candle on the 5-minute for ETH. Bullish engulfing. That would have been your entry trigger if you were scalping the fallen knife. With these licks. Let's go see what the order book looks
I'm having trouble seeing your chart because you're full and I'm on gloomies and it says, is he not working or something? It's just spinning on him now.
on the YouTube.
Yeah, I'll be over there. All right, good to go.
What do we got underneath us here?
Wow, we're coming down.
426 Bitcoin at 111.3.
They were gonna do that. Charts.
Man, I love what Dom just did, though. That was beautiful.
I got into ETH at 38.66.
A little sound of the market real quick.
I need that to hold.
Active.
Do you think I have a chance to hold 38.66 on ETH?
I don't know. We're looking for a higher low on ETH right now, so
Is that lower than that?
you have a chart open?
Go look.
You don't even have a chart open, do you?
I'm opening it now.
Yeah, that would be
It's
a higher
38,
low. Slightly.
38, 36 was what he came down to on that speech. 38, 36, 38,
I think that
66, yeah.
he was a nice second bottom.
38, 36.
I don't know.
So you're
I'm
looking to
sitting
go.
waiting. I don't know what to do here. I'm just waiting this out. I don't know what's going to happen. This is crazy.
Me too, because
Sidelines
my
is in a
entries.
bad place for FOMC, guys. We say it all the time. Just let the dust settle.
Roger.
I feel like my entry is okay, so I'll see.
Waiting is missing out.
38, 36.
Bro, you say 38, 36 one more time, you matter. You sound like the 6'7" kid. 6'7"? 6'7"?
Well, you said a lower high, so you're talking lower than that. It's kind of broad, although, I mean, trying to get an idea.
I mean, but if it, I mean, W here, right? Like, it's a goofy looking W, but maybe I'll take it.
You need volume to pick up on the right side.
Yep.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He was going to finish his speech and we're going to come back down. Or his meeting. But I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
that's right. Doji, WM, MW, WM.
Told you guys for the next hour you're dealing with the market's emotions. Don't kill yourself trying to figure this out. Yeah, I know Sinlos. We were talking about it the other day when we were going up, and all the bears were quiet. Guys, we created plenty of liquidity underneath us when we drop. Chances are they go get that.
Yeah. All right. I'll play it like that. Stop loss.
Nah, I haven't, Serbo. I've seen some live streams though. Looks sick.
What do you, can you look at this Sui?
Give me 1 second, man. We're trying to figure out
It's
what's
been
going on here
acting.
on Bitcoin.
Alright.
Nothing's gonna matter anywhere else until we figure out if this is gonna recover or if it's gonna go take that liquidity. Battlefield is where I started. I just don't like the mechanics of the game lately. I haven't played the new one though.
My son was playing Battle Royale mode last night, and all I can hear is screaming and yelling and excitement coming out of his room, so apparently it's fun.
Nah, I've seen tons of people live stream it. But I've never played it.
I had to poke my head in there. It's like, what are you doing in here? It sounds like the freaking floor is falling through. So I watched a few minutes of him playing. It looks really good, man. It almost looks like a movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always a good move to de-risk on FOMC, guys. Nice, good shit, it's not. In and out, bang, bang.
You know that the end of the world is coming when people are spending more time online arguing over if Call of Duty or Battlefield 4 is better when our government shut down.
But he got no time for that.
Priorities,
got
man.
Lives to live over here. As long as that Call of Duty server isn't shut down.
There you go. Not
He's
subsidized,
fine.
right?
No. Yeah, Leo, that's a fact. Easier said than done, but yeah. Now, if we take a look at the macro, where is my macro chart? Yeah, we don't want any weekly closes underneath that. The bottom of our red box here. Need to find my other chart though. Give me a second. I'll find it off screen. You're right for that.
Back. So in the end, Eve came back down to the retest of its angular breakout, giving you a better entry at a long than the breakout play in the end. Yeah, that's always funny, right? Instead of taking the breakout at 4K, well, a bit lower, 39.50, but we got a retest of that at downward angular. Still trading above it, right? ETH is not inside its triangle because too much time has passed. Like yeah. It would need to drop below 37.50. But there's been a nice reaction down there during FOMC. Now that's a week we kind of left there. during an event. So I guess it's kind of likely that we revisit it as long as we are below the previous low. And currently we are unable to reclaim 39.30. But it's almost there, but it's below. But I guess as long as we're below that, I don't really have too many reasons to be very bullish. But I'm holding ETH from 3,500 still. Yeah, 3,570. Yeah. And it's just a high low again, huh? When you zoom out a bit on a 4-hour chart, well, potentially this is a fourth high low.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's going to hang out here for a while.
Nasdaq is about to go back in price discovery. I mean, hopefully markets close before that happens while Bitcoin is still headed down, because I'm slow. Powell said it, slow down, slow down. He said it 10 times during the meeting. He said, slow down. We need to be cautious. Well, that's for the. He used the word slow down at least five
I don't even care
times.
what it is. I think
Yeah, I
Powell's,
agree.
he has conflict of interest too sometimes.
Well,
Well,
the Drew
his interest
indicator just
is.
kicked in. I'm buying.
I agree
Dump,
with.
dump it.
It's the impact on crypto is not there anymore. Bitcoin would have gone down without this FOMC meeting too. Maybe a bit slower, but actually no. You know what? It's quite the opposite. I think we would have gone down faster if it wasn't for expectations of a save from FOMC. FOMC saved Bitcoin from going straight down to break the opposite side of the triangle.
Yeah, I'm just having fun playing some high risk plays right now, low caps.
The only reason why people didn't heavily short or sell it when we broke 112 is because people wanted to wait for FOMC. And well, now it already broke down, so there's less meat in that trade, you know. I think this event might have saved Bitcoin from going below 103 for sure, even maybe below 101. I mean, at least below 108. Yeah,
It's still in a safe zone though. I mean, I think anything above 103 is pretty safe on Bitcoin.
In the end, my right shoulder idea is breaking down too, because we went lower than 1095, but 109, I guess, is $500 lower. It's not like it's not too far from 1095, right? But there's not gonna be a tiny right shoulder. That's that battle was lost at 112. We couldn't hold the hourly average nor the 4-hour. Well, even the 15-minute is resistance now. The daily isn't too far now. Huh? We almost tapped the daily 200 EMA. It's at 108.
I mean, personally, I hope we pump, you know, because I'm in a position now, but I still
Let's
think
go.
Bitcoin,
Let's
I
go.
still
Let's
think
pump.
Bitcoin might drop a little bit.
Powell said the same stuff. He used the word hope many times.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Yeah, but the context, you know, I can manipulate the context and make you think that Powell
That could be
hopes this
bearish.
goes.
It's weird when he does that though, because interest rates he has somewhat control over. Inflation he has somewhat control over. He has no control over the government shutdown. So when he says we hope the government opens back up, that's legit. But because he has no control over it. But when he says we hope interest, you know, we can, you know, I'm just like, it's weird how he uses it.
He said we hope our tools have effect, right? I think that's what he said, and I've had this argument with you guys a lot, where I told you, like, I don't think these tools have really as much effect as we think they have anyway. Like, they often come late, and they often don't work in history.
Well, I mean, dude,
Uh,
like, I'm not a huge supporter of him, but I gotta give him some credit because the way it was heading post-COVID, like, you can't really look at it that way. You got to look at it like how bad would it have been if the tools weren't used.
Well, they immediately dropped rates to zero. They held the dip and slowed down the bleed during COVID. Yeah, that was well managed. But then it created inflation. So I don't, long term, we'll see if it was really well managed. It depends how long the next
Well,
crisis is going to be, because we're going to blame it on COVID, and
I know,
whatever happens next, it'll be blamed on the Fed's handling of COVID.
but we only have a couple periods in history, and only one in my lifetime, which is the Carter administration. And I was a child, so I didn't really understand what my parents are going through. But dude, that was pretty bad. Like, gas lines and going on at the same time with inflation. So that's our gauge. Like, I'm not saying inflation's bad. A lot of people are suffering with price increases and everything, but it's not like completely like Armageddon.
If inflation is really under control at 3%, then yeah, I guess he did a good job, and it looks like it's the case. We'll see if it ends up being a decade of high inflation. It's already been 5 years, right? So since COVID, even 6 now. There's only 3-4 years left of inflation, in my opinion. Like we're more than halfway through that inflation cycle. Time is passing. Huh? Like the 1980s, high inflation, it just stayed there for 10 years, not 100 years, right? So it's gonna
Yeah,
end.
I just hope we don't go screaming the other direction because deflation is just as bad.
But you'll have a 20-year long bear market, yeah, where things will stay below AI all-time high for 20 years. It's what's happening to China. It's still below 2000 FOMO levels. It's what's happening to a few countries, yeah. At least on the stock market. I don't know about other stuff. He said end of cycle. That bugged me really.
I'm still looking around the room going, I know what Dbloc, I know, and Dbloc's right. He is talking about. It's just weird how he says that when you have a point of view coming from a crypto person, right? Because you don't think like he's not thinking that, but we are. So you have to take a step back and go, okay, wait, what's the terminology here?
I didn't understand which cycle he was referring to, like the liquidity cycle, which cycle? Liquidity
Well, I
cycle
mean,
is the crypto
I'm on.
cycle. It's the same
Yeah, well,
stuff.
I'm with Dbloc. I think he's just talking about
I
maybe
wasn't there. What did he say? I was
he's
eating.
just talking about legacy stock market, all the markets related to the legacy market.
Well, Legacy
I
also
mean,
has
there's
a
so many,
cycle.
right? You could say Dow, you could say S&P, you could say Nasdaq. I just say market because I don't really want to name them all off.
Every crypto bear market has a downturn in the stock market too.
Yeah, but it has some crazy pumps during them too that are come out of nowhere. Like Sinlo said, it'll surprise people. The last pump will like totally like shock people. I think that's what he was saying. We could be headed towards a bear market, but we get that last final pump that it just comes out of nowhere.
That's
Which is
happening. That's happening in Legacy, but in crypto, they managed to at least postpone it, or maybe even prevent it from happening by selling 10% of market cap. By reducing market cap by 10%, they kind of they threw enough doubt to start a chain reaction a bit. It's
dude,
sleeping for now.
I've been watching some markets because I'm trying to buy property in Montana or Wyoming, and I've been watching the battles for people reducing their homes. This is starting to accelerate, man. I've been watching a home that was like 1.7 million or whatever, and it was dropped to 1.5 and within a week, and then now it's down to 1.1, and it's not, nothing's changed in the house itself. So I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna get the real estate crash sooner than we thought.
That's just one example of a house that was probably crazily overpriced, and he
But a
came back
lot of
to
them are that
reason.
way, man. A lot of them are doing that. They're like fighting those higher end homes. And they're not like rich people. I mean, like to say a house like 1.5 million is nothing today. That's an average like home. Like, slightly above average
What?
home or whatever. Oh
It's
yeah.
it's not
Dude, there's
nothing.
tiny little
Wow.
homes in Seattle being tiny little homes, like 1,200 square foot homes in Seattle being sold for like 1.25 million. And they're like on the edge. They're not in the city. They're like, going towards suburbia, I guess.
But Singapore, London, Paris, New York, these are all like very expensive cities if you live in the city center. But still, like for a suburb house, 1.7 million seems a lot to me.
It's not. It's really not, man. It's unfortunate. That's why everybody's freaking out because homes are not affordable.
You are in a whole different world, buddy.
Hey, Mr. Ghetto player over there, you're an exception to the rule.
But you said your house gained a lot of value in too, so I guess you're not really an exception.
Dude, it's 3x, and I know Emad's house has gained in value too.
But more proportionally, even. Yeah.
Oh, way more than a 3x.
Anyway, these are just examples. Powell mentioned housing markets, and I don't think he. What did he say about housing? He mentioned it at one point.
Dude, for $1 million, I could be living in the house that the richest person in the damn city lives in over here.
I mean, I could sell my house now, and I could go buy a property in Montana, and I would basically get the
Matter of
same
fact,
house,
I'm
but
going to
I would
show you.
get, but I would get, I would get maybe 10x the amount of acreage.
Oh, the garden would be much bigger, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what I would do with all that because I'm not really an outdoorsy person. When you slept on the ground in the military for 8 years or whatever, the outdoors don't seem so attractive. But I'm just saying, like having that buffer around you is nice.
It's a lot of grass to mow.
Yeah, and then like there's like these rules with like wildlife and stuff and hunting, and there's these rules where they allow, because you own so much land, you have to allow hunters to cross on your land. I don't know if man, I'm that old grumpy guy who's like, get off my lawn. But I guess the point I was making though is it's like, yeah, I know it's anecdotal because I'm only looking in one area, but then I'm reading articles about competition and lowering prices to meet market demand. Some people are feeling like the bubble is about to burst, so they're trying to dump their house quick before it does. And I don't know, like how it works, Susie. If it freaking people, it cascades, right?
Well, yeah, Bitcoin just shows us that, right? Failed to hold, swing failure pattern, failed to hold 116, attempt to go back up, put a lower high, lose first time support, backtested as resistance at 113.8, lose again support, backtest 112 as resistance, and now we're down at 109, and golden, I guess we can fib a bit differently, maybe try to make like a golden lineup with a cross there, or yeah, 108. Once you lose 100, once you're back inside the triangle, there's only a bit bigger time frame support that can hold it. And well, maybe it's being front run at 109, maybe not. I don't know. But like if you didn't long during the meeting, I would wait for exploring that meeting wick, or at least while reclaiming 112. That's a bit late to long, but that's confirmation. A reversal of this double top at 116 is beginning. Because to fight a double top at 116, you need the same opposite structure to make it even. So you need a double bottom at 104. And at that point, you're close enough to put to repeg contracts that depegged and make everybody even on how low they can buy Bitcoin. Some people are long from 102. Price never went there. We're still hanging around a bit below CME cap. Huh? That battle has been lost, but if there's a change in order flow with like a Trump announcement, or I don't know, we need a crypto event to bring attention to crypto. With Legacy having pumped this much, it's not a bad time to try and make people look at crypto. Maybe some commercials. I don't know. Yeah. I like how ETH holded 3820. Like that's not a random number. Yeah, that's it's holding the end of September low. Wait, did how did Bitcoin? Stock market closed around open in the end, a bit higher on Nasdaq, but pretty flat on SPY. With 1, 2, 3 gaps to fill on the way down. While we're already trading below the only gap we have. Well, the next one is at 92. There are some nice move on some also though. You know, holding support and bouncing back up to even put higher highs. Yeah, that QT ending confirmation might have had an effect on some alts. Because Bitcoin dominance is red today. And it's not ETH. It's not ETH getting the love from Bitcoin dominance drop. So I'm not sure where it's going, honestly, because yeah, ETH BTC is flat. Yeah, ETH BTC didn't move. It's just ETH is just following Bitcoin today, but it's even going a little bit lower. So wait, how come dominance be down 0.5% if it's not ETH? Did BNB pump like hell today? There's a big cap that pumped. It's not Trump. Trump isn't big enough. It's up 5%. Oh. You know, BNB XRP, they're just not in my watch list. I should add them, I guess. But it's neither of them. Yeah, maybe it's the sum of smaller mid caps then. Oh, USDT gapped up from, but that's only $1 billion. Okay, but it's not stable coins either, explaining that. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's some good tools to know where Bitcoin dominance went, but I failed to see it right now.
All right, I'm back, y'all. All right, so next thing on the board is earnings. What time do they come out? Oh shit.
We need inflation back for Bitcoin to have a reason to pump. Hey, Dbloc, do you know why dominance is down today? Because if it's not going into ETH, BNB, then where is it going? No, I checked. No.
All of them?
Yeah, I checked USDC, USDT. I didn't look at USDE, but that's kind of small.
USD1, baby.
That's under
All right,
1
let's
billion.
hope we get some good numbers here, guys. Last thing we want to do is miss earnings.
USD1 is not under 1 billion. You see, I would put that in the equation too.
No, I don't know, but I it's a new. I mean, I don't know about USD1, so it's probably. I assumed it's a new.
It's gonna be the coin that takes over the world, man.
Yeah, well,
I'm looking through them
when
now.
I type in USD1, I can't find a chart, so for now it's not taking the world. Market cap USD1.
2.9 billion.
Okay.
About almost
2.9.
3 billion.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, but maybe that's up. Look, at least that pumped from. Well, it still doesn't explain 0.5% dominance. Others pump. Well, a little bit.
All right,
Yeah,
what did we get?
Ardos has a green candle today.
Oh wow, they came. Estimate was 2.2. They're at 99.9. Interesting.
So did they miss or did they wait?
Nah, way
Estimate
over.
was. So they managed to make money with AI now?
Just like everybody else. And they also had some layoffs. People don't realize that layoffs are pretty good for earnings.
It depends who you lay off, I guess. They should lay me off, honestly. I'm not very profitable right now for my company.
Damn, Zeus, you blowing up your own spot.
Yeah, I have no issues with that.
Well, if they fire you, do you get a package, like a nice package when you leave? No?
Well, maybe, I don't know. It's hard to get anything, yeah. Well, it depends how much they want to get rid of me. And right now, they don't want to get rid of me, fortunately. But I'm searching for a job. Yeah, others has a green candle. I think that can explain the dominance drop. It's skipping everything, going directly into small caps. While Bitcoin is red, while ETH is red, others is green today. That's the end of the cycle, like Powell says, or I don't know. It's just one daily candle. Below the 200 MA, below everything. Not really significant. You know, Dbloc, at this point, we need bad earnings. We need bad news for crypto to pump. Because it's not being affected by good news. So let's have bad news. Maybe that'll work. A bit like banking crisis, right? Like, oh, something.
My natural gas position is slowly bubbling. Had a really nice gap up today. Like really nice.
Is there anything not going up on Legacy that could be a good buy?
Most of Legacy looks like a good buy. I mean, I don't mean like goodbye like a goodbye. I mean like goodbye like goodbye. Like it's about to go bye-bye. It's hot, man. I can't touch the stove when it's hot.
Yeah, I looked a bit this morning.
What we look for is asymmetric bets, which is why we're sitting in crypto. Well, why I'm sitting in crypto.
Azure and Microsoft had a big internet outage again.
It's still pumped. I guess that's good news.
We need to cut the cord, man.
Amazon Web
way
Service.
Too much control.
AWS had another crash today.
Yeah.
Good news.
We
Bearish
gapped
news
up
have
to
bullish
that magic
effect.
move, man. That's beautiful. I don't blame you for selling gas, though. It looked kind of weak there. I'm not going to lie. That double top.
You think the EU deciding to not to buy gas from Russia after 2028 is what brings a bullish pressure on that chart? Like, why that gap up?
Natural gas is
political?
Different. We've got plenty of natural gas in the country. Natural gas
But this is
for
the
heating and for stoves and shit.
This is the spot price, right? It's not a company.
Yeah.
Be like the frack. Trump is a fracker.
Freaking frack.
I thought he wanted cheap energy, not expensive energy. Pumping gas isn't good for his political goals. Like, this just means it's gonna cost you more to heat this summer, this winter.
Going into the winter. Natural. I talked about this play when I got into it. I don't talk about natural gas because nobody cares. It's like, honestly, the only reason anybody cared about gold and silver is because I made like a huge deal about it. But at least in this channel. But natural gas is just boring. The old widowmaker, but it's seasonal, right? So like, you usually know that going into
winter,
into the winter times, you know, March, April, August.
Winter for the
right?
States.
This was the October dip. Oh look, right around my birthday, actually, October 24th.
But isn't it in 22 you bought natural gas? Oh, I forgot.
This was way back. Yeah, I had a longer natural gas position. I'll show you.
I remember that one, yeah.
I think it's on this chart.
We're buying a nuclear also. I think, well, energy crisis, so anything energy related.
Yeah. Is it on this one? Momentum.
Oh, yeah, I got my answer. It's others pumping that made dominance go down today. It's not ETH. Not BNB, not the big caps. It's the small shit coins.
Yeah, baby.
Others. That's cool, I guess. I mean, well, it's mainly Trump then, no? Freaking Trump being up 20%.
Yeah. Forget it. I can't find it. But yeah, that was last season.
Maybe he blackmailed the Japanese prime minister into buying his own coin?
We need to leave Japan alone right now. All right, let's go up on bigger time frame here.
Come on, Sui, just a tiny bit more.
And W pattern is here. We cleared that liquidity that we made from that volatility. Now we just need to break above 111.3, and then, well, more important is 111.7. A SR flip right there.
Well, 112 even. Bukowski says nothing about quadruple bottoms. I think that's what we're looking at on some coins.
Yo, chill, bro. If she hears you, you're not gonna be allowed to play with us no more. Man said my wife has a quadruple bottom. The crypto Cypher does not endorse that message. If you're listening, Miss Spotted Dips, that was all your man.
She said she got some yams.
$2018 was some sort of quadruple bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, yeah, even
It's just a double bottom. Quadruple bottoms, triple bottoms, quintuple bottoms. They're just double bottoms.
Yeah, just a descending triangle in the end now. Yep. Descending triangle with
You're
higher
at that point, you're in a serious range.
downside.
So you're waiting for a liquidity sweep, anyways. You've been ranging that hard.
Yeah, but there are still buys at that level for the 4th time. So
Yeah, but every time you come down, there's also going to be more longs underneath.
yeah,
but for me,
they
it's not a
can't get,
weakness thing. You know, like people are like, oh, if something touches 3 times and 4 times, and it gets weaker and weaker. For me, it's not. It's not that it gets weaker. It's that the amount of liquidity that builds up underneath starts to become irresistible. And if the FOMO doesn't kick in or the price action doesn't kick in to move price away from that range, 9 times out of 10, they're going to sweep it.
That's what COVID achieved, yeah.
The problem is that support breaks that happen because of liquidity sweeps don't indicate further downturn. They just indicate a quick liquidity sweep, you know? So it's a good
like COVID,
sort of
yeah.
fake out, yeah. I hope the bears in the chat took profit on the shorts because that was a good quick profits if you were in shorts.
5% price, 6-7% from top to bottom. Yeah.
And if you were too busy in YouTube chat trolling when price was going down when you should have been taking profits, then that's also a lesson that can be taken from this day.
On the other hand, if this was the dead cat bounce and you got the higher high, I wouldn't worry not having TP. You're gonna see much.
Yeah, I
lower.
remember when you got out. I remember you saying it. What were you saying, Zusi, my bad?
Well, nothing that in a bearish scenario where we've just lived through the dead cat bounce from 100K, we're gonna see much lower prices. So not having TP the short might end up being a good thing. Right?
That's a horrible idea, Zusi. What are you talking about? You just had the quickest money just land on your lap and you gave it back because prices might keep going lower. That's not a trader's mentality. That's somebody who's scared to TP and take a new trade. Because you could easily be setting up, if that's what you thought, you could easily be setting up your short now with all the profit that you made from your original short.
Yeah, that's a high. Well, it's a higher risk, right? Doing that because you're taking a short inside another short by doing that.
You're already shorting on FOMC. I'm just assuming that you have a high risk tolerance.
Well, for me, it's about the double top at 116. You know, how much potential does that have to bring price down, right? Yeah. And we might just be midway. At least when we were there, that's what I was seeing. So
There's only one thing that can save crypto: Donald Trump.
No, God, no, don't.
No, I'm serious.
Don't.
I'm serious. That's the only,
Bro,
that's
don't.
the only thing. I'm thinking.
You already said it once.
Earnings
If you say it 2 more times, he's gonna appear and he's gonna say some wild shit, and then we're gonna blame
He's the only
you.
one, dude.
Trump, but
earnings are flat. He's the only one that can save us at this point.
Well, inflation coming back could save Bitcoin from the bear market, right? Because we could see a run into.
Guys, I don't know what type of environment you think we're in crypto. Like, do I have to go back to the macro chart? Where's the saving that we need?
Well,
what was our green? What was our green path? What was our best case scenario here on the macro? Was our green path not that we chopped above support, giving the 50 time to come up? The 50's already at 101. This is exactly what we wanted.
When we get down there, we don't know if it's gonna hold. The fact that we're going down there is just like.
But that's my point. Everybody understands that we need to chop, but then everybody freaks out on the down chop.
It's the timing too, though, Dbloc. Like, look where we're at. We're near the end. So like, what's it gonna do?
You
Rip up
guys
to
are.
like 140 in like a day?
What do you? When do you think the end is? What's
I
your
think it's
date when you
soon.
say that
I
we're close
honestly
to the
think I
end?
think it's in the next month, by November, December, 100%.
Okay, so then
Technically, we
why would
have.
it need to go up in a day?
I mean, I don't think that support's gonna hold if it goes down there.
Okay, well then
For me, when we
don't be
lose
in
108,
position at that point. And if you're wrong, make sure that you get back in position.
Well, I mean, if we get down there, I feel like some catalyst is gonna support us, right? That's where Donald Trump is gonna come in. That's what I
We
think.
don't need. We have the support that we need. Just look at the technicals on the chart.
we're starting to lose the previous high as support, right? So
I don't know. I just
an
think y'all
early
are
bet.
panicking for no reason.
I mean, no one's panicking, but I mean, this price action has just been absolutely absurd for the last couple months. That's it's not panic. I mean, you wouldn't have most of crypto Twitter and everything bearish and everyone's sentiment so down, fear and greed, if it wasn't just really bad price action. Like
I
it's
know,
just
but
bad price action.
are we supposed to have? Are we supposed to feel like 85% of the people feel, or should you like? Shouldn't that make you feel better about the chances of this holding? The fact that everybody
No,
thinks it's going down.
I don't think we're supposed to feel anyway or not. We just feel whatever the price action gives us, and the price action is shit.
But we have proof in the chart, right? Like
You
it's
guys
just
just
about
got to get off the
levels.
5 and the 10-minute, 15-minute hourly charts, man. There's a reason that I keep pulling that macro chart up. And there's absolutely nothing on this chart to be freaking out about at all. Like literally. It went right
Except that
up to where we wanted to start. Like I couldn't have drawn this. If I could make the chart do what I wanted to do, I couldn't have done it any better.
Bitcoin was
The
higher
only
1 year
problem is
ago.
that we couldn't keep going up. That's it. That's why I'm telling y'all, the only thing that matters is this box. Only thing that matters is what happens in this range. Every single time we've come down to the bottom of the range, we've had huge buy-ups. Right? So just ask yourself if you think that it's going to get down there and break. And I'm not saying it's not. But if that's what you have, if that's what you have on your most probable, you need to figure out why, right? And it's probably has to do with sentiment and nothing technical.
Even if it's manipulated, it's still organic. But the thing is, do you think James Wynn's going to win his short? I don't think he's going to win his short. So we might just go a little bit lower, but not that low.
You know, 1 year ago, Bitcoin reached 110K, and every time we start trading below 110, for me, it means that there's a probability that we topped here. That box up there was a distribution area. Now, it could be reaccumulation. You know, of course, we could fake out below the 200 MA on the daily again, even maybe much lower, and then come back and just go back up. But it doesn't seem the most likely. And an early bet that the bull market is over is close to the highs, and you know we've just had that opportunity with that double top at 116. I want to be proven wrong. I need to see Bitcoin reclaim 112. Then that's a very good sign already. And then yeah, break that 116, and then at that point, I guess we are going up, and the bearish idea is invalid. Right now, it's valid, and TPing a swing that could stay open for 6 months this early because of an event, for me, it's a bad idea.
Take it easy, Ghost. Tell that to somebody who
cost you
was
a
in a
lot to
short and just
re-enter.
saw all their shit evaporate right now.
But Bitcoin is much lower than 116 still.
What does that matter to somebody who took the short at 111? 111.4.
But no. The short, no, there was no short. You don't short support. 112 was potentially support. It failed. But you don't short support. I mean, I
There you
wouldn't.
go, fast. W super chat. Yeah, I think it's important for people to hear both sides. I think it's important for YouTube to hear how sentiment swings, even from people in the Discord.
The problem is, even if Bitcoin went to all-time highs right now, the sentiment would not shift because it would still underperform other assets. You still would have made more money buying legacy.
Everybody,
You still,
everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve. If you wait until all-time highs to let your sentiment shift, then you deserve buying Bitcoin at 130. You know,
And
it's just the way it
retail,
works.
hope that happens, but-
retail sentiment will definitely shift if we get an all-time high. You're gonna see it all over the news cycle. You get a little bit of new blood that comes in.
But it
and,
hasn't,
you know,
right? Every time Bitcoin did it, it hasn't. Alts still
when
haven't
we
seen
first started,
another
the first
fall.
We
few
have to
times,
hold all-time highs. Popping an
the
all-time
first
high isn't enough. We need to hold it.
the first few times we got over 100K, it was deep in the cycle, and then once we started normalizing 100K, you know, it kind of faded out. But the first few times, you know, gave us extra and extra pushes and new retail coming in. They're just like, okay, wow, this thing is real for real, you know. I mean, I still think Bitcoin could go to wherever it wants to go. It can go to $1 million, but right now it's healthy if it doesn't do too much up or too much down. I think that's going to be good for the whole market for it just to like kind of settle down a little bit, 120, 130, 140, and let the market develop.
It's good to consolidate and go down while everything else goes up, because you end up with a more explosive breakout that has more chance of holding, right? And probably go much higher than initially because of the release of everybody who's gonna accumulate in this area.
Yeah, immigrant, I'm in. I'm shooting for daily open on Bitcoin. Squeeze and
gonna,
daily open.
You're gonna need a catalyst, like you said, someone like Trump. I don't know, some narrative to switch
We
back
don't
to
need
crypto.
no freaking catalyst, bro. Liquidity is coming in. It's either gonna go into crypto or it's not gonna go into crypto.
But we have proof it's not going into crypto. We just saw SPY pump 5% in 3 days. None of that money came to crypto. It barely put a higher high.
So that means what? That it's not gonna come into crypto?
But it hasn't for now, and that's why
it's gonna come.
I guess it could come. I'm not
No, it will.
giving up
I
on
mean,
crypto
Zusi,
or anything, but we
we're
have
about to
proof it's not
tokenize.
coming. Right?
Zusi, $100 trillion are about to get tokenized. There's going to be money coming in here.
Zen.
Prove it by coming to
Well,
the
it's
market.
slowly going to happen. Just watch what happens with RWAs. We're going to have $100 trillion worth of assets getting tokenized. That's going to bring much more money in the ecosystem.
It's been 3 months, right? After the last
even if only 1% makes it over to Bitcoin, even if 0.5% of that makes it over to Bitcoin of what's going to come, and I think it's going to be 10 trillion chunks every 2 years.
We broke the previous all-time high like in June, July, 4 months. Trump is up 20% today. Like it's getting above $8 now, 8.5. Maybe that's gonna accelerate in a blow off top to the upside, and that money is going there. ETH is underperforming Bitcoin today. Well, actually, it's picking up. Oh, all right.
ETH is slowly building out. It's all gonna come down to Bitcoin. If Bitcoin gets above the support, then ETH will spread its legs. or its wings. Sorry.
I really hope it can get another up move on the pair because it's been going down since August. So it's been like 2 months down on the pair. Right? So
Stretch its legs, spread its wings. That's the that's the saying.
I like spread this legs better.
a weekly 200 EMA said no on ETH BTC.
Zeusy, you're gonna single-handedly gaslight crypto into going down. Like a Jedi mind trick.
I don't believe in my trades anymore, I guess. Because I'm only
I
holding
can
longs.
hear I mean, respectfully, I can, and I'm not gonna call it panic, but I can, and I'm not talking about you specifically, but I can hear lack of conviction in general.
You know, it's just, for me, it's simple TA. If total loses the previous all-time high, it loses the previous all-time high, and we're playing with that level, so it's big decision time. Like once you lose 3.7 trillion, well, you're back below what total was a year ago, and that's roughly the kind of time frame you want to trade on, huge macro time frames to catch the top of a bull run.
Global liquidity took out that lower high, but it's retracing in real time now. We're at the beginning of our uptick. Excuse me.
The liquidity correlation will completely break when everything takes a downturn. That's what happened last time. And the time before. It'll go down too with everything else. In real time.
That's what happens, yeah. When liquidity contracts, risk assets go down.
Yeah.
Susie, I have a feeling you're a bear today.
No, I bought the dip a few times, got stopped out, rebought. I mean, no, I'm trying to catch a 109 area now.
That's the problem.
Well, why not?
You're not in position. That's why you're a bear at this moment.
That's completely wrong. I'm
No,
even
Zeus is
bigger,
just
more exposed now with
just taking the
with a
opposite side
drop.
of the argument. It's not like it's not valid. It's just, yeah.
Oh, that's why I'm more worried. It's because I'm more exposed. Adding to winning positions while their unrealized P&L goes down. And we've seen this play out many times, so we kind of know what's going to happen. Whether we get an all-time high or not, by the way. No, last time we saw that behavior for like 6 months. You had the stock market keeping, pushing, while Bitcoin was sitting underperforming.
Yeah, they've had a great run, man. Gotta admit.
The thing is, we never really caught up, right? Look at total compared to COVID all-time high. Total is like barely higher than COVID all-time high. Like, SPY is up more. So this cycle betting on crypto was wrong.
Unless you held Bitcoin.
Yeah, of course, but on average, on total, we reached 3 trillion. This time we reached 4 trillion. That's 25% higher or 30% higher. Let me just look at SPY.
If you bought
SPY,
every single crypto so that your portfolio would basically relate directly to total market cap, you were screwed. There's no other way to put it. But that's why we try to tell people that Not every time is good to buy everything.
So my part is the disappointment is not just today about this price action or what's happening here. Even since 126, it's the overall cycle. And now that we are nearing its end, if that outperformance from crypto doesn't come, which we're expecting it to come, but it's starting to get late, and all right, well, maybe we can hang on a few extra months and take unnecessary risks. But overall, yeah, you would have made more money buying SPY and selling it now than buying on average any crypto and selling it now.
I'd be a lot more worried if everybody was bullish right now. Way more worried.
But then prices would be high enough to give you good exit, right?
But that would be it.
Yeah. Well, it was it at 127, and it was it at 116 yesterday, and it's gonna be it a bit lower next time. Like that's how a downtrend behaves, huh? You have to do the switch at one point to being bearish, and that time is coming, and it's becoming harder and harder to not do it.
Problem is that you don't have a direct line on the chart to tell you when you're invalidated and when you're not. So every move down is freaking you out. I know exactly where I need to worry. I know exactly what I need to see on the macro, and we're not seeing it.
Me too,
So
Dbloc, but it's very different.
Is pointless.
I worry way before. In ABCs, you enter way before everybody else. The good time to worry about all this was 124. That was the best entry for now.
People were worried at 49. They were worried at 74. They were worried at 111.
But we haven't dipped that much yet.
What do you mean? We went from 126 to low hundreds. We dipped plenty. We dipped plenty.
But that line for me it's 108. It's not any lower. It's not the 200 SMA. It's not it's 108. Oh, 200 SMA and all is going to be confirmation to stay out basically.
No, it's not that I'm expecting a trip all the way down to 104. What it means is, as long as we don't break support, we're still consolidating above. The point of consolidating above, I'll say it again, is to bring that 50 EMA up. Every single time that we've broken, the bull market support band, we've come down, we've hit support, we've tapped the 50. Come down, hit support, tap the 50. I will start to get concerned, and not even concerned, but I'll start to actually entertain lower numbers if we were to break 1046. Right now, we're still on our green path. Our green path was a consolidation above support until the 50 came up above. We would hit the 50 and then pull out. Right?
I think a weekly close below 108.
Nothing has changed to any of that. We're literally doing exactly what we wanted to do, was to range between that support and that red dotted line.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Dbloc Bitcoin is range bound. It barely put a higher high there, but overall it's still equal high. Let's say.
So for me to worry
and we didn't
right
put
now,
a lower. No, yeah, but it's when you compare to legacy. That's where the worry.
Well, then stop comparing it to legacy. Whatever is freaking you out, then just don't do that. Because on the chart, there's nothing to tell us that we have anything to worry about just yet. So I mean, it's important to protect your energy too.
We've lived. We've lived through it many times to know what's coming next. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but starting to see weekly closes below 108, and then you'll get another.
The difference is that same thing that you just said is what I say. I've lived through this enough to know what's coming next.
Yeah, so when your 50 doesn't hold and this and that, right? So you want to sell a bit before that happens, right?
When?
But it could be March. I mean, okay, maybe we can add 5 more months to give crypto enough time to recover from its
Alright,
sentiment
so then
hitting
don't
lows.
so then don't
But
you
still,
so then don't you think if you shorted this move and didn't take profit because of all the bearish stuff that you're talking about, and now you're back to break even, you don't think
it's
that
a
that's
scalp.
affecting? Well, that's my point. My point
That's
is
a
that
scalp, you know.
my
It's not
point is that
a.
people are letting 5-minute, 10-minute candles affect how they feel about the macro, and it's screwing them up. I see it with every big dip, and I don't mean you. I'm talking about chat.
Personally, it's the macro that worries me.
But the macro has done nothing to worry about just yet. The macro
yeah,
worries you, but you're letting current price action affect how you feel about the macro. You know this is all noise.
It's what I typically always say, right? And I don't know, I'm having troubles with this one. It's what I typically always say, that Bitcoin is just doing nothing, or, you know, as long as it doesn't put a new low below 101, there's really nothing to worry about. I mean,
There
at
you
that
go.
point,
But you
want to
haven't been
buy it.
saying that. You've been saying
No,
death and
because
destruction. That's what
because
you've been saying.
this time I have really doubts. We've gambled enough on every one of these corrective moves, and there's going to be eventually a corrective move that doesn't hold.
Just
right?
remember
That
too,
doesn't
though,
give you
Zusi,
the
you've been
upside.
here from early, right? So that means
Zusi, why
that
are
you
you
have
emotional?
you have the luxury of being able to just end it now if you wanted to, right? Because
I know, but
we've
I
already
don't.
had a nice run, so there's nothing wrong with you being, you know, cautious. Obviously, there's a lot to lose. You've been here from the
I
beginning.
haven't
This is the
been. I'm
end of
telling you,
3 years.
I'm even more exposed now. I haven't been cautious. I'm really in trouble if we top the bull run here, honestly.
You're fudding
Let's
your own.
put it that
So
way.
you're fudding your own bags, is what you're telling me.
Yes, to get negative funding rates, so we can at least get a short squeeze out
Oh,
of
so
this
you're
before
trying to
we start the
Jedi
bear
mind.
market.
I see. So I was right. It's just gaslighting. It's just. It's
No,
fine.
it's not. I'm really worried. Been. No, I stopped watching for a few months, and I come back right on the day of the crash. Like I was on vacation on. My plane was on the 11th. We crashed on the 10th. At least on altcoins, right? So. But I was, you know, honestly, at the bottom of. I know I need to flip before you, because that's what happened at the bottom of the bear market.
Super chat. I just picked up popcorn for Dbloc versus Susie. You guys
I
have
guess I'm more
missed.
type
You,
1,
you
you're
guys
more
have
type
missed
2
the best.
trader, so it
The-
makes sense that I flip bearish before you flip bearish.
Yeah.
I'm just not yet quite. But you'll hear me bearish before you are. Normally. Unless I screw it up, which is quite a possibility. I guess I know I already did. That's when you worry, right? It's when you know you made a mistake, you lose confidence.
Yeah.
Overall, the
Zusi,
mistake here is to add to winning positions, yeah, instead of
Zusi,
taking
why
in.
are you emotional? Market charts.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm like that, man. If only I knew.
Tell him,
Yeah, but
Zusi,
Who's
I'm
not?
just French. I'm not emotional.
So far,
You
so
know,
good.
money aren't emotional.
Uh,
Long or short positions are not emotional. They just take profits.
No, those are scalpers, and 99% of them lose money on the long run. They just haven't realized it yet.
Jojo, we had a FOMC meeting, so it's just regular FOMC volatility. You picked a
Thank
good
you,
time to step
FOMC.
away.
It's just because Dixie made the jump. When Dixie jumps, Bitcoin drops.
The opposite is true too.
The opposite is always true, Zusi.
Oh, when people TP,
Au
they buy
contraire,
dollars.
mon frère.
No, but look, everything is traded in dollars. So when people TP the SPY today, and they did a bit. When people TP Nasdaq, what did they do? They sold stocks to buy dollar, so it makes Dixie go up. Yeah. Unless they convert that money into euros, then you're gonna see Dixie up when the stock market goes down. Yeah. Well, normally it's correlated.
Oh shit! Give me a second. I'll be right back.
By the way, Zeus, are you in shorts or long position?
I answered that many times already.
All right, Zeusy. Everything went well for me.
Cool.
That's good.
I want to thank FOMC for running my entries from yesterday and giving me even better entries. Now, instead of paying $3,937 for ETH, I gotta get my ETH for, let's take a look, 3,860. Thank you, pal.
You bought the dip.
Yes, I did. Again, after they ruined my last dip.
That's good. Congratulations.
Very, very good risk management on my part. Thanks to my brother Dbloc's expert charting. Now, hopefully I don't have to do this again until ETH gets to an all-time high. That would be good. But unfortunately, it might not be that easy. Isn't that right?
We're getting some buys right here.
I have a feeling I might be able to buy even lower before ETH gets to an all-time high for the cycle. What do you think, Zusi?
Oh, I was just looking at my account. I haven't made money today, but still, I don't feel happy or anything like that about it. This order's pumping a little bit. Yeah, probably is the reason why.
Yeah, I've been trading, so
sad.
My trading account has doubled in the past week, I think.
Let's hope you keep that performance, because at that point you'll be a trillionaire in a few months.
About that.
Wait, you said doubled in 2 weeks? Imagine if
Something
you can
like that.
sustain that for a whole year, what kind of money you'd end up with.
Man, it's hard because there's
It wouldn't make a
not-
difference if you start with $1 or $100 or 100,000. Wouldn't make any difference.
No.
You'd end up at $1 trillion quickly.
I hope. I doubt it. I don't know. I'm being careful, so there's some shorts mixed in there, though. It's not just going long.
by definition, if you doubled your whole portfolio in 2 weeks, you're not being careful. Now, if it's only your leverage account,
Yeah, it's over my leverage account, my spot account.
But even then,
my spot account is at even still. It hasn't done anything.
we're talking 500x stuff going on, I know, right? So
Yeah, yeah, yes.
I don't know, Emad, I don't know.
That's why it's double. Hey, it's trading though, but if I just need to, get to a good measured move, make sure when I do head short that I'm winning almost all the damn time with excellent risk management. Is the thing. As long as CZ doesn't come in and do anything dirty, it should be all right.
It's not CZ who did that.
I disagree.
When you have a parallel downward on alts lasting for 3 years, having a blow-off bottom is not unseen,
When you remove all the orders from the buck and manipulate the system,
It needed to happen. We needed all these delistings and all, and
that's cheating when you manipulate. And
no,
other
it's not
exchanges
manipulation.
are relying on it.
It's coins that just fail.
No, sir, he removed the orders.
Oh, yeah, on some exchanges maybe, but what's this YB? It's pumping. Damn. Time to
Oh, what happened to
get the hell out, maybe.
AI, man? I had a trade on that damn thing.
I
What they
TP'd
got?
I TP'd pretty quickly. It was just a scalp on a new coin in case.
And I got stopped out of that last night. I didn't even notice that till now.
These airdrops are doing good, honestly, like all the recent airdrops.
Go look at
large
that.
coins.
I had a 3x on COAI with a stop loss at my entry, and I entered at a lower price than you did.
And so like pumped 2x up and came back down.
TOAI. Yeah. Oh my God, it's down to 3 now. Well, good thing I did that. Got out of it. Damn, we came down to 2.5 today.
Yeah, it can go down to 0 now, no?
Now it's in. Wait, is this? What is this? Is this?
You have the.
I'm trying to pull out longer. Where did this thing start at? It was new though.
28 cents on Bybit.
Dang.
Oh, it can go down, it can go up, but it's very volatile. The CoAI, whoa.
Well, thanks for telling me that because it doesn't show that on weeks here. It started over here.
When you do a little bit of research on the coin you long or short, the first thing you do is look for the oldest price history chart. And Bybit is probably not the oldest coin. The Web3 DEX might have charts that go before it got listed on Bybit. This probably started at lower than 28 cents on Dexus.
Good thing I didn't see it.
It had a huge run. The thing went from 28 cents to $22. That's 100x up, So, like, why involve yourself into an alt that did 100x up? And I mean, I did it, I guess, yesterday, so there's probably good reasons to do so.
If I saw it at 250 something today, I'd have been crazy enough to long it.
If it reclaims that lost support of a few days ago, the 20th, then I have an ABC to long-term long it, like stay long on it for a month or two. Well, maybe not a month, because wait, how much time?
Well, it's getting close to that price. If all it has to do is reclaim what?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days.
30 something?
More like 10 days play. Yeah.
Thing's a freaking psycho coin. Damn, look at this. It's in a giant M. I'll show you the screenshot. Look at this. Gotta post it. There it is. Let's check that out. How do you like that pattern?
Lower high into lower low. It's in a downtrend.
That's crazy.
So
That's scary right there.
Potentially time to think about buying back. Yeah, if you trust, well, if you believe in this AI coin.
Better if he's potentially look for a bounce and then a short. If it bounces and fails, like it, what is that? 3, can't tell from here. 370, something like that. Between almost 4, somewhere there if it fails. It's crazy. Anything else interesting?
Others, small caps.
Small caps. Let's look at gun. 18, huh? Damn.
But more like the newly released small caps, not the old ones. They had their chance at running many times now.
Gun's pretty new.
No, that's a few months old already,
Oh, damn, that's considered old. Wow.
Well, yeah, there's hundreds of new coins every day. I mean, just today you have 2 on Bybit. Guns is not there. I mean, it's there, but it's not new.
Give me a name.
Something where you don't have too many bag holders above, because on most of these alts, everybody's stuck from higher. What do you think is going to happen if they retrace up?
Big time.
Did someone say big time?
Yeah, man.
Don't ever tell me about that coin.
But there's a lot of people stuck from higher on big time, but
I'm just messing with you, man.
it had some success. Who knows if they come up with a new version of their game and there's like a reason for the team to.
I got a new gaming coin now. It's called Mavia.
But yeah,
I'm
it's
long
another
on it.
it's another pump liquidity grab.
I'm
Which is
long on it.
99.
Remember, I shorted Mavia from the top all the way down to here, and now I'm long on it.
Actually, big time isn't down that much. It's not like down 99%. It's down 97%. No, but that's a huge difference. Yeah.
It's never gone up since I was it. It's still going down.
It's probably minting new coins or.
I used to have it like
No,
50 something cents.
Anybody who bought big time is in a loss. So
Yeah.
Where's the selling pressure coming from if it's like
What
that?
the hell is it still listed on Coinbase?
Because it still has volume, I guess.
Who the hell wants to look at the volume?
But it's what happens at bear market bottoms on these alts, right? Like you need those who went low enough but actually survive and don't get delisted. Because when they reverse up, big time is going to give you much more PNL than any other coin, you know? Even if it doesn't go to all-time highs. Like, maybe Solana will give you 2-3x, but this more risky, smaller cap can
you should buy some.
5x. No. I'd rather stay in bigger cap gaming coins like AVAX, for example, or all the maybe all the stuff that proved it can survive a bear market in case we get into a bear market. You know? So what's going to happen if Bitcoin is to continue lower for the coming 6 months?
Pump is doing well.
Pump?
Coins that survived the previous downturn on Bitcoin maybe will survive again, right?
16%.
Pump. It's having a good day.
Because like you said, big time might just get delisted eventually.
Yeah, once it starts doing that, I'll start shorting it. Make sure that it's dead.
I think be careful, you know, eventually you're gonna end up with a short that goes south because these coins can renew themselves. They might rename it, they might, I don't know, they might come up with you have to follow what the project's doing. Huh? Maybe there's stuff going on with the big time game. Like I have no clue, but it needs a bit of research.
It's not even a good game. It sucks.
Because price doesn't necessarily represent potential in the company.
That game sucks. Has no potential.
Which one?
Big Tom.
Bitcom.
Big Tom, PIR.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin sucks.
Yeah, but it
All
had
suck.
success when it got launched, right? So devs made money.
Yeah, for like a month.
Yeah, well, they might run away with that money. They could also invest in making their game better, right? And it takes time to develop a game, so...
Did you play the game? Did you try it?
No.
I watched them on YouTube.
Well then. And how many views did it have on YouTube?
Hardly none.
Compared to real games?
Yep. It's trash.
Alright, that's it. It says enough then.
Yep.
It's
Figured
not
it out.
about the quality of the game. That thing had a
Yes, it is. It's all about the quality of the game. It's a gaming coin.
No,
It's for a game. What do you mean?
but listen, the best games are like on Steam or on Blizzard. They have their stable coin. It's called the dollar, and its price doesn't fluctuate, right? So if you want the best quality game, it's not in crypto, you're gonna find it.
You'd be better off with Illuvium.
That's debatable,
Sony
Zuzi.
has its gold.
That's debatable, Zuzi.
Vulcan Forge. What happened to that damn thing?
Same thing with Big Tom and PYR.
Illuvium.
There's even like good games, good projects that have a lot of players that are where their price just went to zero and they got delisted. What was the example?
Super horrible.
I'll find it for you.
The only thing that's been doing good is this one was pumping the other day. What was it called? The one that has a woman's Alice.
Atlas?
I don't know nothing about the game, but it had some pump going on the other day. Yeah, it's took it away, but it was flash pump. Whatever. I don't know if you can see it on the 4 hour.
The social media hype for crypto games can't really come back during the down move. Like you first need Bitcoin to show strength, and it's not really what we're witnessing currently. And then after that, yeah, maybe they'll fund a marketing campaign to push up hype around certain projects. And with Christmas coming, with Thanksgiving, Halloween, this is a good time for overall gaming sector to attempt that. But because of end of the 4-year cycle and all, maybe they'll skip it this year. We'll see. You see any crypto commercial going on at the moment?
Not me.
They don't want anybody to buy, right? That's more like a bullish argument, I guess.
All I see is crypto.com arena when I watch basketball.
Was it Mojo or I forgot? There was a good game that got delisted, even though the game still runs and you still have like millions of players playing it. But the company went bankrupt because of crypto prices going down in the sector. I forgot the name of the project, honestly, but it was big, like not as big as Star Citizen. Star Citizen is another example, like crowdfunding games where crypto might play a role. Right? People want to invest. Why not invest into a game?
You talking about Axie Infinity?
No, that one got hacked, and well, actually, what's it doing? I have some. I don't really follow, but Axie Infinity. Is it below the hack price? Oh yeah.
Oh, Beam did a bounce back to 52. Look at it. Damn, Beam.
Yeah, Axie Infinity, October 2022, it got hacked, made a huge candle that defined the range. So that was an easy play because when you see a huge candle like that, it defines a range before the range happens, right? Like it can define a range. Well, it defines where buyers want to buy and where sellers want to sell before the range is in the chart, and then you see it spent 2 years just ranging between $4 and $15. But that all happened in a single candle on the November 2022. But today, Axie Infinity is quite lower. It's at $1. So, well, yeah. still a successful project because it's above opening price. So early investors are still in profit here. They bought it at 10 cents. It's still at $1.5.
Chase would love to lower my mortgage rate from 6.5 to 5.875. That's not enough. Try it again. Read my mail. Well, let's see. Ethereum.
If we could reclaim the daily 200 on these alts, it would be a better escape boat, right? They're all below the 200 daily still.
So after, before the meeting last night, my longs on SUI at 249 held, virtual at 1.46 held.
Even big caps are below them, like Doge, Cardano.
I didn't mess with none of them.
Solana is above it, barely though. Well, we're tapping it, finding support at the daily 200.
Solana I left alone.
BNB is flying, Mantle is flying, like all these coins had a nice push, and they're still above their 200 DMAs on the daily. Exchange tokens are
I need to
had a
start
nice
looking at that coin Mantle. You keep talking
having a
about it.
it's too late. Wait for the bear market bottom. Like don't it's if you know
Well, I'm at
it's
least
too late.
gonna watch it.
It's gone, huh? It's it
Play as a
went.
favorite.
I mean, you can always find long ideas, but
It had a nice little chance to buy it here at 1070.
yeah, it's at 160, not 10.
Damn. Compared to the dump that it did. Wait, is this? Hold on.
Yeah, but all of this is happening in price discovery, right? Above the previous high from 2024, above March 24. While when you look at, just randomly take a coin, I don't know, Quant, just clicked on it randomly. 2024, it pumped to 160. We're at $80, right?
So what do you think on Manta?
AVAX.
Would be
AVAX pumped to 60. It's at 20. Coins who pump too much early on are underperforming right now, whether it's Doge, whether it's Quant, whether it's AVAX.
Wait, am I on the right ticker? MANTA?
No, there's no A, just MNT.
Oh, oops. Take this off of here. MNT. Look at this.
It did 10x up, roughly since 2022's bottom. And it didn't put a low when every alt did in 23, in October 23. And after that, in the end, it was accumulation between 50 cent and 150. We got the breakout, and now we're coming back at previous resistance, holding it as support.
Wrong? I gotta say that.
Now, if it loses 150, it's a good idea to assume that 2.9 was double market top.
It's at 160 now.
Yeah, well, support is a bit lower, right? It's 150. We're at 160, so
Close.
the previous highs, April 2024, not 25, 24.
On futures, it came down to 1.16
To the
during.
daily, to the daily 200. So it's one of those rare alts that found support at the daily 200. Yeah. There really isn't that many. Most of them have turned that into resistance, except the ones that
I
are
like
a bit on narrative, you know, like BNB and maybe Sol, but I guess XRP.
What does it do?
Actually, no, XRP is below. Yeah, XRP is below now. It's back
Um,
turning the. It's lower than the average of the last 200 days, so.
Mantle index.
And we are spending more time below it than last times. Well, at least on XRP. Trump never went above it. Yeah. Because by the time 200 days passed, it was.
So don't forget about Trump. None of the supply is out hardly. The market cap is way overblown. Those two things right there are no to me.
I wasn't short Trump though, because it
leave
now
it alone.
reclaimed $7, and if it reclaimed $7, you know, last time it pumped to $16 when it found support at 7. Well, we're finding support at 7 again.
Yeah,
Would it be
I'll leave that.
surprised if we get
I'll
16
never
again?
short Trump. I'm not gonna short a coin where there's a man that could just come out and say it's like shorting Doge. You don't know when Elon's gonna come out and tweet and it's gonna pump or something. Same thing. Trump
Yeah,
opened his mouth.
yet, you know, these coins are quickly up on manipulation social media events, and then
That's what it
slowly
is.
bleed back, right? Quickly up, slowly bleed back.
I'm just about to destroy my short on Trump because he has to have a Trump coin moment.
I don't think it's going to go to 16, honestly, but it could. That wouldn't be that surprising, because it went down now for well, almost a year. If we are to see a bit of an alt season, yeah, you could expect Trump to perform.
Yeah, he might get 100% from here. That's about it. 1x.
Well, if you bought $4, it's at 8. Yeah, you could get 16, I guess. It will probably get front run. Well, you have the 200 MA as resistance, probably at $10, right? Oh.
Let's see. Supply, circulating supply, 20%. Ouch.
But you're not going to hold it very long. These are quick moves up and then slow moves down, right? So.
So, I know where this chart's going to be going.
But to be fair, even Bitcoin is like that, right? So what, when you think about, like, yeah, even Bitcoin is like that. There's
Like
just
that?
a few.
20% of the supply out?
No, I mean quickly up, slowly down, quickly up, slowly down. Actually, no, it's not like that, Bitcoin. It develops a bit of breathes on the ways, but sometimes it's in a hurry, yeah.
I'm craving for 20% up on Bitcoin in one day.
But it happened like 3 times this cycle, or something like that, yeah. It happened like from that pump from 16K to 20K was like straight up. That was like 20% move in just a few days, 1 or 2 days. After SpaceX sold, that was pretty impulsive too, like 30K, 20K to 30K, I think. There you had like 30% up in a few days. These were the impulses up, yeah. After that, it became a bit slower, I guess, with the ETF issues at golden pocket of the bear market. For me, that was a hard time too, because it was about, like, if you wanted a secondary scare, if you wanted a downturn to retest bear market bottoms, make sure the support at 28, then 40K was really a good area to end the up move and correct down, and at least down to 32K. Yeah. Again, but we got an attempt at that, but it bounced so early at 40K basically, because of at 38. Yeah, we bounced at 38, right? And then straight up to all-time highs. Once you were above 40K, you were above golden pocket, so it seemed less likely to correct. But we eventually did that at 74 for a whole year of slow sideways, downward a bit, sideways moves. Yeah. And now it looks like we're doing the same stuff. It's been 5 months since July, June.
Trump just posted looking forward to my meeting with President Xi in a few hours.
Oh boy.
Won't be asleep in oh wait, he's in Asia, right?
Yeah, I don't know what
So
time they're meeting, but they're meeting in a few hours.
But probably like early in the morning for Asia. So when Asian session opens.
And where would they be meeting at?
I think it said South Korea.
Really? Interesting. Do you still have Melania?
Does it matter? No. I never bought it on spot.
Man, I'd rather have that than Trump coin because Melania has a circulating supply of 909 million and a supply of 999 million. And it's only 116 million market cap.
Both of them went up 20% today and yesterday. Honestly, why chase the green stuff? I guess it could go another 20%, but that's always true. I wouldn't personally buy anything that's already up.
20%?
Chasing momentum.
Oh, I see it. Oh.
Well, yeah, zoom out a bit. It's these coins are up significantly. They've fully recovered their crash. When Trump went to $1, and now it's at $8. But more importantly, it's above 7, right? And it reclaimed support. Even had a daily close that confirmed a bit that.
You should have had it down there.
Well, maybe we haven't confirmed that we reclaimed that support, but
oh, I see.
Let this rise. Let it rise. If it comes back down to 7, at least you'll buy support there, potential support. Yeah.
Wow.
That's just one strategy. There's hundreds of. You can come up with any plan. I don't know. But buying into 20% up in a day, it's hard to do, no?
Yeah, it ate like half of that back, and then it bounced from there.
You have to break out long, right? Like, I guess breakout longing $8 could have been a way to get in.
It popped from 0.089 all the way up to 14. And then it came back down all the way to 10.82. And I
Oh,
was
you're
back.
talking about Melania?
Yeah.
The reason why nobody hyped up too much Melania, I think, was not about how much is out of the coin. It was about who was holding it. Like there was like a few whales that had too much of it, so that's why people stayed out of Melania, I think. It's not about the fact that everything is not out. Like it's not market cap against circulating. It's not circulating against total more available coins. It's about distribution of those coins. You had like 3 whales that had 90% of the coins or something like that, I think. Actually, it's probably true on Trump too, but it was worse on Melania. Dbloc probably knows. You can ask him. I forgot. But a lot of these memes come out fully distributed already without new mints. And then you have one guy who, well, yeah, just dumps it on you the whole time. And
I'm looking at Yeezy.
with big caps starting to have ETFs, maybe the speculation is moving elsewhere already. Oh, risky move though. Because yeah, if you've been waiting for like an ETF to get out on Sol, well, it just happened, right? So what are you speculating on now? Buy the rumor of an ETF, sell the news.
Mm.
You would have sold Bitcoin at 48K. It's now at 110. So sometimes don't sell the news. It's a good plan.
Yeezy coin is in trouble. Wait, you're not familiar with Yeezy?
No.
Kanye West? Yay?
Yeah, all that music projects or artistic stuff, it kind of all failed too, no?
Whatever happened to Iggy? What was her coin called?
Iggy, she's doing like an online casino, like a crypto casino called Motherland. She's been pushing
Mother.
that.
Oh, her coin is delisted. Damn, Iggy.
Wow, another rug pull from your YouTuber.
They got rid of her. What about Tate? Is he still here? What was he called? Daddy? Is that what it was? Dad.
If
He's
Dbloc was
still
here, I'm
there.
pretty sure he'd tell us to stay in the big gaps. Forget
I'm just playing. I'm joking here. Just looking. I'm just farting around while I watch my ETH. Yep, he's still there. So Iggy.
That 3820 number on ETH, like, it made sense to drop down to that, but it got
What it
front run a
came down
little
to.
bit, right? I think it's what I saw before the crash. Well, the
Are you
failure
talking about
to
today?
no,
Before?
ETH 3820 and 3840.
What did I get it at? Damn, 38.66. I didn't
What
get
do
38.
what did you see as an exit when you bought that trade?
Hold on, ETH.
Yeah. And where would you have given up the idea of a bounce? Let's calculate the net risk to rewards and all.
Let me see. Well, I'm showing that it only came on futures down here to 38.36 today.
Yeah, front running a bit that September low. Yeah,
38,
higher.
36, and I paid 38.66. So I did okay. I'm in the wick. I'm in the bottom of the wick. What was your question?
What like when you bought it? How high? How much potential did you see in your trade? Like, did you? Where do you want to close it, basically? 4,000 or?
I would like to close at the all-time high.
Ah, okay. I'm on you with
However,
that one.
However, I'm aware that that might not happen, and I'm going to be watching the measured moves. I'm going to be watching what Dbloc is doing, and at some point, I'm going to have to do some type of hedge and go short, and while leaving it open, I'm hoping that I could hold down here. Whether that happens, I don't know if that's going to stick, but I have a feeling it might not, because I know on the 31st there's some type of dump coming on the money flow chart, on the global money flow.
Dbloc also reminded us that money flow drop doesn't necessarily mean crypto drop, and we see it's really decoupled lately. Money flow drop impacts gold pretty immediately. It also impacts the stock market immediately, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And crypto is
He
not correlated
also
right
said
now, so
that he was deleveraging on the 6th,
it
or
gives
was
an
it the 9th?
idea. It's just an idea, right?
I think it was
The
the 9th.
direction. It needs.
And well, you saw what happened after that.
One example is cool. It's been proven many times anyway, but it's just it's a probable outcome.
Oh.
So being overconfident on that single stuff might end up badly eventually. Well, will end up badly eventually.
So on October 31st, you can just stay fully allocated then.
But it depends of what price is doing on October 31st, Joe.
Yeah,
Depends what you.
I'm just gonna go with the flow, man.
If we're at resistance, then yeah, it makes sense. You have a few factors telling you that it could be a good idea to go short. Yeah.
I'm gonna go short on the 31st, somewhere right there.
You have the end of Halloween. You have money flow coming down 90 days ago. You have maybe stock market finally showing proof it can go down by then. Maybe you'll get some crypto Fed campaign, some news, or maybe tariffs will fail with that XZ meeting, whatever.
Question is, but after that time, will Ethereum come all the way back down here again? So if Ethereum gets back up to like 40 something.
The most important though is that you are at resistance, not at support. And on Bitcoin, maybe resistance is lower now, but we have proof it's at 116.
Where's your support on Ethereum right now? Local.
I said it 38.20.
Okay.
I said it when we lost 112 on Bitcoin. So when it was
I got it now.
Above 4,000, above the hourly. It was a bit about holding the hourly, right? Like the hourly EMA has been resistance all this drop since October 10th, right? And we were able to trade above it here for a longer period than the previous times. Well, we never traded above it before that, right? And well, there was a chance it could act as support, but it didn't. And when that happens, well, you got to switch idea.
I mean, a similar situation to the trade that I got stopped out of last night. We were talking about. So for ETH, it's similar, except my entry is just lower. So, I mean, my liquidation is way down at like 3,100 on this, and then, of course, I'll never let it get there. But if I'm gonna stop out, I'll just set it, you know, somewhere right
Well,
under
just
my entry.
don't zoom out, right? Because we're now trading below 2024's high. We're below the previous all-time high, and for all I know, 5 months ago, ETH was at 1,400.
Yeah, you know.
So
I'm just,
3,000 is not out of the question at all.
I'm never gonna
For
let it touch that. I'll set my stop loss here
the-
soon. 38. I put it like at 38.65.
we don't really have a confirmation it's going to go down, right? But we have ABCs that
I know, but
show.
you know how this stuff is. You never know what's gonna happen.
The setup might become invalid. All ETH has to do is climb back above 4,100, the high from March 24, and I'll be a bit. Well, there'll be less reasons to look downward. Huh?
Or monkeys couldn't fall out of the truck filled with viruses, and we could be screwed. Who knows?
Golden Pocket is 2,200 on ETH. You would see a strong reaction there if it was to happen quickly.
What happened to that crap? Did you hear somebody said that last night? The monkeys fell out of a truck in the United States. They were the monkeys that were infected with.
Well, he watched that movie too much. What's the name of the movie?
I posted it last night. Everyone said it was legit. On the YouTube chat. Funny. Dbloc. Was it true? He said it was the news guy. Anyway, this Ethereum trade is looking good so far. Did you get in?
No, I'm already in from lower.
Oh, you're even lower.
But I did fully TP my swing on ETH. Yeah. Like that trade is done. The 1,400 rise long is out, fully out, at all-time highs. When it did that very tiny new all-time high, the same way Solana did.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're ready for a new trade. You could have got a new one today.
I did on the 10th.
Oh, okay, even lower.
Both on inverse perp, and so I'm ready to give back the profits basically because I'm already trying to long something that 3x up, right? But yeah, I guess it's what controlled FOMO is. I did wait for it to form a bullish ABC because since that all-time high, we can see downward ABC. Now the thing is, I did weak hunting to catch anything that was lower than September's low because well, it's October. I don't know. I guess I was expecting a green October and none of that happened. But yeah, still overall expecting new all-time highs for ETH. Like I think higher is still to come. But it's proving well right now. It's proving me wrong because we're back below 4K. Not by much, but no.
What did Benjamin Cowan?
The same way Powell hopes his tools are The same way Powell hopes his tools are efficient, I kind of hope the bearish setup becomes invalid rather sooner than later.
It's Trump, dude. Trump was what sent us down here. If he comes out tonight and they say that they've got a deal achieved or whatever, I'm pretty sure the markets would just straight rip up.
But they're already ripped up like hell.
Rip it again.
Well, yeah, crypto is just that's why I keep calling it scammy, because it should already be pricing it in, but it's pricing it
No, but
as if there's going to be no deal.
it doesn't care right now. That's all. It had its it's passing its turn because it feels like these markets are going to retrace down. People don't trust it. Don't worry, they'll FOMO in if this continues on. It'll be capitulation upward, not downward. But we are seeing downward. But
I mean, logically, if you think about it, I don't think Trump would have gone on this like Asian-wide tour if he didn't already have like a good idea of what type of deal was going to happen with China. Because then he's just going to look like a fool if he walks out of that meeting with nothing, or and that's
he
one
can
thing.
he can
doesn't
walk
wanna look
out
like a
with.
fool.
I agree, but he can always make look a bad deal like a good one, right? Like you can.
Yeah, no,
Why do you
whatever's
assume
the
he's
outcome
going to
of
be honest with whatever deal he managed to came up with? Huh?
Well, yeah, no, what I'm saying is
Politicians.
he's going to make it look like a good deal, whatever it is. Yeah, he's going to
Yeah.
spin it positively. So I think the market should react, and I think that's all crypto's waiting on. And it's lagging because of that. It's going to do it in the middle of the night when there's not a lot of people watching, and it's just going to rip.
To do that, it might need to put a corrective structure in, right? A bottoming formation. I guess we have a bit of that already, but best opportunity is the low below 101, and patience for those who are not in longs is probably a good idea. You don't want people longing like hell anyway.
I don't have no money left.
We want negative funding rates, and they are not negative right now.
They done stole it all already from us. All right, Disney, you got a question? If Bitcoin is at $150,000, what will the price of Ethereum be at that time?
I'll assume it will stay below the 200 MA on the weekly, on the pair. Right. Like ETH is still, the Bitcoin pair is still in a downtrend. We explored bear market bottom. We came all the way down to the same values as 2019, and we got a nice bounce from there, amazing bounce. Now reaching the weekly 200 and finding resistance there. I think it seems likely to just resume a 1 year long slow down move. And it's been already, this was in August. So October, August, September, October. It's been like 3 months, yeah. You would have made more money buying Bitcoin in August and selling it now than buying ETH in August and selling it now.
So I would be
I
better
think
off.
a double top up there will be 10% outperformance.
Okay.
Actually, it's more than that. Sorry, 25% outperformance. So we could see 25. You could see ETH at one point in time outperform Bitcoin by 25%, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. Now, once that happens, it'll be a TP on the Bitcoin pair, right? Because you'll get a double top at 43,000 satoshis. Now, if it's able to then turn that weekly 200 into support, then we might go. Then the likelihood we see a new all-time high on the ETH pair, Bitcoin ETH pair, increases because you'll have turned resistance into support, right? For now, we confirmed that the previous support is now resistance on a bigger time frame. And with the incoming end of cycle and expecting alts to drop more than Bitcoin, it's going to be hard for ETH to push to new all-time highs, but of course it can happen. And it is what it did last bear market. When you look at when ETH topped, it topped when Bitcoin bottomed. Literally, right? Almost, yeah. We topped in September 2022. Bitcoin bottomed a few months after. So it is possible that we see the ETH pair do the same stuff again, where you would be safer holding ETH during the bear than actually holding Bitcoin. I wouldn't bet too much on that though. Because without ETH 3.0, without the narrative pushing ETH, without having outperformed so much that people want to buy the dip, I don't see that happen. Like it's why it happened. It's because ETH performed so good previous cycle. It did 100x up, huh? So people were eager to buy the dip. But this cycle, if it can't get you, well, at least as good. I don't want it to outperform Bitcoin anymore. Like it can't at this point. But at least as much as Bitcoin. So 8K would be as much as Bitcoin. That's roughly where Bitcoin is. Now subtract 20% because of APY, and that gives you 6,000 or something, right? If it can't give that, then I'm afraid it won't be able to outperform Bitcoin during the bear market. And we'll see just, continuation of a slow bleed on the Bitcoin pair. I think the most likely is continuation of a slow bleed on the Bitcoin pair after a retest of that 200 MA on the weekly again. Yeah, double top up there.
So it sounds like your number is if Bitcoin is at 150K, ETH is at 8K.
No, it'll be lower.
Really?
Yeah. No, because 150 is 40% higher. If you add 40% to current ETH price, you're not at 8K. You're more like at 6-7K. Now, I think 25% overperformance at one point in time. The more it dumps on the pair, the more that trade is gonna be juicy, right? Sell Bitcoin to buy ETH. But we just had that opportunity. It's gonna be more like a scalp up to resistance. A lot of people did that, right? They bought ETH with their Bitcoin when it was at 1400. I don't think everybody TP'd. Otherwise, price would be already down at like 2,800 or 2,400. Right? Most people are still in from that position. They bought below 20,000 Satoshis. We're like at 35 currently. And resistance is 45, 43, 42. Oh, somewhere there. 42. Which gives it 25% room to the upside. Currently, 20%, let's say, conservative. So you could see Bitcoin rise on an impulse towards 127, and if with ETH outperforming that rise by 20%.
So let's see, 100%. Well, you said you don't think it can get to 8.
Currently, if it pumped 20%, you're back at all-time highs, right? So if Bitcoin just stays here and ETH pumps 20% this weekend because of bullish sentiment, quantitative easing, then it's done. We reached that 200 MA on the weekly on the pair.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's what I get at. And go into Sol.
Yeah. Now, if at the same time Bitcoin also breaks out 127, then yeah, we will probably push much higher than just a tiny new all-time high. That's when 5-6K is
Are you
possible.
going to follow the rotation and get out of East and go into Sol at that time?
No, I don't think that. Well, we have proof that doesn't work anymore.
What?
Look at Sol ETH. I'm not selling ETH to buy Sol at all-time highs. No. We'll see if. Look where Sol was when ETH did its all-time high. And if you sold ETH and you bought like Solana ran first this time around. Well, ETH ran during the bear market. Solana ran when with Bitcoin, and ETH is lagging behind and is currently trying to catch up only because it had enough of a drop. Without that drop to 1400, we wouldn't have seen outperformance, right? So it's thanks to the drop that it was able to outperform lately. And by lately, it's over already. Like it's over since August. That was a summer pump. Since middle of August, if BTC is slowly going down. So you had to sell in August to buy back your Bitcoin. And you might think about doing the opposite when it retraces enough. And that enough is the 10th of October low. If we see ETH at 3,500 while having the Bitcoin pair down at 32 and Bitcoin still hanging above 100K, I think that could be a good plan. Because overall, sideways Bitcoin above 100K is it's a go for alts. Well, that seems wrong. Well, they haven't gone, but people who don't pay too much attention to Bitcoin, they connect, they look at Bitcoin, they see 100,000, they're like, okay, it's in a bull run. My alt might, I can buy alt. Whether it's at 105 or 111, I'm not sure it's that important for alts. Just go sideways above 100, and these alts have a green light on running, but they're just not.
Damn.
Yet. Because they don't go up as much as Bitcoin when Bitcoin rises, and they
they do go up, but they just go right back down while Bitcoin just stays steady. They just play a pump and dump game.
Oh, it seems like the drop is over on Bitcoin and people are buying alts right now. Seeing that Trump pump, seeing alts are green still overall.
Yeah, I'm looking at the crypto bubbles now.
Well, they became green after Fed, right? Yeah. That quantitative easing, I think, made some people
4
buy.
hour. Let's look at the 4-hour bubbles. See who's winning. Bunch of coins. I don't even know what the hell these are. Altcoin did good. Pump did good. I know what those are.
It's all others coin, and others did a green candle today, so it's small though. Maybe it's red already. No, it's still green.
TAO did okay. Am I in that? I don't think so. Let me check. No, I'm in virtuals. That's what I was thinking. VIR. What did that do today? 5. Well, not bad.
Come on, BTC, you're so close to 112. People pressed sell. Someone absorbed it. But yeah, Dbloc's 111800 are exactly on point for the local high there, right?
Yeah, we're up there now.
You know,
Let's get
he's
it done.
expecting a lower high, $200 lower than the previous. Not even able to retest resistances. Well, to go all the way up to test SR.
The measured move to 13.5.
Nah, 111800, yeah.
No, he's got a measured move drawn out to 13.5.
Oh yeah, that's the sort of ascending triangle breakout measured move, yeah.
Now I'm interested in that. And
A W measured move.
I think we'll get there.
It's like a fractal, right? Copy, revert what happened on the left, use it as a target for the right if it reverses. Well, reversal strategy.
All the liquidations on Dbloc's YouTube chart are on the top.
Well, you have blue lines at the bottom too.
Yeah, but those are 50s, and look at the 100s.
Honestly, any short that gets leaked below 116 is at risk because the order book is empty. Actually, it's not empty anymore now. There's 115 is resistance too. But there's nothing at 112. Like, nobody felt the need to put a sell wall there. People think it can go higher. That's good, no, for bulls. If there's no sell wall, well, it'll exhaust buyers less.
Somebody's shorting ETH. I hope they're not doing it from right here.
Thank you for contributing to the market.
He's one of those red lines up there.
No, the short squeeze is happening on legacy. It's real over there. On crypto, they were able to open new shorts. They TP'd the previous one from 124. Now we're shorting from lower because price reacted there. We'll see what the next upward ABC gives us as a short entry, but And for now, we need the long entry. Which is either a new low below 109 or reclaim 112.
Everybody in the stock market's in profits.
Yeah.
And everybody over here
Well,
is suffering.
except those shorts. except the shorts.
Except the shorts, they're happy here.
Not really. Nah, I don't know. Maybe, but not really. They can't be happy as long as, like Dbloc said, structure is intact on the macro, and we're still holding above the 50 SMA on the weekly. Like it's a short time frame play. It's not a short you'll hold for the whole bear. Well, maybe it'll become one, but for now there's no confirmation of that. Size. Well, actually, you shorted 124. You could have added to your short at 116, 15, and you would have TP'd the 103 if you missed. Well, you would have TP'd the low there. So the Coinbase low 105. And then you'd put the money back in your short at the high. Next step is to TP at the low, just expecting a downtrend. Right? If you short, you're expecting a downtrend. So Bitcoin should put a lower high and a low. Those who really made money these last months, it's range traders. But big range traders, not just 5-minute ranges.
What's up, everybody? So it looks like market makers really waiting for retail to jump in, huh? They didn't want to pay for none of that.
What happened?
Well, it's pretty silent in here. Let's bring the morale up, I guess. Is everybody focused, or what are you guys doing? Oh, everybody's gone, right? Yeah, makes sense.
I'm still here. I'm always here.
We're two then.
We're the ones paying attention, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely paying attention. I can't fail, man. I gotta make it.
No.
So looks like we're just coming down a little bit. No, I'm not surprised and not worried about it. They're gonna play around a little bit.
Oh, the 5-minute had an upward zigzag, right? Up, down, up. So it gave a short entry at 112, a little bit below. Well, 39.56 and
You know that
1114. SR flip, previous support, resistance, lower high, lower high.
That's good. Let a big bear see it, and hopefully he can
Maybe
think that, and
well, there we go.
you can put a big short and a real greedy big short right in here on top of us, and we can just use him to go up.
We'll see if we get bullish pattern or not. But like, if it doesn't look like an ascending triangle, I don't know, any bullish pattern.
I forgot in this game you could buy a little bit of money. That was a good ox.
Then yeah, exploring the FOMC week, maybe to go lower. Well, 108 is like the macro SR.
Except the little bit money cost $12.
But in the meantime, ES is pumping, at least on the 5, 1 minute, yeah, small time frames, while Bitcoin is very short the flow.
Yeah. You there?
Yeah.
Somebody sent me to the open mic gulag in the middle of us talking to each other.
Yeah, you had an open mic. We could hear someone in the background speaking.
I was waiting for you to finish talking.
Yeah, but your mic was open while I was speaking. But it doesn't. It's okay.
That's kind of close. My mic was also off the whole time while it was silent, and I came here to talk to you.
Is it your child we hear in the background?
Yeah, he's here now.
there's some divergences going on volume-wise here because the delta became more negative than during FOMC, where you had like 40% of people buying during that drop. Like it wasn't all red. Anyway, we had like minus 400 CVD, and we're now at minus 500, but price hasn't put a low. Now, of course, if the sell orders don't stop, and they don't seem to stop for a month almost now, yeah, maybe we need the 1st of November to change a bit the flow. I don't know. Anyway, if flow doesn't stop, it doesn't stop whether we diverge or not. We'll still give you a fake out below, well, maybe not a fake out, but a break of support overall. So break below 105, 108, 109, well, one by one. And if people can start, coming back to crypto, then we should see buyers.
Let's go. Where are they? Tao's doing good.
Also doing fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not fine, but well, they're all in, below 200 MA on the daily, or like compared to Bitcoin, they're not doing fine, or on when you zoom out. But on the since FOMC, they're not well. They dropped so much that I guess they can hold for a while until Bitcoin takes another leg down. Then they'll release.
Let's go. Profits are going back into altcoin instead of Bitcoin.
We'll see if it can last, right? Because it's just one day.
That's what we need for an
Total is down in the end with this small caps pumping. It's not helping really the crypto market because total is down. Oh, you need ETH. Yeah, you need big caps to pump like BNB, XRP, Solana, and all that. The big caps are mainly red, yeah.
My position on ETH pulled back a little bit. It was up more. It's still up.
I got back in Zcash at what? It was 315, I think. That's the thing going back for all-time highs.
Check it out. Let's see.
363. It's just chilling right now. 352. I'm in that in Tau. I got out of virtuals.
It held pretty damn good through that meeting. I'm still in it. I got in virtuals at 146, 1468.
It's a token that's gonna pump in the morning. Bunch of these tokens, they don't do nothing until like 5 in the morning. It's like, I've been noticing that. Keep my eye on it too. There's someone that's not even gonna bother trading until early morning. Zcash gets hot early in the morning too. I don't know, from like 4 o'clock all the way till 3 in the morning, don't do nothing.
Yes, just turned green.
What did?
Yes. You know, it was closed there. Yeah, US 500 futures.
Oh.
Yeah, it closed for an hour, and when it reopened, it kept a bit down, and then it went back up to fill that, and then it continued down, and now it's back putting a high. While Bitcoin, just doesn't care and doesn't care at all. You're at like 90+% sales on the order flow. Well, some absorption going on. Huh?
Okay, well, we're coming close to the invalidation on that W, so it's under that red line there, right?
What red line?
On Dbloc's chart.
Oh yeah, that high low there. That when that pattern failed to break out, or you got barely a little bit of that measured move, right? That like the pattern is not well, it's not playing out. No, once you're back below that. Yeah, it's like it's failing to break out when you come back below the neckline and you then fail to go back above the neckline. But I guess as long as you're above the red line, maybe that's where the stop loss is supposed to be.
Yeah.
But
Well,
overall return to 112 into resistance for now.
Yeah, I'm looking to bounce here and then break out. If it doesn't happen, then I'm gonna consider closing everything.
Is there like UFOs landing
Maybe you
behind
could
you?
adjust your mic monitoring.
Sounded like aliens.
And
Hey, any
another
news
thing,
from the?
with FOMC, there I noticed a trend. Like it seems like during all these meetings, like there always gets these vectors. Like look on Dbloc's chart. There's like 1, 2, 3, 3 that didn't even like get recovered. It seems like that happens so much on FOMC. Like the vectors just keep on going. Eventually, they go back and recover it up quickly, but it's strange, It feels like normally they would recover those quicker and then continue.
Well, we recovered upward the downward vector, and by continue you mean downward or upward?
Well, I just mean trending either way. Like on FOMC, I see in different days whether you either like have multiple red candles that just keep on going down with like a lot of momentum. That just seems to happen a lot on FOMC. I don't know whether it's down or up, but it seems to be like a lot of vectors. Whereas on normal charts, you'll have maybe 1, 2 go up, recover, keep on going down, maybe then trend reversal or something. Seems like much more gaps are like created, on FOMC days or near it.
Well, there aren't any here. Like, would going down $400 at 110 be significant for your vector recovery idea? That's what the
No, I
volume
guess
load
it's not
was.
the vectors. I guess what I'm saying is like it seems like on FOMC days, like they'll have like a move, and it'll continue without it won't retrace as much as normal days. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but it seems like this move is it's just a straight downtrend right now at the moment, like 45 degrees to the right, and down. But I feel like on a lot of days, they'll have a few more wicks upward that'll grab those, before continuing.
But that downward angle got defined before FOMC even happened, right? So it's kind of like non-eventful for me, this FOMC. Like it put even a bullish candle on the hourly, the FOMC event. You know, we got yeah, on the hourly chart, it's a bit of a bullish candle even. So we left a wick, and maybe recovering that wick could see a reaction like around 3.6 trillion, which of course is lower than December 2024, but well, it's still above support, which is 108 on Bitcoin. Yeah. What daily time frame? Daily level. Volume was high during the event, but it was the order flow was almost even. It wasn't imbalanced. Right? Well, there was no surprise from what he said, so we didn't have like a panic move to sell or a FOMO move to buy. It was a slightly bearish battle. Like not no huge imbalance in that battle. You had almost as many people hitting market buy than people hitting market sell. Well, a bit more sells, but it's why price stopped and didn't continue lower. Typically, without that event, I mean, these symmetrical triangles, they like to go both ways because so many people watch them, I guess. So we already did both. Huh? We broke to the upside, couldn't, and now we're going to break to the downside, and the midpoint is 3 point. It's cleaner on total market cap. I think the midpoint is exactly December 2024's high. It's 3.7 trillion. So now we're in the part potentially where we, capitulate. Well, break down the triangle, and well, there's some buyers down there. We'll come back here later, and we've having gathered enough strength to do something more than just a double top at a lower high. But overall, pretty bearish. Weakness. Losing 112 was really the decision point. Now it's about finding support somewhere. And event days, yeah, like you said, they tend to recover the wicks. And it's already happening, or we're not too far now from the wick. Half a percent above. The issue is the carnage that could follow that breakdown. If other people join the Irish party, we gotta start it from support. It's gonna help it break support. Well, could say goodbye to 108 for good. And then if we get an end of year rally, well, maybe it's not gonna be on Bitcoin, huh? Could end up being on Trump for all I know. 110 flat, exactly that round number is the high volume area during FOMC. It's where most transactions happen, so it could react here as a support. Yeah. Which we are about to touch. Yeah, we're at, well, it's done, yeah.
No.
Just same downtrend continuation.
Last chance. Ashley has got to close under it. I'm gonna give him a chance to fake. Ashley, what's dominance doing? Starting to poke up. I don't like that.
At least futures also a tiny bit red. Nothing like Bitcoin though. Yeah, yeah, they have room before they get to 109. Yeah. You know that dip to 103,800, we got the secondary dip, or the second slower dip after the crash. That one had a breakout at 109, right? With an inverted head and shoulder that managed to play its measured move to 115 or 14. Right? We're back there, right? So what's at stake here is already 103 because it is where we cleared 103, right? So as soon as you're back above below 112, some of these levels are can't hold before you get to just a tiny bit above 108, I guess. Like it's 109 that holded during FOMC. Right? I was Trying to understand why 109, or why not 108, or just 110. Or sometimes it's random, but I don't think it was random in this case. That 109. It could have been 109 400, but it wasn't, right? It was 109 03. Well, anyway. There's really not much in the book for the double bottom down there. 108 is Bible though. And very small time frames. This might be give a little bit of a green candle. Make sure, well, yeah, green candle to like just a few $100 higher. Because we've seen a bigger sell, aggressive, right? So aggressive sells. Oh, there you go. You got your tiny up move. Powell said to slow down. He repeated it. He was thinking about the pace of the rate cuts, or maybe it was a message. Slow down the blow off top on legacy, slow down the crypto bull run. So to avoid a bear market, if you slow down, you'll probably get less downside. I don't know. And so Bitcoin is listening to Powell. Like, okay, you said slow down. I'll slow down. I'll just hang around 100K. I won't do anything crazy. Because someone prevented by TPing freaking 10% of market cap. Someone big. Maybe it's just someone big who got liquidated actually, but still. We are Thursday, right? Technically. In France, at least. So midweek reversal, definitely downward on legacy, and I don't know on Bitcoin. It's a bit more odd now. We pumped on Monday, Tuesday morning, then down. I guess it's upward on BTC, downward on legacy. What are the odds of that?
Hopefully, this is the fake.
There's no fake out here, no? Like, what's fake about this? The fake out is, my opinion, it's below 108. Like at that point, maybe we can call it a bit of a fake out below 108 again, but it's risky. We'll see. If it wasn't for FOMC, we'd already be there. I'm really like pretty sure of that. That FOMC brought some bullishness. Like if people were waiting to buy, maybe they were waiting to buy, and they did so. There were enough people that bought to not have the symmetrical triangle impulsively move down. Like that impulse down got stopped at 110. Wicking to 109, but 110, yeah. So hanging around 110 on low volume makes sense, but on bigger volume it doesn't, yeah. And we have a bit of a battle going on for the daily close.
And Binance is gonna delist KDA.
KDA? Yeah. Most exchanges, no? I thought you said ADA. I was like, oh, really? Then KDA. Yeah, KDA is abandoned, more or less. Price action also shows it.
So did you sell all your KDA or?
It's really not much. But no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 shitcoin at 0. I have a shitcoin list in my watch list. It's called shitcoins because they're dead. Well, I added KD8 there. There's really odd stuff like VPR, Throne, CLV, KK, KDA, APRS. Supra is not dead. I don't know why it's in there. Param, Rollbit, Ruby, Well, I mean, there's a few. It's just not worth the time and effort to watch them, you know. So when they get delisted, I just add them in there so I remember.
Is the shitlist portfolio becoming bigger?
But no, it's literally at zero. Right? The value is zero. You can't trade them. I mean, you can maybe on Web3 dexes. Yeah, maybe you can trade them, but it's worth zero. Well, close to zero. Maybe there's $50 there. Probably not. I don't know. Yeah, probably not even $50. It's really not worth any effort. The listings have slowed down today, though, because I didn't see hundreds of notifications on Bybit. I saw the opposite, actually. I saw listing notifications today. Like, I got bombarded with listing of this, listing of that. They're replacing some failed coins to list new ones. Maybe some of those new ones are not new, but Bybit didn't have them, and now they're adding them. There are still more delistings going on than listings. But at least there's some new stuff coming, so that's a good sign. No? There aren't a lot of projects launching during bear markets, so the fact that we have coins getting launched currently is a point for not being in a bear market. Although the listing activity is more Bitcoin downtrend continuation incentive, I guess. That CoAI is fighting for $3. I don't know. There's plenty of stuff going on the altcoin market. You know, whether Bitcoin goes down or up, there's always plenty of stuff going on. Some new listings, new launches, altcoins trying to come back up, like Trump. I mean, Trump isn't old, but it's not new either, right? It's been 1 year, no, almost. Yeah, after elections. Buy is already green. With Powell telling them to slow down, maybe we will not open in price discovery tomorrow. Oh, maybe some reason will come to the market and it won't do that. It would be good for crypto because it's what we need. We need them to come back down to support while we hold anything. I don't know, 108, maybe just even 98, but even 92, but any support. Holding while they don't pump. But it doesn't look that way. Seems more likely to just open in price discovery tomorrow. Again. Because guess what? With Powell telling you to slow down, what did people do? They shorted, right? And we're in a short squeeze. Powell is telling them to short. It's gotta put one more high before dumping. I asked him if we're at the 2000 bubble. That was funny. And even if he thought it's the case, he couldn't say it, right? Like he's not gonna say, "Yeah, we're in a bubble." Like, so it's a bit pointless to ask him that. No? His answer was good though, as if he was prepared for that question. Because coming up with that thought of, no, it's not like 2000. These companies actually make money. It's fine. Yeah, he probably had that thought. Well, he probably thought about that already. Well, the daily's in. So rejection candle, continuation, well, reversal, and then expansion down. And we're back at potential daily SR. Well, we lost it. Yeah, we lost it. Closed below 110. 110, 500. The next one below 108, 1075 or somewhere. Candlestick pattern wise. But you have the 200 to break before that at 1083. And if you want to have a chance of having still like a bullish pattern in this area, for me the most bullish is an ABC, so it's a low below 101. But anyway, pattern wise, like it could still fit ascending triangle with a neckline at 115, as long as we maintain a higher low and we maintain a bit upward angle connecting 101 with 103, 104. You know, the symmetrical's supporting angle. The symmetrical triangle supporting angle. Like we don't have to fake out below it because we did the upward fake out. Sometimes they just turn into ascending triangles. The most likely though is a scare by going lower than there and following capitulation, and that's where the question is, will big money buy it this time too? If they want to prolong the crypto cycle, extend it right, well, right to the right, then yeah, they will. But if there just isn't enough buys, we'll flip 100k into resistance eventually. It'll probably retest 108 again as resistance. Yeah, we'll probably get back above 100 a few times, but 'after that, there's no support before 90k. Yeah, 100 to 90 could be pretty quick actually. What is the CME gap at 92? In the middle of the very old, well now 18-month-old range there. A bit above 90 and 92. Uh, 92k is still only 26% down from all-time highs, right? So it still fits Bitcoin's corrective move, measured moves during this cycle at least. Like it wouldn't be that crazy, you know. Currently we corrected 18% only. It's like well, it's not a correction, yeah. It's just 18% drop from the new all-time high.
when is ETH gonna start moving? That's my question. Forget Bitcoin. I've had enough. I've waited long enough.
It just did 3x up. It moved. I don't want to sound bearish, honestly. I want to try to remain neutral, and I didn't sell my ETH either. I mean, I sold on leverage, but on inverse perpetual, you make ETH when you sell your position, right? So I have more ETH now. So like I'm really not following any better, but ETH had its run. Now it was disappointing, but it had its run.
I'm still projecting a 7.5k to 8k ETH, but let's see.
If Bitcoin can also push up, yeah. But if it can't, and we turn supports into resistances and can't get back above, now let's give it some time, a few weeks more. I don't know, we'll see. But it's, well, actually, Dbloc said he'd fully exit a few in tomorrow, or well, I forgot. But I won't personally. I'll give it. I'll let price show. Well, it already proved a few stuff, but it hasn't dropped more than 25% or 30%. So it's not. It's the weekly 200 MA that said no on the ETH pair, right? When we had that rise from 1400 to all-time highs, it managed to reach weekly time frame resistance, or average at least. And for now, it's still resistance. Now, getting above that and turning into support, yeah, there you can get like 7-8k ETH while Bitcoin is still here. You know, that's what you would end up with. Like 20-25% isn't hard to do for ETH right now. While Bitcoin just stays in this range. Like even if we fail the next breakout at 126, it's possible. It's actually pretty likely even, because it's in a very strong impulse up. It retraced it since August. So it's been 2.5 months, almost 3 months down on ETH-BTC. Like, yeah, I think we'll get another attempt at that weekly 200 MA on the pair. Question is how low before we do that, and I think the answer could be the 10th of October wick.
I have a
In
question.
dollars.
Do you remember yesterday when Dbloc said top of the range of USDTD? What his top of the range was in a percentage?
You mean USDT dominance?
Yeah, it was like I would like to see us go top of the range and then fall off a cliff there. And I don't know what his top of the range was exactly. Do you know? Maybe it's like 6.3.
It's the previous high, probably. 6.4. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, when there's a major Bitcoin sell-off, alts often suffer more, and you end up with people getting back into stables, either selling manually or getting liquidated or stopped out. And that gives USDT dominance a spike up.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not sure of.
But it's not ranging. USDT dominance is just upward, right? When you look since 4 years.
Yep. But when you look at the daily chart since October 2022, you can see a trend line which has been respected and bounced off of every time. But now, if it goes through, the breakout would seem like a failed breakout if it only goes to 6.4. Like purely on the chart, it would seem like it could go way higher even, which is scary.
How high did it go on the 10th? Because that defined
on the 10th it only went
5.5.
Yeah, which is crazy actually.
You could expect a lower high after that big wake up, but a bit like August. What happened in August 24? Huh? You got a huge liquidation party too. That one was huge, man. USDT dominance spiked up, and then you got a retest of the wick that couldn't fill it completely. And you see,
Okay.
like that, and that part maybe has even happened already, And Powell is confirming it by saying he ends, which we knew already, I guess, so it's not a surprise, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, never mind. We knew Powell would say quantitative tightening is done. I mean, he's done selling by December 1st, right? But maybe that's the hard part, right? Because he's not done selling. He says will be done by December 1st. So some people might think like, okay, I'm gonna wait for December 1st so the Fed stops selling, so I buy. No, like, don't know why that December 1st line might make some people wait another month.
Yeah, I think we'll know more when we see what happens in the charts when Trump and Xi are meeting each other. Like if the markets react badly or very good to it, I think we will know more.
They cannot, they can't react good to it because they're already in an impulse up. You want to accelerate this up move on the markets, like then.
Wait, you mean
if that,
crypto can't move good? Can't react good to the
no,
to the meeting?
the stock market.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, it's pricing in the fact that there's gonna be an agreement and that tariff is not gonna be 100% right. If anything bad comes out of that, then you're looking at retesting your breakout very, very easily, and there would be no reason for it to hold even. No, that's not the likely outcome. The likely outcome is that they do get a deal and it's another taco trade. And while the problem with the taco trade is you might have to TP it before Trump says what deal he did, right? Just because of the performance of it. You got 6% in like 2 weeks. If you bought the panic he created, that's quick.
The problem is for us to begin some kind of alt season or just like a really bullish phase in crypto, we need Bitcoin not to like grind upwards but really move impulsively. And as long as we don't do that, I expect for us to drop lower than where we started from.
Typically sideways is okay for alts, right? And Bitcoin is sideways between 100 and 120.
We will see some relief, but it's not like what you hope for.
Well, no, I think it can happen even if we don't go in price discovery on Bitcoin. And I mean, we've seen dominance will go up, right? If Bitcoin pushes hard to the upside. So if you want to make more money buying alts, like an alt season is when you make more money buying alts, right? Then you actually need Bitcoin to go sideways while your alts pump to be in an alt season. If Bitcoin also pushes up, then well, maybe.
Wait, you did
I
say
fully agree with what you
dominance.
just said there.
And they're so behind right now that we would need a lot of sideways Bitcoin while alts keep rising and rising for a while to catch up.
Yeah, but I think
and it'll happen quick. There'll be a news to manipulate people to buy into Trump coin, or I don't know which. Maybe a new coin will come out and it'll be huge, 100 billion market cap, and dominance will fall straight 5% like it did with XRP or with ETH. It'll probably be quick. Yeah, I don't see dominance falling 5% though. I think
I see it
capital
fall at least 5%. Why not?
I think he wants to break above 60 right now.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know.
I mean, it's not that I'm super knowledgeable about this stuff, but I've just watched Cowan talk about this, and he's like really fucking sure about this case. The only thing that could not make dominance go up first is quantitative easing. So now that's a possibility. And now it's actually possible for dominance to drop first. But his base case was all liquidity to Bitcoin or just a major sell-off, and then we can see alts performing.
But we just had that, no? 10th of October?
Yeah, he said we had that, but daily and weekly is still heading upwards. I'm just telling what he's saying, and he expects Bitcoin dominance just to even go higher than the week we've had. It's hard to believe, but it's also hard to believe that.
Last 4 years, I always betted on a Christmas rally, and it kind of never ended good unless you TP'd well before Christmas.
Yeah, I'm well aware of what he said.
But can you repeat? You betted on what? You betted on Christmas what?
You know, the idea of the end of year rally, Christmas rally on alts.
And
it's
it never
always
happened.
well, no, we topped in December 24, right? On total, we topped in. We have it. It's just that you need to sell. Well, you needed to sell before Christmas, not after Christmas, right? I think it's possible we get it this year, in particular a bull market year, because overall in 2025, Bitcoin. Damn, it did nothing. Wait, what did it do in 2025 in the end? How's the yearly looking? We started the year at 3.5 trillion, and we are at 3.7. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, well, anyway, we'll see where the yearly closes, but overall, total dumped and pumped back up, but it didn't do much in 2025. We started it very high because of
It's a
the
weird
last
space,
Christmas
man.
rally. You know, last Christmas we were at we were already above all-time highs on total market cap. Like it was above 3 trillion already. And you see how it topped beginning of December. Total market cap topped at the beginning of December, right? So you have to sell like really early. Well, you had to sell really early in 24. The end of your Christmas rally, whatever you want to call it. But we really had it. Huh? We had a good November and a good December. Well, beginning of December was good. So with that a bit self-fulfilling prophecy, it could work. We could see altcoins rise more than Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin, I mean, it would have to reclaim 112. You know, it would have to stay sideways, closer to its highs than its lows. But even without getting new all-time highs on Bitcoin, you could see new all-time highs on ETH. You could see it on plenty of coins during the coming 2 months. And that would end up with a 5% drop in dominance.
It all depends on
I
where that
believe that
money
too.
is going to come from, how much is going to come into our market. We got to get over 4 trillion, like I keep mumbling. Once we get over 4 trillion, I think we'll be able to focus more on the directions of where it's headed into. Not just Bitcoin, not just USDT, like we were talking about earlier. It hasn't started yet. We need money to come back into the market.
I'm not doubting dominance will drop off eventually. I'm saying, are we topping out at 60% and heading down? I'm not too sure. I think we will have
Susie,
another
we've been mumbling
fierce.
this for months, like for months now.
We weren't at 60% though. 60% is like once it goes above 60, it blasts through. That's the whole issue with Bitcoin dominance, like we've seen on October.
How about this? Where do you think, how low do you think we're going to make it down in dominance once altcoins make theirs? What's your estimate? Low 50s, high 40s? What are you thinking?
I would have to see what's happening in the space, man. I have no idea. I have no
Well,
idea
let's
what's
look at it like this. Instead of basing it off of feelings or emotions, let's look at what
No. I'm
happened
not
last
basing it.
cycle. So you look
I'm
at last
basing it
cycle's
off.
dominance ratio and compare it at that. Dbloc was looking at it
Wait,
the other
wait,
day.
but you're mistaken. I'm not telling my feelings. I'm telling what a macro specialist is telling, and it makes sense to me. I'm not telling my feelings.
The toughest thing is we have way more coins this cycle. We have millions of coins compared to hundreds of thousands of coins like last cycle.
That's more a downward pressure on dominance, right? If there's more diversity in coins, there's more.
Should be.
Yeah.
But money
But the
hasn't
problem
actually
is,
gone anywhere but Bitcoin.
but
Really.
they're disappearing. They're getting delisted, and they're just worthless overall. They're all failures, basically. They end up all. I mean, they have temporary success, but they end up all failing.
Yeah, but what
on
happened in the
average.
past months? Everyone was saying dominance was it was going down for sure. Like every content creator, apart from some people who know what they were talking about. And what happened? Dominance skyrocketed because
No,
they were basing off feelings. They were not looking at objective data.
No, no, dominance is downward now. You know, that spike up on 10th of October couldn't achieve a high. It's a lower high you got there. So
Yeah, but that's like
as long
the
as we're
daily and weekly
below,
trends.
as long as we're below 61.5%, there's a reversal pattern there. Now, maybe it's going to become invalid, and we're not too far from being back above 61.5, right? But I think, what was that? Was it XRP's launch? Yeah, it's XRP, right? You see, when that's just XRP. Back in November 2024, XRP pumped from 50 cents to $3. That dropped dominance from 60% down to 55%. That's a 5% drop in dominance with just one alt performing good.
It
Now, of
wasn't
course,
just XRP though. Everything else was dropping as well.
Well, of course, you know, people
Wait, what was the
seeing
date?
one coin. Well, last Christmas rally, last year.
Last Christmas, okay.
Everything
November
was running, Zusi. Everything across the board was running.
What
It
was
started with
the
XRP, right? And that.
what were
that
the rates like back in Christmas last year? Were they cutting? Was it quantitative easing? What
Oh
was
no,
the
we
state?
were getting hikes. When he
Okay.
stopped hikes, we started to pause hikes. I think he kept rates
Okay.
at 5.5 a while, yeah, and he was talking about cutting. But people were asking him, when are you gonna cut? And he was like, too soon, not yet. And maybe we got one cut. I forgot. No, we didn't. I don't think we got any cut in 24. Maybe we did towards the end of the year. I forgot. Check that on. Yeah, maybe we got one cut at the end of 24. Yeah. I don't know if it was in October or in December though. I think the cut might have dropped us. I don't know. Because it was a change. And it happened quickly, you know, just 1 month, barely. And dominance didn't stay at 55% very long. Bitcoin then started going back up. And, well, actually down. Yeah, and that brought alts back to reason.
Do you have some kind of indicator that suggests to you alt season is officially begun?
I assumed that at 64.3% because we had a wick up that then got filled and then it became invalid, and then with ETH finding support at 1400. Like since ETH hit 1400, you know, overall for me we are starting alt season, and I'm like type 1 trader, I guess, so I buy really early on and it's very risky, but no.
I saw something interesting today. It's like a guy.
But it's already over.
Who...
that idea is over. That ETH for me is sold already.
No, but I saw someone claim when the stochastics on the weekly on total 2 or total 3 chart has a cross, because it only happens like 2 times a year, is definitely like all risk is on, and this is the
What?
A good time to buy to get in.
It's just the official confirmation, like now alt season has begun, or just some kind of alt rally has begun for sure.
Stochastic are good because they lag less than typical indicators, so they tend to be. Well, they try to guess a bit, right? So.
And it seems like they're bottoming out. Hopefully soon some decent reaction.
Wait, if the stochastic is bottoming out on dominance, that means it's gonna spike up, no? Not down.
No. I'm talking about total 2 and total 3 chart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ardos had a green candle today, while Bitcoin had a red one, right? Like that's I don't know if it's important or not, but it's a sign of hope in a sea of red, while everything else is freaking green, like really very green. It did a tiny green candle. Others, yeah. Well,
But it's beginning to look like the whole move upwards above the triangle was a fake out as well.
But that, we got proof of that when we lost 112. Like it was the level to
Yeah,
hold.
so with what momentum are we going to go back above 112?
There's a few
If you already
technical
did
reasons for 109.
for liquidity, I would understand it, but it doesn't seem like it's just like based on pure strength.
I think the overall world state is an incentive, like like just trying to catch up to other charts is an incentive. Everything is tied. MicroStrategy is traded on SPY, right? What are we seeing? I'm not seeing a dump yet. It's probably gonna come. People are afraid there's gonna be a huge dump. Yeah, but that's always the case when we push in price discovery, right? I think that's one incentive, honestly. As long as they do fine, we have a reason to try to catch up. At least to dump less, no?
The MicroStrategy is not in the S&P 500.
Where is it then? Well, it's okay. It's a small cap, really.
It's not a small cap, but it's just not in that index. It's not the I don't think it might be one of the top 500 in terms of market cap, but
it's not allowed in SPY because it's speculative, or like what's
well,
up with that?
they reshuffle they reshuffle the index every like quarter or something, right? And they take out the worst performer and put in the best performer, or if something's not meeting like standards to be in S&P, like there's a bunch of different criteria. Like you have to have a certain market cap, you have to have a certain amount of average daily volume, you have to I mean there's a price minimum. You have to stay above $1. If you fall below $1, then you need to trade it above $1 for 10 consecutive days, like to avoid delisting. And like there's all kind of stuff, but like for the S&P, here, let me just look it up because I know that there's
thanks for correcting me. It's interesting. Yeah. But
well, yeah, there's
even
just
if
certain
it's not,
criteria. It's not just market cap or performance. It's like there's like 5 different like main areas of criteria that this whole what's it called? This whole, not council, but like committee. Like there's a whole committee that like sort of decides which stock they're going to kick out and which one they're going to bring in. But there's always different stocks in it every quarter. They usually switch out at least one.
maybe it's in another index. Maybe Russell has a MicroStrategy. Then maybe Nasdaq has it. I don't know. And see. But
it might
if
be
it's not
Nasdaq, I'm not sure.
If it's not Nasdaq, or well, if it's not MicroStrategy, then you have other companies that own Bitcoin that are traded, and like there are ties with legacy fundamentally now, right? Like spend ETFs also, and so having them perform good.
In the Nasdaq.
It's in the Nasdaq.
It's in the Nasdaq 100
all right. Well,
index.
Nasdaq is
Composite,
flying.
so
it outperformed crypto since beginning of year, even since April, even in the last week, even on the
You could
15
say that
minute.
if you're
So, so
investing in the Qs like QQQ, you're indirectly investing in MicroStrategy, but which means like on a third on like you'd be indirectly and passively investing in MicroStrategy, which so you'd indirectly be investing in Bitcoin because a lot of their success is based off of the success of Bitcoin.
So it's just a divergence, right? Like currently we're seeing markets push while Bitcoin is well, maybe consolidating sideways, maybe in accumulation, maybe it's about to break down, and I don't know, but it's a divergence, and the question is, how will that divergence be solved? You know, either markets will drop, well, Bitcoin will probably drop too.
We need Trump.
Trump could mention crypto, make it spike up, but then we would eat that spike pretty quickly back down. Trump doesn't need to mention crypto. He needs to make companies buy crypto and give us proof in the chart, like reclaim 112. And yeah, he can do that by saying something about crypto, I guess. I'm not sure people would listen though, but
I think he just needs to get this China deal. And there's also, I think Japan has a rate decision here tonight or today.
All right, so here it is, Zusi. Not that this has much to do with what you're talking about, but this is the criteria to be to be part of the S&P 500 index. It says the company must be a U.S. based corporation with a primary listing on major U.S. exchange such as NYSE or Nasdaq, and must be subject to U.S. security laws. It must have a market capitalization of at least 14.5 billion, with some sources citing a threshold of 15.8 billion or 22.7 billion, indicating the criteria can vary significantly depending on the source and update date. The company must demonstrate positive earnings in its most recent quarter and have a positive sum of earnings over the trailing 4 consecutive quarters. Additionally, the stock must have a public float of at least 10% of its shares outstanding, meaning a significant portion of shares are available for public trading. Liquidity requirements are also, so I mean, I guess it goes without saying that it also has to be publicly traded, but that's also going without saying by being listed on New York Stock Exchange. But so it also says liquidity requirements, but you have to have a 10% float. That's a requirement. Liquidity requirements are also enforced, including a minimum of 250,000 daily shares traded in each of the 6 months prior to inclusion, and a float adjusted liquidity ratio (FALR) of at least 0.75. Have no idea what that is. Companies may be removed from the index if they deviate substantially from these standards. So, yeah, like they don't even have a chance of getting into the S&P 500 unless there's a minimum of 250,000 daily shares traded in each of the 6 months prior to inclusion. So for 6 months, they have to have a minimum of 250,000 daily shares traded for 6 months straight before they're even
and that's not
considered for the
MicroStrategy's
S&P.
case.
No, it's not.
So it ends up in Nasdaq and not SPY. That doesn't make
Yeah,
sense. Nasdaq is better than SPY, you know? It's high tech.
Well, yeah, it is. It's a tech company, but it just has to do with software. There's no like staple, like sort of like, oh, we need this for the industry. Like, you know how the Dow Jones is like, oh, these are important companies. Like, this is integral to our society, like our the industrialization and like further movement of our society. There's no like, oh, if we got rid of this, like the world would never be the same. Like, if you got rid of MicroStrategy, the world would
Nothing
get
would
along.
change, yeah. Yeah,
But if you
just
got rid of
crypto
like
would be
something,
dead, but people will still go
if
to
you
work tomorrow. Yeah.
if you got rid of like a Home Depot, that would make a much bigger difference. You know, like if you got rid of like I mean, everyone
Walmart.
goes in like Walmart, or like even McDonald's, like because that's in the Dow because it's like it's such a staple. You know what I mean? Like, not that like
Well,
society would be changed forever. There's
SPY
other
is
fast
more
food chains, but
it's more industrial stuff than software. Nasdaq is more
What
software.
would happen if something happened to Michael
So-
Saylor? Like, do you think Bitcoin would that would be a black swan for Bitcoin? Like if he died, like I had a tragic
Well, what
event.
percentage of supply
would-
does he hold?
that would actually be super bullish because then he can't sell his shit, and he has a ton. He has a ton of it, the Bitcoin supply. So like you basically just like remove that from the supply.
No, but
if
wouldn't
nobody else
like
had his
isn't
keys.
it owned
No,
by
no, the
MicroStrategy?
company.
So like the next CEO would take over and he
Yeah,
would make the decision on
yeah.
what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
That's also true for
Michael
Elon
Saylor
and
personally
Tesla.
owns some too. Like I think Michael Saylor personally owns like 50,000 Bitcoin or something. Let's look it up. Make a note.
Well, maybe it would drop a few percent on that news. Michael Saylor is dead. It could hit sentiment, yeah, because people are used to him chilling crypto, and well, someone else will replace him. But there's not only MicroStrategy. You know, Tesla also owns some Bitcoin, and they're sitting right below all-time highs. If that breaks out, it's also a point for the bulls, right? I'm just saying, there's one potential bullish divergence going on here. It's that we're trying to fake starting a bear market while none of that is happening elsewhere. Sometimes crypto moves first. Maybe it's the case. It's going to be the case. Let's start it earlier than legacy. Get rid of it. Perform even better next cycle.
So an even better example, while still being on the tech side, but like something that is also like consumer product goods, whatever goods, consumer product goods and services all together with technology and internet beyond it is Amazon. Like imagine remember what the world was like before Amazon, right? Like remember that for a couple seconds, and then remember what it is like now with Amazon. If we got rid of Amazon completely, that would be like like something else would come up and take its place and do exactly the same thing. But I'm just saying, like, if Amazon was to just vanish and that whole part of our economy was gone, like everything would be so different. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, it could end up being a better world, actually, you know? Without
could.
Amazon.
I mean, like GE, I don't even think GE's in the S&P 500. Let's say like Verizon. Like, imagine if there was no Verizon. Like, remember things before cell phones and like, the wireless network. That shit was like, if we got rid of that,
Oh,
that would be a big difference.
the government would take a loan from China to save the company. It's too important.
Yeah.
Or they'll
Things
ask a
like
favor, or I don't know, they'll get bailed out.
things like hotels. Like hotels have been part of our economy for a really long time. Like if there was all of a sudden no hotels, like shit would be a lot different. I'm looking for some other stuff that's like not technology based, that's more of like a goods or service.
But probably
But I mean,
every
like,
company in SPY, you know?
well, yeah,
It's
I'm looking
industrial
at
stuff,
so
so
I'm looking at all of these things, and a lot of it is industrial, but a lot of it is just like old style, like physical needs and goods. You know what I mean? That's like the stuff that people have used for decades and still need, and they're gonna need them.
agriculture also probably.
Yeah, the General Mills. Like people don't realize how much shit General Mills make. They make a ton of food, a ton of different stuff. It's not just cereal. They make a ton of shit. And like Procter and Gamble, like they distribute a hell of a ton of food. Like they distribute a lot of stuff. If you look at the back of like anything, like if you eat something, there's like a 1 out of 3 chance. So if you look at the back of it, it'll, like if you take something off a shelf, right? I'm not saying like the produce, meat, and whatever. aisles. But if you take something off the shelves and you look at the bag of it, something that you're gonna eat off the shelves at the grocery store, you look at the bag of it, and you'd be surprised how many things are actually like made or distributed by Procter and Gamble, or
In
like
France, it's often Danone or Unilever or. Oh.
Nestle is another huge one. Like Nestle makes a ton of like the processed foods that are on the shelves.
Bought some Nestle really not a while ago. Wait, let me check. How's it doing? I bought some of that stock as a defensive play because they tend to perform well. They tend to drop while markets perform good, and vice versa. It's a bit, it's a bit a defensive play.
There's actually a
Yeah.
lot of stuff in here that I didn't really expect to be in here. And then there's also stuff that I would have expected to be in here that's not in here.
Yeah, about 72, it's 78, coming back down towards me. After having gapped up to 85.
Well, okay, how about Best Buy? Like, imagine not having Best Buy. I mean, yeah, that'd be some other story. Like, we had Radio Shack before Best Buy put them out of business.
No, but you're definitely right. If Michael Saylor gets liquidated, it's not going to be the end of the world for the real economy. But the ripple effect of crypto collapsing, people losing buying power, because you have millions of people who bought into crypto, right? And it's a bit buying power for some people. Like people have credit cards linked to crypto accounts. It could reduce consumer spending and send, if people have less, if we end up having less buying power because of prolonged bear market, maybe it will affect the real economy indirectly like that. So it might have implications if MicroStrategy disappears.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think. So Meta, I know that don't they have something to do with crypto? That would be bad for them, right? I don't want to
Tesla,
directly,
Meta, a lot of tech companies. But even
yeah, I don't.
Nvidia, there's links with crypto. They spent years making graphics cards, so we mine.
Yeah.
They probably have a lot of crypto too. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, people
like,
who bought their
well,
cards
that's
have.
well. Here's the thing: crypto would suffer without Nvidia, but Nvidia would not suffer without crypto. You know what I mean? So they
We'll
are linked,
see.
but
We'll see longer term, right?
I'm
Right now,
thinking
there's a
people that
huge
have it
demand in
like
graphics
on their
card,
balance
but
sheet.
what if AI stops
Tesla.
benefiting from computational increases? What if these algorithms reach an efficiency floor where they don't benefit as much from increased computing power? They're already projecting that to happen pretty soon.
But they're using AI for everything, and that's why they're trying to get quantum computing.
I'm just saying, eventually the demand for graphics card for AI models might slow down. It's going to take a while, more like 5 years at least, but even more probably. But we might find even better algos. Yeah, there's also quantum computing, but that's still far away. It's still research stage,
Well, so we've got Tesla. We know Tesla holds Bitcoin.
Yeah, look at its price action, right? It's not
Oracle,
like
I don't
it's
think
dumping. So they are rich. Tesla is rich right now with their stock this high. They can decide to sell Bitcoin to buy their own stock, or they can decide to sell their stock to buy more Bitcoin, or they can decide to do nothing.
BlackRock holds a lot of Bitcoin, but they are number 64 by weight. So they're only 0.27% of the S&P by weight. So like a little more than 0.25% of the S&P is BlackRock. So even though they hold a ton of it, whereas like Tesla maybe doesn't hold as much Bitcoin, but they're a heavier weight. They're 2.47% of the S&P. But I
We'll
don't
see
know
if
how
the
much
breakout
of
fails
their.
or not on Tesla. If it fails, then it's a bad sign for crypto because crypto likes to correlate a bit with Tesla. But it used to do that. It does it less this now, but it's a good sign. And when you see Tesla impulse up, some of that money comes from crypto or goes into crypto. There's more links than other stocks.
I mean, I don't know who else holds it. Like, I don't know if like Goldman Sachs or like Morgan Stanley or any of these guys. MasterCard was involved in crypto a few years ago, before the Luna thing happened.
Yeah, those are incentives to go up. Institutional money. Well, they're rich right now. They're pretty rich.
Dbloc, what's your best trade that you've ever made? No rush. And do your thing. I see you're kind of doing your thing. But curious about that.
It could have been a beautiful inverted head and shoulder. The problem is, I would have liked a small right
Here's
shoulder, not a big one like the left one. It's still not. In
so
bull
here's another
markets, the
one,
right
Zeus.
shoulder tends to be smaller and quicker. It's not what's happening at all here. Just
Here's
one
another
little
one,
bad
Zeus.
sign.
Coinbase. Coin is in the S&P 500 as well, but they're 120, and they're ranked 120, so they're only 0.14% of the S&P. But that's another one that's linked to crypto. So far we've got three that, like, if they were to go down, crypto could suffer, or if crypto suffers, they would go down.
Yeah, and they're a bit tied up to each another. When the indices go up, people are buying the index. That money channels into proportionally every company in the index. So when someone buys a SPY, NQ, he's actually buying some Bitcoin. Very little, but you know. That probably prevented Bitcoin from already putting a low below 101.
I don't know if I'd really say they're buying Bitcoin, because it's more so like their net wealth is like impacted by the price movement of Bitcoin, like to a minuscule degree. You know what I'm saying? So like if you buy Tesla, to like some very small degree, the money that you've invested, like, which is part of your net worth, is going to be dependent on the performance of Bitcoin.
Both,
But
because
you're not really owning it.
Because the company holds Bitcoin, their price performance on the index is also, well, the performance of the stock is also linked to Bitcoin's value. Like MicroStrategy wouldn't go up if Bitcoin was down, right? And
Yeah,
by
so
the
if
way,
you're investing in them and their net worth is dependent on the performance of Bitcoin, then that's why your net worth would be affected. But they're the ones that really own it.
no. I mean, there's never been as much tie as there is this year. So it's just, we're asking about an incentive to pump. We might not need a news event to pump. Just catch up to where everything is. Even gold did better than Bitcoin lately.
Dude, I am like actually
It's up 30% since August.
surprised I'm surprised that there's not more people in real estate companies that are coming out and saying, "Hey, like we're buying Bitcoin."
No,
You
it
would think
was
they'd be
up
all about it.
30%.
What was?
Gold
Uh,
up 30% in 2 months or 3 months. While Bitcoin is like, I want to give you proof I'm starting a bear market. 4 years after the previous stop. It's hard. And when you look at the corrective moves of this cycle, they always put on a low before reversing up. This one, for now, isn't even that corrective. It's down 18, 20%, less than 20%, right? What are the bets that we reverse up without putting a low? Look, it did it at 75, it did it at 50, it did it at 25, and it didn't do it at bear market bottom where we got a double bottom. Actually, it wasn't a low. Yeah, it was a very tiny low. The double bottom at 15.5. The right part was enough to stop me out. Tiny low. But yeah, just doubled back in. TP the initial rise on the 1 minute. And retook the golden retest of the 1 minute thingy there. And then when you go a bit further back in time during the down move from 69 to 15, it's not that the pumps cannot even reach resistance, right? You fail to reach 50k, very bearish sign. You fail to reach 33, very bearish sign. Then you fail to reach 28, well, even 25. Still very bearish sign, right? So that's why here seeing it fail to reach 112 and all, like, oh, I am so worried. It's just the beginning, potentially. Well, yeah, it hasn't even begun, right? So there's no point in worrying about something that you see beginning but hasn't begun. But it's gambling at this point, you know. Like, let's have one more push up. Wow.
Dude, look at BNB. Hasn't even budged. It's China, dude. China's giving CZ the heads up. Like, hey, deal's going down.
Yeah, it's holding the 50 EMA on the daily while everything else is below the 200. Yeah. The 200 is at $800 on BNB. Oh, should wait for that. But if it flips 800 into resistance, ooh, that's bad. But yeah, you know, exchange tokens are really performing good. What's Crow up to? Maybe Crow's doing fine too. No, yeah, it's above the 200 on the daily, so better than most coins.
And then there's that Japan news today. I think they're gonna decide if they're probably gonna not hike, but that has to come out. I'm telling you, dude, if we start grinding up and then the headlines start coming, Trump and Z are now entering the room or something, we're gonna get some price volatility.
It's already pretty volatile though.
Well, I think it's setting up for the upside scam volatility, but I don't know what's going to come from the deal though. But I think just the fact when they enter and the headlines start dropping, it's going to start popping.
If Bitcoin doesn't put well, if it reverses up like you said, probability of breaking out 115 increases a lot. You end up with an ascending triangle with an inverted head and shoulder and this and that. Like it's gonna have more chance at not failing 115, 116 breakout, in my opinion. Well, if it fails again, then you're looking at triple top. That's probability-wise way worse than double top, I think. But I forgot the number. But yeah, triple top is even worse though. But it's less likely to give you a triple top. If it does, it's even more bearish than the current situation. But the problem with the triple top is it's exactly what we have at all-time highs. Right? We're finding a triple top at 124 with a liquidity grab above 124 on the third push. But overall, that's what we can assume for seeing a bear market as at the wing structure here. Right? It's like range bound, triple top.
Like the Trump and China escalation drove us from like 120ish down to 103. If they do come to an agreement, I think we're gonna pop hard. And then if you look at Nvidia, I was looking back at it. What broke them out, like Nvidia hasn't even had their earnings yet. What broke them out was when Trump was in Asia, he confirmed that he's making a deal with I think it's Japan or Korea or whatever for Nvidia's chips. So that's what gave them that leg up that they got right there. Was just that deal to send Nvidia to. I'm sitting at 208 right now.
Isn't it about speculation about lifting sanctions on China on graphics cards? Because you know China is sanctioned by
that hasn't been decided yet. But this was confirmation that
Oh.
he's gotten Japan chips or semiconductors lifted. It happened yesterday. That's when Nvidia.
Oh,
started
even Japan was
Speaking
wasn't
of
allowed to buy.
Zeusy, you say you wanted to trade China.
Yeah, I'm
I've got some
already in
tickers.
for 2 years now.
Oh, I thought
I
you were looking
I
for
bought
a place to
eggs.
grab.
Honestly, someone was asking Dbloc what's his best trade. I think that might be best trade. That Chinese ETF is having the
Do you have
patience for it.
FXI?
No, it's
which
ETF. PASI is the ticker. PASI.
PASI? What the hell is that?
It's Amundi
That's an
Chinese ETF. Yeah. It's French stuff, and it's underperforming the index. But the buy was
my best was
Oh,
Alibaba
okay.
at like 70 for China.
Where do you trade stocks, Zeus?
Booker?
You trade in it on a
It's French
on a
stuff.
French exchange.
You're not gonna know.
So you can't trade stuff that's in the S&P anyway.
I can.
Can you?
Yeah. You have access to almost everything. I can't trade some freshly launched, like Circle when it got launched. I couldn't trade it, but they added it a bit later on. But no, you have all the American major stuff.
Well, I'll have to look into this because I don't know what the hell is this. But do you have FXI? Can you get that ticker?
Oh yeah, I can open a chart. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying, can
iShares
you get it
China
on your?
large cap ETF. Yeah. Okay.
Can you get that on your from your brokerage?
I'd need to connect to go look. I'm not connected right now, but probably because I have access to iShares product. Yeah.
All right. Well, so
But
there's that.
I'd be taxed on this though.
Oh yeah, because for you it'd be ADR. It would just be a higher expense ratio to hold it. Like there'd be like a fee to hold it.
It's probably better to get taxed on profits than to buy something you're not gonna get taxed on, but it's gonna underperform because it's synthetic and they got high fee. So next time I'll probably go into real stuff instead of buying that odd stuff, not to pay taxes, because you end up making more paying taxes than using those things. I
Well,
just
so
didn't
this is
know that
supposed to
when
be.
I did.
This is supposed to be the 50 largest Chinese stocks traded on a Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
Yeah, well, you can just look at
Is it-
SSE. It's the same stuff. Yeah, it's up 2x, right, from bear market bottom there, but it's lower, right? Below 2008, below 2016, below 2020. You traded?
Yeah. Well, what I got, so I was in the 30s, and
Oh,
I ended up getting out in the 40 something range, and then I got back in at 32, and that was my average. That was my last average, and then I got out again somewhere. I must have sold it somewhere on one of the last highs. But now I'm looking to get back into it, and I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to like DCA into it, or if I should wait to see how much it retraces. Because the thing is with these index ETFs for China is that there's a bunch of stocks that are being wicked heavily shorted in China, so there could be a huge short squeeze for like a lot of stocks, which would end up making these indexes freaking rip.
I thought China stopped shorting on their stock market.
no.
I don't know.
That's what I heard.
People
Tell me
fed
what.
China a lot, Well, even if they stopped shorting, we can. so, so,
so screw them.
yeah. So
Good luck, guys.
it makes sense
Okay,
that Chinese stocks are heavily shorted, expecting.
The difference between them and us is they don't allow all stocks to be shorted. Only some.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff too. I don't know how it works honestly, but they also set price ranges, no? That like today our currency is going to trade between this and this value. They set a floor and a low and a high. They're like, I'll buy it up or I'll sell it up if it reaches this value. You guys can trade between those two values. It's like currency manipulation, but indirectly every country does it.
Here's another one that you might want to check out, and I think you're gonna like this one, but this is the dangerous one.
I added FXY
This
to my watch
ticker.
list, so I'll if we do a downward ABC, why not add? Yeah, but I need it below 19 now, and that's not gonna happen, in my opinion, not anytime soon. China
Well,
will pump
check
while America dumps. I really think it's how it's gonna turn out. You'll have China pumping while America dumps. Yeah.
Check out this ticker, YINN. Or sorry, YINN, yin.
Well, can you repeat YN?
Y I as an international,
N?
and then N, two N's.
Yin.
Yin.
FTSE China Bull 3X. Ooh, leverage ETF. Ooh.
Yeah. I was like,
Wait, why
what
is
should I
this
tell him
one
about this?
down so much?
Because
Oh, yeah,
it's
because
like,
China is in a bear market since 2008. Yeah, right. So it makes sense.
yeah, like nobody's trying to really like short the whole market over there because it's like nobody's pour like in order for this one to go up, people have to pour money into it. So like I don't know. I mean, if the Chinese market starts ripping like the S&P and the Nasdaq did, back in 2023 or whatever, then this thing could really fly. But this is more like I feel like this is more like a daily in and out. Like
Yeah,
it's got
well,
like a
you
it's
need
got such a high expense ratio that it's like holding it. You would end up like losing money if you try to hold it for a long time. So I don't know
for
if
me,
it's worth.
it's just a hedge against myself because a geographical hedge a bit, right? Like, why invest only in America when you kind of know that in the coming 20 years, the center of the world might switch to China, right? Like, it's already the case economically. Even now, of course, America is still the best country in the world. Well, the best economy in the world, but the best military. But it's not the best economy anymore, and well, less and less, I guess. And that's why I was interested in buying a Chinese ETF a bit. It's to hedge a bit.
Yeah. Like if you
And
want to, even
I
if
don't
you
think
wanted to
it's gonna
scalp it
go.
though, like you could scalp it with this thing. Like you could use the leverage to scalp it with this thing if you're able to get access to it.
I don't know about that. Who does this ETF? Direction Daily FTSE
Direction.
China.
Yeah.
Wow. No, I don't think. Well, I need to find a broker that has that, but no, there's no need for leverage on these long time frame stuff because the cost of the leverage is baked in the chart, right? So when you
Yeah.
look
Well,
at
that's
holding
another
at
reason why this one's going
5,
down so much.
well, you have to pay the fees for the money you borrow, so it's gonna cost you a bit on the long run. Right? So yeah, it's more to scalp, like you said. And leverage, well, maybe swing for 6 months, a year, about 2, but yeah.
Yeah, I've had luck holding them for like a couple of weeks, but then anything but beyond that, I started having like trouble with because even just the time decay is like just holding it like if the say I have a 3x long on the S&P 500, which I did, I've done it a bunch of times, but say I was like I ended up selling it early because the thing was if the S&P went sideways for like another 3 months afterwards, which it kind of did for a while, not 3 months straight, but like
Yeah, your
every
3x
day
goes
that
down,
every day that
yeah, of course.
the price goes sideways, you're kind of like either giving
But
back profits or losing money.
it's the funding fees you pay it through price on these indices.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying this for this to go up, people are really gonna have to pour money into it, but they just might if China starts ripping.
I
Like if
don't think
their markets start ripping.
I don't think China is going to start ripping without a fundamental change in even a geopolitical change. It's like a really long time frame play.
We started ripping when we were at like the terminal rate for friggin' or whatever they call it for
in
critical
2008.
rate or something. No, in
America
2022
started ripping
when
in
we were
2008 when
yeah,
China
but I'm saying
started it going down.
I'm saying after 2020, so like what you refer to as like COVID all-time high, right? After that, there was a bear market for like 2 years, for like a year. I think it was like a year or two. No, I think it was about a year. And
You
then
what?
we bottomed out. went
Ukraine
sideways
dip,
for a
yeah.
while. And then yeah, it was around Ukraine and like all that stuff too. And then there was like in March of 23 was like SVB bank collapse. And then so but that put in a higher low on the S&P and on the Nasdaq, and then the market was just up and to the right from there. So where it really started ripping though, like or more where it bottomed out, I think was like October 2022. I'm not looking at the charts. I'm trying to think by memory. Like October 2022, and they had started. We got that higher low basically when they were done raising interest rates. So they got to the highest point that they hiked to, which I think was like 6% or whatever. And then that's when we
Well,
started ripping. Like
when
once
Powell
the
was
Fed maxed out on interest rates and started pausing. Remember we did a pause for a whole year, and then so once we maxed out, that's when the market bottomed out. Once Powell maxed out on the rate hikes, that's when the bottom actually came in on the market. The market bottomed out or started putting in higher lows. So like it could be the same thing with China, right? If they I don't know where their interest rates are at the moment, but if they raise rates or if they hit a rate beforehand, like a year or two ago, like maybe like a year ago, where they were like, okay, well, we're done hiking rates, and they started cutting, which is what we've done. You know, I don't know if they do like sort of a similar thing over there, but maybe their
they
market
have
is sort of following just like what we did. Except they didn't really bottom out until like 2024, right?
no, yeah,
China's stock
yeah,
market.
because yeah, that's why it gave a better. Well, it gave buys much later than America. Yeah? So if you missed the American boat, that's potentially other boats. Riskier,
So it's
but
if they're like 2 years behind us, then what if they get the same pump? It's just 2 years later. So it for this like buying these China um indexes, right, is sort of like buying the S&P or the Nasdaq back in 2023. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of around like where I would think that they would be at.
honestly, I didn't do much research. I just traded the ABC. I have no clue what Chinese interest rates have done in the last years. But to me, they have the opposite issue as America. They are in a bear market while we are pumping. They have deflation while we have inflation. They probably have negative funding rates while we have positive ones. Like, then it's just
Negative funding rates.
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if China has negative funding rates because they have deflation. So the government would be like, well, I don't know why anybody would buy negative interest rate bonds, but
Oh,
but yeah,
liquidity, you
like
mean
that give you
interest rate?
money to yeah. But we've had that in Europe. We've had negative funding rates in Europe where
You mean
or,
interest rates?
yeah,
You're talking about interest rates, not funding rates.
no interest rates. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Like
can become
funding
negative.
rate.
Yeah. Like instead of earning money, they take money from you. If you have deflation, it makes sense, right? Because the same money is able to buy more and more every year. So yeah, it's inverted. No, I don't know how it works, but I think it's possible to have negative interest rates. Yeah. Where
Yeah,
money sitting in the bank actually would. I mean, I don't know why you'd buy those products, but just money sitting in the bank gains value on its own because of deflation, and interest rate would try to correct that by being negative. Yeah.
dude, there must be a way to like long inflation. I have to figure that out.
So I don't
Dude,
see
because if you
why
can go
their interest
deflationary,
rates.
that's like, dude.
Yeah,
All right, imagine this: if you go deflationary, right? So
it
you
is.
know how we always say like if you take a short, the price can only go down 99% from where you entered. Well, if you were able to short the inflation rate and or the interest rate, then you could go like you could go more down more than 99%. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like if it
guess,
was
yeah.
like a negative 50, then you'd be up like 150%.
I remember reading an article about food prices in China. They're just falling and falling and falling. Like things are getting cheaper and cheaper. I don't know why. Maybe the government is manipulating the currency to make it stronger and stronger in order to have more power abroad, in geopolitics. I don't know, but there's probably some government stuff manipulation going on behind. But their money is gaining value while ours is losing value. Yeah. There's probably a reason for that. Maybe it's about the debt,
I
the
thought
bad
they were
debt.
like diluting the supply.
No, they're doing the opposite. They're undiluting.
Oh.
Like money is gaining value, so there's less in circulation and it's more valuable, in theory at least, if it's not artificially done. I didn't do much research, honestly. I just read a few stuff here and there, but I know they have deflation recently, like, which is funny, right? Because it's like Trump tells us it's a trade war with China, and well, whatever we do, they do the opposite. We pump, they dump. Okay, that's not true. They're also pumping right now, but since 2008, America is pumping. Look at what China's doing since 2008. Hell, you can even go back down to 2000. It had a huge run, maybe that's why. That was really overvalued. In 2008, China was really overvalued. People really thought it was a good idea to invest in China, and then they changed their minds because we named it an enemy, I guess. Well, we are now afraid of China because they threaten our dominance. Or, like, they could replace America as the leading power. So they've become an enemy, and I guess we're about to sanction them, or we already did. I don't know. People are shorting it. They're trying to keep it in a bear market. They fight it with deflation. Maybe it's the reason why we have inflation in Western countries. Right? It's the cost to keep China low. Just speculating here. I have no clue. Because it's been going down while America has been going up on 10-year time frame, it just seems that it might go up while America goes down. In case things turn south a lot, maybe it'll hedge a bit American positions.
How's the
You're not
meeting
wrong.
going?
I'm reading.
I bet.
I'm meeting.
China, Trump.
Is it starting, that meeting? But hey, most likely both will go down together. Because when things are bad, everything goes down. China goes down, Argentina goes down, America goes down, Europe goes down. We all go down together. There's just a small likelihood that it doesn't happen, and I don't want to
Well, it
short. I
seems like
just want
they've
a
got
long.
a lot of shit going on. This says China's stock markets are in a prolonged bear market, primarily due to a combination of weak underlying economic growth, a persistent property sector downturn, and declining corporate earnings growth, particularly for U.S. dollar-based investors. This economic recovery following the stringent COVID-19 controls have been partially blah blah blah.
They're barely
A
exiting it.
significant factor is the loss of consumer and private sector confidence driven by the property market collapse and regulatory crackdown of major tech and e-commerce firms. So like they've got like some of their property market like their whole like property market and housing market and shit is falling too. But it says foreign institutional investors have drastically reduced their exposure to Chinese markets, citing political risk, policy uncertainty, and a lack of confidence in the government's ability to deliver sustained economic
Yes.
stimulus that addresses structural issues. Despite repeated government efforts, including direct intervention through ETF purchases, crackdowns on short sellers, and measures to slow down IPOs, these actions have largely failed to restore market sentiment. The situation is further exacerbated by geopolitical tensions, particularly with the United States, which has intensified in recent months, contributing to a panic selling environment and a sharp decline in investor confidence.
So that was
Analysts
last
note
year.
that
That was October 24. It's a bit. Since then, it's going
yeah,
up now. We've seen like
yeah,
a
it
fat
might,
move.
yeah, it might be. This might be referring to stuff that happened closer to the bottom. This is analysts note that the current bear market is not just a cyclical downturn, but a secular bear market, meaning it is driven by a deep-seated structural problems such as overcapacity in key industries, a shrinking population, and weak consumer demand, which are unlikely to be resolved by short-term policy measures. So what the hell, though? If they do all the manufacturing and shit, and we buy a bunch of stuff from them, and they're like you were saying earlier, like you think they're gonna be the center of the freaking globe or whatever.
I
Then
don't know, but it's what people talk about, right? Like the China economy is now the second in the world. It's in front. When I was born, China wasn't the second world economy. 20 years ago, it was more like number 10 for. I don't remember, but now it's the second. So it's in front of Germany. It passed in front of Japan. It passed. There's only America left to beat, right? And it's their goal. So. Maybe they'll manage. I don't know, but by some metrics, they are already first. They just don't have the
why
military.
if they're that good, why are they struggling like shit? It sounds like they got a ton of problems over there.
Because we exited, and
Yeah,
we're like
exactly.
we
So like
yeah.
half their economy is our economy.
What's
Yeah,
going on,
Is that
family?
that
like
money
because
pulled out from China to go to India or back to America or I don't know to Brazil. It went elsewhere.
You guys figure out the
But
world
now they don't
monetary
need our money
issues yet?
anymore, right? So
I don't know. I mean, I guess not. But here's the thing: is like their market crashed because of us. Like we took a like we straight up pulled out all our investments in
Discord's
direct market.
muted. They can't hear me.
yes, it's 2008, but the FOMO was real. Look at how much it pumped. In 2005, 6, 7, 8. Like, look at that bull run. It did like 6x up, while yeah, that was a much. It's exiting the .com bear market, right? And that's when people saw a lot
Nah,
of
I've got
growth
Discord
in
muted right now.
China
They
and
can't hear
a
me.
lot of
I'm about
companies
to unmute in a second.
really made headquarters there, made factories. And their stock market had a huge run in 2008, and since then, it's just going down. It's been 20 years almost. It also makes trading more
Fucks us
fun,
up.
right? Because you
They
mix
should.
in a bit geopolitics. Like you could look at Japan. Japan has also well, I guess Japan isn't that interesting geopolitically, but yeah, Japanese index. You could look at Germany, France. France right now is well, because of political issues, we might be undervalued too. Eventually, those political problems are gonna get solved, no? And with low rates, higher risks going on, American finance could, in invest in a risky country like France, pumping our market up a bit. It's not a good buy here. I want to chill my country. We're at all-time highs too, right? So it's not a good buy now. But after political instability, prime ministers getting ejected, presidents going to prison, things can only settle down, no? I mean, I guess the country could collapse. We could be in debt like Greece. A lot of bad stuff can happen, but the more likely scenario is that we get a new president in 2028. So you gotta be patient. Yeah, elections are not anytime soon in France. There's like 2 more years. Well, yeah, there's 2 more years. And if we drop enough during the bear market, maybe France will give a better buys next cycle, basically. Well, better performance next cycle than this one. Because if Macron hadn't done what he did by dissolving the assembly, it seems France could have performed better. By the way, it looks like Bitcoin when you look at CAC 40 on the weekly, because it's a triple top at 8,200. Well, it could end up being a triple top. Yeah.
What is?
French index, French stock market is like a triple top on the weekly.
I've probably never seen it. What's the ticker?
CAC 40, CAC 40, CAC 40.
CAC 40. I have it.
What's good, you two? Back to the bottom of the range. Nothing really exciting to talk about, y'all. We just gotta build out. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. Crypto Twitter is bumping into themselves online trying to figure out if this is bullish or bearish. But we're literally still inside CME gap. Right? Just a little bit underneath where CME was. Tomorrow's the last day of our downturn. That'll complete our 3-day retracement. So if we're going to pull out of this, I expect us to do it tonight. Let's see what the Asian session has for us. All eyes on ETH and Bitcoin. We don't even need good news out of the meeting. No news would be great. No news is almost better than good news. As far as our structure goes, we completed the full market maker structure on this. We had our W pattern, rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3, M pattern, drop 1, drop 2, drop 3. And on bigger time frames, like I was telling you guys yesterday, a drop down to CME. Oh, drop down to CME gives us lower highs. Right, so we're on the 4-hour now on the macro chart. The right side. And so far our left, right? Don't know if it's going to go lower. Remember, it doesn't matter where it goes as long as it doesn't go underneath 1044. But for right now, we're sitting right. So that's our higher time frame. Now we just got to go down into the lower time frames for our setups. So we know this is the area of interest. And now we're looking for a strong setup inside of this range. Right, what we have right now is that smaller higher low. But we need to break that 50 EMA, which brings us back to our original chart. Higher low, bulls need to break the 50. Just remember that as we establish this bottom and pull out, this is establishing the bottom of, I guess I can draw it on the other chart. Stop me when you see it. So what we're trying to do on the smaller time frames is build a base to give us a smooth move up to complete that inverse head and shoulders. If you're a bull, that's what you're looking for. And the first step of that is getting over this 50 EMA and holding. 50 EMA, SR flip, 800, 200, right? So there's definitely work to do here. Not going to be an easy move, but as we crawl over each one of those levels, we'll get stronger and stronger buy pressure, in my opinion. What I'm targeting are these vector gaps. Back to the macro. Again, we're not this this inverse head and shoulders doesn't even exist till we get to 116. Right? The reason I'm showing you is because I want you to see the importance of us holding this level. Now, if we do pull a measured move from that, then we're looking at above 120. Right? Which on our macro chart that we've been looking at, would give us that spring out. Right? But we still have to build this side. And we still want that 500 EMA, that 50 EMA to work its way up as high as possible. That 50 EMA is our safety net. Right? The higher up our safety net gets, the spookier a ride down to it is. The best way to do that is to consolidate above support. Right? Which is what we're doing right now. Now we're all caught up on the macro. Now let's cook. See what the market got for us. All right, we got that arrow so we can keep track of where that 50 EMA is on the 15 minute. Our current fight on the 5 minute is to get above our 50 EMA here. Get above the 50, pull the 13, we'll have bullish momentum, and then we can attack that 50 on the 15 minute. No, RH, I went to this barber. There's a barber down here that gives haircuts that makes it look like you're wearing a Yankees hat. Thought it was cool. So that's like all my hair. It's just like dye. Pretty dope. I think the next time I'm gonna get him to do the Eiffel Tower for Zusi. Well, you know, Jacob, there's levels to this shit, you know? You know how it is. We can cut Discord back on. I just feel like Discord was depressing the shit out of y'all. Emotional damage. Alright, guys, you gotta remember, man, people have a lot of money on the line. And,
Can you peep Toshi and XC in
you know,
when you have
when your
downtime,
conviction
buddy?
gets tested, it could be an internal battle. Mozzie with the super chat. Yeah, I got you, brother. Let's take a look. Oh shit. My mouse just died. Give me a second. Let me tab through these, get back to Bitcoin. Excuse me. It is hot as hell in here. What's going on, Ghost? Good morning. Yeah, midweek reversal day. Let's see what we get. Yeah, Discord's muted right now, Tim. Zeusy and Pygon were in some deep macroeconomic analysis. I didn't want them to have to stop chopping it up just because I got on. Yeah, I was gonna say, bro, either I've been on dumb long or you didn't get much sleep. So I feel like you just went to bed. We did listen to Powell, bro. You know Powell puts us in a time warp too. It could have been 8 hours easy and it just don't feel like it. Yeah, see what I mean? Time flies when you're trying not to fall asleep. You haven't gotten up, have you, Slick? I feel you. Might need to get up and stretch your legs, man. Walk around a little bit. If you were here when Ghost went to sleep and you haven't moved yet, it's time to go take a little lap around the house. What'd you do? Oh, shit. Oops. Yeah, just telling you were trying to buy some shit off the TikTok shop. You don't know what you clicked. You just hit him with the "I'm just a girl." Yeah, that works too. I need to get one of those. Is it loud, Slick? Like, can you hear it? Like, will the mic pick it up, in other words? That's the only thing that's been stopping me from getting one. And can I use it while I'm sitting down? The laziest shit I've ever. Yeah, I got like a wood lift thing where like I can put my keyboard and my mouse on top of it and stand up and just use my top monitors. Which I do sometimes, but I don't know. I stood up earlier and YouTube was like, "Sit down, you're making me nervous." Hi, Def, you're all alone, bro. The bears are only in here when we have red candles. You're gonna have to wait until we sweep some liquidity here or something to get your buddies back. All right, my mouse is working again. I got you, Mazi. Toshi and Exient. Nothing, but where did the rest of my charts go? Here? Am I tripping, or did a bunch of my charts close up by themselves? Yeah, where's ETH? What the hell happened to my shit? Great. Now they're all opening up to the same damn chart. What the hell? Give me 1 second, bro. All my shit just screwed up. All right. So let's look at Toshi. Toshi's still strong, man. What we wanted was to hold this uptrend, right? More than anything. So far we're still holding up. If we come down underneath this SR flip, right, whether it's the horizontal SR flip or the uptrend, that 200 is what you want to hold. That 200 doesn't hold and things get ugly. But you look like you're putting in the right side of a W here. Right, so what you're looking for is right, whether that right side comes in at that uptrend, right, at the SR flip or higher. You just have to wait to see. And then if it breaks, then you've got to recalculate, basically. This is on the daily, by the way. We go to lower time frames. Right, we're in the search for that right side here. Still have some liquidity left to go. So that's why we're trying to figure out if that right side is going to come in here, down here at these liquidations, or at that resistance. You got that, Mazi? All right, and then you said XCN, right? Oh, that's not a good chart. I already know it. I'm gonna tell you about this. You broke support, right? You went after some external liquidity. So waiting to dig out of this thing. I mean, it's a decent range, right? But you haven't had any breakouts yet. So you just want to play this accordingly. We don't want any breaks to the bottom, right? Because there's not a lot there to catch price. So at this point, you want to get above that 800, I mean that 50 EMA and hold. And then hope for some push across the alts. Most coins in this market cap range basically look the same here. They're just consolidating. Pretty much the sketchier of the two plays for sure. But if this is something you really want, right? Then me personally, I would concentrate on DCAing as close to the bottom of the ranges as possible. And then having stops outside of the liquidity in case they sweep. Yeah, it's Onyx coin. And then I would be targeting, if we got the breakout, I'd be targeting the top side liquidity. All the liquidity left on this wick. There we go. Yeah, you just, pay attention to the lower cap, mid cap alts that you're interested in. Obviously, don't take your eyes off them. But until Bitcoin and Ethereum work this out, don't go all in. Financial advice, but Cookie Dow would also land in that bunch that I'm talking about. I told you coins that are off rotation haven't done anything after that dip except consolidate into a range. Right? Until we see some signs of breakout, then you just need to watch for the bottom to fall out. In my opinion, like I said, these coins will continue to range until they get on rotation. At least the the medium to strong ones. The weak ones will bring in new lows. But don't get too freaked out about the M pattern, right? It's a range. When you're ranging, M's and W's are just what builds the range. Right? So your expectation is that this continues until proven different, right? Until you actually get a breakout. Same thing. XDC is a little weaker, but you can see what I mean. It's in the same market cap group, off rotation, just ranging. H bar is only off rotation by 1. Right? Remember, our top alts are only off rotation by 1. So the alts that are closer onto rotation have already made moves out of their ranges. Guess you could if you wanted to bring the range up to here, but still, either way. We already got that measured move for that W pattern. Now we're trying to see if this 800 EMA holds so we can build out. What it looks like on the daily. Very nice, no complaints. Managed to get back into that that bullish channel. So, but yeah, for the most part, everything's doing the same, yo. That's why I said it's more important to just watch Bitcoin and Ethereum, because everything is ranged out. Doesn't matter what you click on. If it's off rotation, it's ranged out. See what I'm saying? Even Morph got back up to where it was, but at the for the most part, it's still ranging. Everything is just patiently waiting their turn. My only point is we don't have to wait with it, right? We can get into the shit that's actually moving and then buy the shit that's ranging when the time comes. I mean, I'm not cherry picking here. I'm literally just scrolling down my list randomly. There's one that's not too bad. XMR is who was it that was trading this shit? I can't remember who it was. Talk about being in love with a coin that don't love you back. I don't know. What the hell is this? Give me 1 second. Let me figure all this shit out. You guys don't have to deal with it. Let's see if I can find all these stupid charts now. Second.
Come on, Bulls. This isn't too bad an entry. Go ahead and buy it.
Dude, Zcash has been going parabolic for like 4 weeks, 5 weeks. The hell's going on with this thing? I don't see how a move that quick could be sustainable, but maybe it'll do an XRP type of thing. Or a Solana type of thing. I can't believe I was buying this thing at like 20 bucks. It was like, wow, dude, I'm probably buying garbage. Should have put the whole damn bag in. I should probably sell some. I already did before, but I should probably sell some more.
Anybody wants to jump in on a major short and snipe at AKT is getting ready to bottom out.
What you gonna do when they come for you? Watch out, Longs. Toughest thing is that it's just all of our bigger EMAs are above us. So this isn't good. This isn't looking good. Let's meet up with that supply versus demand area again. Let's say that W invalidation happened though, Dbloc. What do you think? 6-step measure moves the opposite way down? Or like I was saying all day, this is the third leg of us making our way down. Usually there's 3 good falls on a day like this. So this could be our last fall here. But either way, volume's picking up down here. We got bigger volumes picking up. Let her rip. And dominance is going down with it. I'll take it.
It holded on the 1 second. That we didn't fill a single Bitcoin of the buy wall there. Oh, it's incoming. Because yeah, when you lose 112, spring and capitulation, and then we can get a bounce.
Took me out of my Ethereum trade again. Start over.
Yes, it's down 0.1%.
Yeah, yeah, $0, 0 loss, stop loss. What did I? It's not that much lower. Yeah, but it's getting annoying. I entered. Twice in a row. 38. What was my last entry? I don't even remember. 38. I think it was 38, 60 something.
You gotta try to catch something.
Tired of it. Gotta catch it. Yeah, it'd be great if they would hold. Damn. Yeah. Unless it reverses and bounces crazily, then I won't. Let's see what we got here. Where did I enter? I gotta go look at my email and see when my stop was. Keep dumping, you damn bastard. So I can go get ready.
Well, there you go. We are now below the previous all-time high again, but it should react a bit up now. That's a big order there. No, straight down. All right.
Oh, I had my. What are you guys trading?
OAI.
OAI? Oh, Co AI. That's a tough token to trade, man. Oh my god, look at the big candle on that thing. 5%. Ooh. A lot of people like trading that thing, huh? That thing is so crazy. Oh my god, it's been nothing but down since the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in a 6-day downtrend. Before that, it ripped up what 160%, and took it all back and then some. Okay. Hollywood, Shanti Plemawita, Hollywood.
Oh, that's French.
Yeah, my grandma used to sing that to me when I was a little kid. Hollywood. And then what was the other one?
Failure to reclaim
Oh,
109
Frederick.
will likely end up in the next support being tested, right? On this bounce, like we are currently bouncing on the 1 minute this time, but after having filled every Bitcoin available at 108, the road is now free to 105.
Big
Unless order flow changes and people start pressing buy, which doesn't seem likely to happen because I don't think this is low enough for people to really change their mind. Well, hopefully I'm wrong and we wake up with support holding. Well, one support holding. They're all failing. Alts didn't break down here, but they will on the next down leg on Bitcoin.
Why's that?
Like you got double bottom on ETH with no lower low, just a simple double bottom there. I mean, it could be it.
You think it's gonna come down again, ETH? Or a triple bottom?
No, on small time frames. Like Bitcoin again put a lower low while ETH didn't, right? The next down leg on Bitcoin could break this double bottom on ETH easily.
384. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what we needed.
Yeah,
That
but
come
that
Yeah,
down with that.
I got
yeah,
screwed.
it can hold the first time, less likely the second.
Exactly what I didn't want it to do. Stop me out at 38.66. Had 0 loss and then turn right around. Bullshit.
That's a nut. That's
It was a 0
Bitcoin,
loss. It came into my entry.
Bitcoin is back at 109. If it fails to climb back above, then we, potentially more continuation down anyway.
It came lower than my stop loss, and then it turned around and went up higher than my entry.
well, that was a stop and buy him. That's a good thing.
No.
Trump's putting out comments right now.
Is he? Oh, on True Social? Oh, I gotta test out my new monitor. True Social. Yeah, it's interesting. You can see this is a live look at the actual meeting. Sorry. Yes, it seems like the United States has
Especially if the FOMC low isn't reclaimed. It is lower volume on this dump than FOMC. So it's got a fair chance at climbing this back up. The point of control is still 111, so
that process will begin immediately. Why is he gonna be testing his nuclear weapons? Was there talks of war?
it's the loss of POC that created this. 111 resistance.
The world needed. Trump, man, he's funny. Trump is hilarious. The president of peace. President
Well, we
Trump has
see.
ended. He said he ended 8 wars in 8 months. Cambodia, Thailand, Pakistan, India, Israel, Iran, Israel and Hamas. Myanmar and Azerbaijan.
That's good. We're above 109.
I didn't see no new tweets from Trump. Nothing new.
It wouldn't work. I don't think it would work. It's only about avoiding downside his communications here on the legacy. Like, well, we pump 5% expecting good news out of this. So more pumpage from anything he says. It's more about avoiding a retrace, which is inevitable.
Trump hasn't used his Twitter since October 14th, and he hasn't posted really anything new on True Social, so I don't know. Someone said he was tweeting a lot. I don't know. I didn't see nothing. I was looking.
How does push to talk work? I gotta hold the button when I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, yeah. You have it set up on your keyboard?
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, you gotta hold it.
That's all right. It ain't that bad. No, I was saying, Joe, my stop loss was perfect. It went lower than it, but it just turned around so damn quick. And I didn't want to have any orders because I didn't know what was going to happen. No, I'm at zero. It came right to my entry. It was just whatever the fees were, but yeah. Now I'm on your team. I'm on your team now. Third wave. Go ahead.
No, some lost trades are good trades. It's not all about the money always. It's about the opportunity of it's about the opportunity of making money, right? He's on 500x leverage. It's not about accumulating coins. It's about accumulating dollars. Yeah.
I was at 38.63. Should I guess? I guess so.
No, a lost trade is it's the cost of opportunity to make money.
I'm on deck with it now. Poor spot.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Bitcoin could drop much more, right? Like, it protected you, right? What if 108 hadn't holded?
Well, I'll tell you something that can keep you away from getting bumped while you're trading. If you look at the futures, on the S&P as well as the NASDAQ about 5 minutes before Bitcoin dumped. You could look and see exactly what was happening with them, and it is just leveled out just the same as Bitcoin did. So I try to keep my computer on the split screen and have those just kind of being mindful of what's going on, especially after today, if that helps anybody.
Size the relation between the size of these two moves is 10x. So we're talking 0.2% down move on ES or 0.3, and we got 3% down on Bitcoin. Yeah, it shows the
Thanks a lot, Trump.
What did Trump do?
Started the meeting with China off with doing some nuclear bomb test announcement, and then who knows what else happened. I take it the meeting didn't go very well.
I wouldn't trust price action for the outcome of that meeting. It's longer term, right?
Go ahead, CC. Pull the orders.
Power 105 is the next Bible. And Cell 7 moved.
That's all right, Joe. I'm joining your team now. Well, you know what I mean. Team third leg down.
We're at the monthly level also. You know, this 108 is pretty significant. It's the previous all-time high that we took 6 months to break. Oh yeah, it's red, yeah. It's not bearish. So yeah, if tomorrow we close below 108, it's going to be a bearish engulfing with also a new all-time high in October, right? So, you know, overall you had to sell early in the month, and it was a red month. Just a 1 day, I guess it could easily pump back up to 115. Yeah, there's Nothing preventing it from doing that currently in the book. But the wick is at play already, in my opinion. The wick at 103. Yeah. As soon as we broke 112, fake out above a triangle. Kind of expecting the same stuff to the downside with a spring, capitulation, and a bounce from there. And the gap in a beautiful ABC. I'm betting it's gonna be front run.
What's good, y'all? I'm here. I'm just digging through this damn meeting. That was some of the most boring shit ever. So
It's more volatile than FOMC, you know?
Tentative deal reduced tariffs from 57 to 47. Took out the 10% fentanyl tax that they had put because he said that they've agreed to stop flooding the United States with fentanyl, basically. China still wants to discuss. One of China's big sticking points is the NVIDIA chips. They're like, look, you got to stop nerfing us on the chips.
That's Nvidia's issue also because they're losing money, not being able to sell the good chips to some of their customers, right?
They're gonna do
it's more like
the U.S. says.
An American issue, you know.
They're gonna do whatever
China
the United States says.
They can make their own chips now, no? They're just a bit less good. China is gonna do whatever America says, really? Oh.
Alright, so not China, NVIDIA.
NVIDIA, oh.
Yeah, I mean, none of it looks like bad news except for the saber rattling with the nukes and shit. That's uncalled for.
Bitcoin dropped more than during FOMC here.
So, basically Trump said that we're gonna test our nukes as much as Russia and China does.
Back to the 1980s.
Hold on that, right? 33. It's been 33 years since we paused nuclear testing.
People would riot in France if our president was to do nuclear tests.
Test it if you need to test it, but just to test it because y'all are testing it is crazy. Oh, y'all want to test nukes? Well, we're gonna test nukes too. What are we, 6?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell on you.
He doesn't want to blow a nuke. He wants to counter that Russian stuff. No, the nuclear-powered missile. And you're the guys who did that research anyway in the 60s.
That's
even made nuclear rockets.
That you do it, I'm gonna do it. It's just Cold War logic, isn't that what led to the Cold War?
That's about all that that's about all that's happening now. So literally Brazil and India are currently tariffed higher than China is. They're tariffed above 50%. Trump's labeling it as a win for him. Most people in the know are saying that this is a win for China. They got more of their asks. They got more of their asks than Trump did. Who cares, man? Just as long as it's over.
Yeah, but
Trump says
over, but
Trump says Taiwan never came up in the meeting. I hope not. of all topics that you don't want to bring up in this negotiation, is like, why would you even? What would be a good reason to even bring up Taiwan? Unless you just want to blow the whole meeting up. President Trump said China went amazing. Soybean purchases will begin immediately. Farmers will be happy about that. No roadblock on rare earths, which was the big issue. It's not even about the rare earths that China has; it's the production. They're in charge of like 80% of the processing of rare earth metals. So they can literally put a stop to the flow just by deciding to not process. That was one of the big issues. Anyways, that shit doesn't really matter for us. Maybe it'll hit sentiment a little bit.
So you think Legacy will take it as good news? It looks like it, if deals were made. So they were right to pump, pricing in a good outcome because China is tariffed by 45% instead of 55%. It's still a huge number for you, no? 45% on Chinese goods.
Yeah. It's not going to make for
How is
cheap
that?
televisions at Walmart, that's for sure. They said Trump tried to pressure China into pressuring Putin to end the war. Look, you know, all he's going to do is call Putin and laugh about him, laugh about Trump. Be like, so you just had that meeting, huh? How'd that go? He told me to call you, try to get you to get out of Ukraine, and they're both going to laugh and take a couple shots of vodka. Right now, though, China is the only person that has any leverage at all on Russia right now in the world. So it
And on
wasn't wrong
America.
to ask.
Every country is bowing to Trump currently. There's just a few like India and China.
Nobody wants to pay the tariffs. The people that aren't bowing are paying 40+% tariffs. India, China, Brazil.
No, they're not paying any tariff.
No, I'm saying their tariffs have gone. They're the ones with the highest current tariffs.
Yeah, but maybe India doesn't export to America, so they don't care now.
Yeah, right.
Like France is a bit like that. You can tariff us. We export wine and stuff like that, but overall we don't export much to America.
You're
While
gonna feel it.
Germany, it's a few sectors, but we produce a lot ourselves already. But a country like Germany, it's very different. They export a lot to America, especially cars.
And ball bearings.
Dude,
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
India exports the maximum to US, man. So it's a big hit.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
We're the biggest consumers in the world, bro. We buy everybody's shit. Like, you can't lose the US as a customer.
But you don't. You just become more expensive then. But maybe India is cheap enough that even with a 50% tariff, it's still cheaper than American-made goods, no?
Any bylaws?
No. It's taken out. 108 is done already. Order flow has slowed down its bearishness, right? I mean, the sales have stopped, so price has isn't going down. Or less quick. But no, there's nothing left at 108. Well, there's 20 Bitcoin. It's a grid bot. Yeah, there's a few good bots that want to buy. Other than that, they sold exactly enough Bitcoin at support to take out the wall, but not anymore.
Man, what I'm looking for TA wise is this imbalance right here. Let's see it, but that imbalance right there is our bullish imbalance currently. Oh, I just killed those two straight lines.
Damn, you do that by hand?
Yeah. Man, it's
Oh,
steady right now, boy. But yeah, those imbalances right there, if they hold, right, that's large orders. That's a large order imbalance, bullish order imbalance from the footprint, which is sort of what we're holding up now. So it's that liquidity that could keep us up, but it's these liquidations that would become the target. Oh, I am on fire right now. I spoke too soon. But yeah, these liquidations become the issue if this liquidity gets taken. This liquidity gets taken, then the market will come for external liquidity, which is outside of the range.
So we're starting to trade below the daily 200, huh? Wasn't it at 108? Wait, what was our 108 on Bitcoin? It's not only monthly and previous all-time high. Yeah, it's the daily 200, yeah.
Look at dominance
Wow.
bleeding. Knock on wood. Ripping down. Ooh-wee. That looks brutal. T-shirt.
Yeah, today's the first day of the uptick on M2 Indy. So we have to see. Today's our midweek reversal. Is it past 12? Yeah, today's our midweek reversal.
Yes.
So if we go back to just go back to our weekly cycle theory real quick. We had our weekend trap, false move up, put the high in on Monday. Then had our 3-day down. And now we're looking for our midweek reversal into next week's trap. The goal for me is to trap higher than we did this week. Higher weekend trap for me is a W.
can you draw it?
Honestly, Dbloc, it doesn't seem the most likely scenario, in my opinion. It's more like a bear trap scenario, no?
What doesn't
Below
seem
support.
most likely?
Well, to trap longs higher than last weekend.
I don't know. Depends on what we do tomorrow. Like I said, it's midweek reversal. If we get a midweek reversal, then I'm hoping to get above this SR flip, which would give us a higher weekend trap than we had last week.
Yeah. Yeah, that 111, 112 area was crucial, and it's lost you. The symmetric is still lower.
I mean, all of this shit, all but took away any possibility of ETH hitting that all-time high by Halloween, though. That's for sure. Unless we see something spectacular.
Dang, sucks.
You're not allowed to take your vote back. I already checked. There's got to be a way to get my vote back. I like Ondo. Ondo chain is coming out soon. But again, that's just fundamental wise. Do I want to hold it and invest in it right now? No, not until ETH does what it's supposed to do. But Ondo has some bullish catalysts coming up. It's just a timing thing, guys. I'm telling you, you got to learn to respect these rotations. It's gonna hurt.
Well, but on the other hand, you know, Bitcoin is dropping more than some alts. I guess some sectors are doing fine on altcoins right now. Look, ETH isn't. ETH isn't. Yeah, right now ETH isn't looking that bad.
ETH is on
It's not
rotation.
below. Oh yeah, right. It's roughly at 108.2. Yeah, it didn't drop more than Bitcoin. Roughly similar. Like it's really flat on the pair. Double down 3%, 4%.
It's right back at my prior entry, or at least it just was a second ago.
And coins like Solana are dropping less than ETH and Bitcoin, or even Doge is just down 3%.
Do you have any? Is there
Beck,
any
you trying to
downside
convince us, or
target?
you trying to convince yourself? What happened, man?
Me?
Is
I'm
30
just
is
Oh, yeah.
3,500 ETH asking too much?
no Dbloc. It's just facts. Like that
I wasn't
rotation
talking to you, Zusi.
has started. People bought small caps today with that FOMC meeting.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Talking to somebody on YouTube. 3,500. You'd have to clear 35.
That's capitulation on ETH. I mean,
Yeah,
not
3,500.
capitulation, but it is
Easy.
it is what it is what stops me out. Yeah.
37
Actually, no, it
is
doesn't. Yeah.
37 is like macro support.
Okay, are you swinging for 37?
No, no. We're at a double bottom right now, so this breaks down. This was it.
All right, good luck.
Invalidated that W though.
See, that's the thing now.
Guys, we don't have to overcomplicate these things. Like, I feel like people get scared at the wrong points. Like, you're at a double bottom. You know where your stop loss needs to be. So, like,
I
what's
know, man, but when you use the word invalidated, it's not like scared, but it just gets you to like second guess. It's like
No, I
invalidate
mean, no,
means
people,
invalidate.
no, what I mean is people are scared. The price goes down and they're scared to get into an entry because they think it's going to keep going down. It's like if a stop loss is going to hurt your feelings or something. Instead of torturing yourself trying to figure out, oh, is it time? Is it just take the trade? Not financial advice, but get into the habit of taking the trade but setting a really tight stop. You get stopped out a couple times in a row, then you know you're off, you know, you're not on time with the market. You need to take a little break or whatever.
Or you did pretty fine. It just happened to be wrong. Oh, well.
Listen, I get all freaked out to take trades when we're like here. You know? It's like, well, damn, I can't if I get in here. I mean, my stop loss has to be way down here.
Yeah, that's hard.
Like, you know, but times like this where there's a clear, you know, I don't want to play underneath this double top, right? There's plenty of liquidations down to the bottom. If I'm doing a quick scalp here, I don't want to come down underneath that. The problem is that people are, one, they're afraid to take the trade and have it go against them, but it's usually because they're not even setting a stop loss. Like a mental stop loss, when I feel like it's going bad, I'll get out, sort of thing. Or they feel like if they set a stop loss, price is just going to come down and hit their stop loss and bounce. So they don't set the stop loss at all, which is cool. I understand that. But then you end up down here.
Co AI gave me a lot of slippage on my stop loss there. Yeah, 3% slippage. That's a lot.
I mean, I know this is gonna seem really like elementary, but when the W invalidates and then you have a possible double bottom, like you have to weigh. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but
People get caught
when
in
I
no. It's easy to get caught in that. It's easy to get caught in that. You're like, well, it'll hit a double bottom, and then it doesn't hit that double bottom, and then maybe there's like a 800 EMA underneath, and you're like, well, maybe it'll bounce off the 800. Like you talk yourself into reasons to stay in the trade.
yes,
Yeah, that's a problem for real.
Honestly, you need a rule, and for me, it's very simple: 1% below price action, whatever trade, whatever chart, doesn't matter. Now, if it's very volatile, I might use a bigger one, but overall, just a fixed rule, huh? So you don't guess where your stop loss is. You can have it 10% lower every time if you want, whatever, but something, yeah, just something plain out simple.
Yeah.
Automatic.
The way I put it
All right,
simply is just stay out of the hope part of the trade. Like you do your TA, you take your trade on the TA. Once something goes wrong and you find yourself hoping for a lower high or hoping for a double bottom or hoping that it bounces off an EMA or hoping that that order block is enough, like I'm not interested. There's no edge there. You completely lost your edge on the trade and you're like, baby Jesus, take the wheel. Whatever happens, happens.
We can hope about price discovery, though, no? Like any long here, it's a bit in. Well, for me, it's hopes of eventually pushing to new all-time highs again.
Yeah, but I mean a hope that keeps you from taking profits because, or that it's more not even the taking profits, it's the cutting your losses, right? Like you've already hit your invalidation, you haven't hit your stop. That's why people need an invalidation and a stop loss, in my opinion. The stop loss is for those times where, in my opinion, the stop loss is there for those times where something happens out of control, somebody flushes, bam, it just pulls out. But an invalidation, a mental invalidation on the chart, everybody has to have. If price does this, I no longer want to be in this trade. And sometimes that's not the same level as your stop loss, right? You might know way before. Like you might have a stop loss down here, but you might say, look, if it breaks the 50 and the 13 crosses the 5 and we go bearish, I want to get out of here. Even though I haven't hit my stop loss from my initial position, my invalidation for my original TA is way up here, not down here. But you ignore your invalidation, and then you're like, well, maybe it'll bounce off of that, so you move your stop loss because you don't want to get hunted. And then it comes, you're like, oh, well, maybe it'll double bottom.
Yeah.
You know, and you keep talking
No, that's
yourself
why,
lower and lower and lower.
Well, what I do is, and it's also true for TPs. It's not you don't have the right to move any stop loss or any TP once it's in the trade. It's in. Like there's no oh, but it's coming close to it, I'm gonna move it down, or same for TPs, right? So sometimes price reverses a few ticks before hitting TP. It's a bit stupid, but yeah, that's the way. I think it's a good discipline stuff. There's someone PMing me. He's called Triple Bit. He wants to join Discord. I think this is from a long time ago, but I'm not sure.
you're stuck up, Zeusy. I tried to friend you a long time ago and you just ignored me.
Bro, I
Was
just
it the date?
found like 300 messages in my spam folder. For some reason, Discord is sending like 80% of you guys straight to my spam folder. If you didn't know, there's a spam folder and a email and a DM folder. So if you haven't checked your spam folder, check your spam folders because there's real people in
Jacket,
there
honestly,
too.
I tend to refuse every friend invite I get if I'm on the same Discord anyway, because we can communicate. We're on the same Discord, right?
We
But
can communicate in public, but maybe I want to talk sweet nothings to you in private.
But you can. I'll send you a friend invite. But you
Okay.
you can. My Discord isn't blocked. I think you can PM me. I'll see the messages.
It's
I
all
don't
right,
PM.
man.
I don't block non-friend PMs. Well, otherwise I wouldn't be joinable, right?
Not financial advice, but Grok says that 37.8% of the time the double bottom fails after a invalidation of the W. That's in expert mode.
Ask it again. Brand new window, same question.
Well, it's resorting sources, so I'm assuming it's just repeating sources.
I know, but I've seen it. And I mean, DeepSeek right now is absolutely killing it on the damn competition. And everybody's like, oh, DeepSeek is the trading AI. That shit will lie to you and it will make it sound good, bro. That shit knows just enough to when it does hallucinate, the shit sounds real if you really don't know what's going on. I've caught it so many times.
I guess what I'm saying,
I don't deny what it said. That sounds about right.
Well, 37.8 is almost 40%, which 40% is almost 50%, which is just a towing cost at that point. It's just like that was not helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
So I'll just send them the Discord link.
No. We don't have a free link anymore. He's got to come to the YouTube. The link, they'll post the link for him in the YouTube. I turned it off to where people can't send invites anymore.
There's so but no, the application process is not on Discord. You mean so if I send him the Discord, he can't.
There's no
apply on Discord Discord, right?
Just tell him that he's got to go to the YouTube.
You have to go to the YouTube.
Beck,
Triple
you don't.
bit.
Beck, if
I think I
price is
remember
really
him.
going down, you don't have to convince anybody of that to be right? Like, that's what you believe. That's where you're putting your money. Cool.
I'll send him the YouTube link.
Okay, Grok's being a smartass now. It goes, you already asked that question. Would you like me to deep dive further into...
That's why I say you
It's
got
like-
to do it. Yeah, you got to do it like in a new window so it doesn't remember the
No, I
last.
did. I did a new instance, but the problem is that Grok has it references other conversations now.
I
It's
got
got
you. I got
memory.
you.
I was there. Is that in there? Everyone talked to each another on YouTube. He wants the Discord, not the YouTube, but the Discord. The Discord invite.
Just tell him that
is
you
on
can't
YouTube.
send. Just tell him you can't send invites anymore. That he's got to go to the YouTube to get the link.
Oh, okay.
The mods, yeah, the mods on YouTube will send the link.
The mods on YouTube will send you the Discord link. That sounds complex.
No, it's simple. Come on YouTube. You want to be on Discord? Mod send you a link. Remember, we had to stop the free link to the Discord because of all the hackers. We just found one the other day. Well, we is a lot of people. Gloomy and Neve, I think, are the ones that ran into them, posting malicious links in the Discord. Guys, be really careful with the links on the Discord. If somebody posts something, a project that looks interesting, just find the link yourself. I don't care if it's somebody that you know, so just get into the habit of not clicking links. Yeah, you could, Rajesh. You would have a double bottom W on Ethereum now. Yeah, Neve caught it. He said he opened it up on a side laptop and it told him there was some malicious link in it. It was like a link for free TradingView subscription or something like that. 9 times out of 10, there's nothing free, guys. So if it's a link for something free, just assume specifically, especially that one, to be fake, you know, until proven different.
The hard ones are the airdrop ones, man, because there's legitimate airdrops, and it's like,
It's bad when you're farming airdrops actively. The amount of scams that you get, bro, especially on the day when it's time to claim the airdrop, it'll be like 37 links telling you airdrop active, connect wallet to claim, and the second you connect your wallet, whoop, gone. But you've been grinding this airdrop for so long, right? And you're trying to get in first because you want to sell on top of everybody's head. So the greed makes you cut corners.
and then you're in like the gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. Scalper, that's what I'm looking at. That's why I'm on the footprint. I mean, so far we've managed to hold all of our bullish imbalances. So we had a bullish imbalance right here, which ended up being our bottom, and then we had a bullish imbalance on this red candle at 95, which is the bottom of the next. Our bullish imbalance at the top here, 96 Bitcoin so far is the bottom of this candle. So as long as we keep climbing, but that's what I'm watching for, to see if we start to get more volume in here, because it's definitely going to need to be supported by volume. If not, bearish sentiment is too strong right now. But yeah, if you look at these bright green sort of dashes, or these bars that have the bright green highlights, those are bullish imbalances in the order book. Right? Those are times where bulls came in, stepped in heavy. These are areas of large demand, bullish demand. So those, we look to climb those. We look to get above those and climb them. The bearish imbalances are the ones that act as resistance. Right? So if you find that price can't get above, right, like here, we had this bearish imbalance 169, and we couldn't get above that bearish imbalance. It just ended up falling. That's not why we fell, obviously. That was related to the dip, but just a quick overview of what you're looking for, or what I'm looking for when I look at this. See, our first sign of weakness would be losing this high volume node. And then the white bars are the point of control for each candle. Value area high, value area low, right? The dashes.
I might be wrong, but I think it's still 111, the POC. Like, I don't think it changed much because the
No,
volume is lower on
these
this
are per
bigger drop.
candle. These are per candle. I'm talking about the volume footprint.
Alright, so like if you look on the 4-hour. Well, no.
Yeah, if you went to a higher time frame, it would show you the POC for like the
Yeah.
4-hour candle or the daily candle.
Well, the FOMC one in particular might be a retrace up to.
Yeah, it's emotion, Sean. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, we're gonna need some time for retail to figure out how they're supposed to feel about all this. The first people to explain are always the ones that are like doom and gloom or moon boys. Right, so Twitter today was full of, we're gonna go to 250K, like 10% of the people, and then 90% of the people, that's it, 50K incoming. Tomorrow, the people that are a little more thoughtful, right, will release their hour-long videos on YouTube and explain to people that this is long-term bullish. And then sentiment will correct, in my opinion.
Not if price doesn't stop bleeding first, though.
Nothing changes sentiment like a couple green candles.
Yeah. Or at least acceptation. You know? It takes time for people to accept reality. And it's why we're having troubles here, you know, staying pegged with SPY and all. It's because of 10th of October, that.
Oh, you know, like I've been saying, like I've been doing really well with trading Tesla, but I also got to admit when things don't go right. I had the biggest, it's not a loss because I haven't sold, but $240,000 in loss in just after trading on Microsoft.
Yeah.
So, like everybody gives the October 10th a bad, crypto a bad name or whatever, but I recovered from that. I ain't recovering from this anytime soon.
Yeah, that's the problem, bro. Like, fast to dump and slow to pump.
Exactly. And Microsoft had good earnings, so we're all flabbergasted trying to get down into the details of what investors saw that's causing them to sell off. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure it was cloud. They missed on cloud.
Beck, I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
you're
they missed on
trolling
cloud
or
last
if you just haven't been here, but I've gone through my macro pieces a million times. Trust me, I'm not just going off of emotion. That's what you're implying.
Is it my bad if everybody's talking about emotions today?
It's you, bro. You have people depressed. For like 6 hours,
It's the price
people were in
action,
here hugging themselves.
It's the
Yeah, but
price action, dude.
I got depressed at when did I get depressed? I think the first time we couldn't get above 115, 16. And yeah, same here. Just a swing failure pattern trade setup at the highs. Perfect. Beautiful trade, actually.
Master your emotions, bro. Emotions are for the shower. You know what I mean? You want to freak out? You go in the shower and you cry into the water like a real man.
It's not emotions. It's
just playing.
It's seeing the outcome. When you see that wick at 116, you know what can happen next, and it's a likely outcome.
Zeusy, they were calling you the Dark Lord earlier. The group of bears that comes in here to just troll, they literally like anointed you their leader. It was bad.
We're down like 4%, 5%.
I just thought it was funny.
This was inevitable. Like, it doesn't matter if we had FOMC, if we had Trump speaking, anything. It would have been very hard to not drop after that. I put ABC.
Yeah. No, I appreciate your opinion back respectfully, but I go through very, very meticulous detail on when things go wrong here and when they don't, and they haven't yet. But I respect everybody's opinion, and if you want to de-risk, I think that's a very smart thing to do, especially if you don't have conviction in the cycle continuing. I mean, remember, it's your money, right? Everybody's got decisions to make with their bread.
But it's deja vu, man. I remember seeing these same conversations in chat when we went from 73 down to 52 and then back up to all-time highs. Like,
It's not. What about the
same
conversation?
thing,
The
man.
specific conversation that I'm remembering is the one when I said, if you think it's hard right now to buy that we had already recovered, right? And I was like, if you think it was hard to buy that dip, the next time we go down, it's gonna be even harder. because the screams of it's all over are going to be even louder. So if your conviction isn't tight, then eventually on one of these downswings, you're going to capitulate. But I've also gone into painstaking detail on how to keep people from getting wrecked in alts and leverage. But I love y'all, but half of y'all don't listen. More than half of y'all don't listen. You're back on leverage above 25x. You're buying into altcoins that are mid caps and low caps while dominance is literally skyrocketing.
We made us some money today though, because they were able to detach a bit from Bitcoin and pump more and dump less. But yeah, overall you're right. But just today,
Maddie, I did.
depends
Thank
which
you.
one.
I had a great birthday. Community is crazy. I haven't had that many happy birthdays probably ever.
When is last time we saw alts drop less than Bitcoin?
2021, 2020.
It's happening right now, yeah. I don't know how long it can stay like that. They'll capitulate to eventually and join the explore the wakes of 10th of October, but maybe not fully, hopefully. But they are dropping less in percentage in the last 24 hours than Bitcoin is. So
Yeah,
But let me go ahead. I don't.
I was
Whoever's
quite
talking.
surprised about that. Yeah,
But
fine.
anybody ever get the feeling that like when you get a random person, it doesn't necessarily need to be Dbloc's chat, but like they'll come in when everything's bad and it looks like it's gonna get worse. And it's just a random screen name, right? You don't even know, you don't even care. But I feel like it's part of like the collective that comes and does it. Because that person could be right for that moment. But when you have random people, it all comes out to be the same entity to me. Because it's like, what do they say? A clock is always twice, wrong twice a day or twice a day, whatever, or
A
correct.
broken clock is right twice a
Yeah,
day.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that, somebody with a random screen name comes in during the 73 to 52 drop. It's all over, end of cycle. Then we go up to 110 and we come back down below 100. It's all over. To us,